This is The Cowboy's Beauty. Sweetwater Ranch Western Cowboy Romance, Book 3. Written by Jessie Gussman. Performed by Jay Dyess. Chapter 1. "I can't wear this," Morgan Nelson said with one arm crossed over her chest where the see-through material left nothing, truly nothing, to the imagination. People shouted and swore, their voices echoing in the large room broken only by portable racks of clothes and a few flimsy partitions. Tangy sweat, bold perfume, and that familiar scent of nervousness combined together in a familiar, though unloved, aroma. "We're in the middle of a show. We don't have time for drama queens." Enrique Ove barely looked up from where he was placing duct tape in strategic locations on another model's outfit to keep it in place. "I'm not being a drama queen." Please. Morgan did everything she was asked to do, and more, with not a word of complaint. Not about the long hours, not about the near-starvation diet, not about the hideous outfits that no normal person would wear. As long as they paid her, she'd wear whatever they set out. But she didn't sign up to do a nude. "This was not in my pre-show outfits. I did not have this in practice yesterday." She'd tried every one on, and multiple assistants had made sure that everything fit and was shown off to its best advantage. It was about the clothes, not about the girl. "We don't have time for this. You're next. Go." He made a shooing motion with his hand, not even looking at her. Music blared in the background. The crowd outside was loud and boisterous. Earlier, a big-name buyer had arrived unexpectedly and demanded a front-row seat. That event had seemed to flip the switch from normal to electric, and may even explain why she'd been given an outfit she'd never even tried on. Lights glared from the ceiling and reflected off the multitude of mirrors in the plain white walls. Models bustled around in various stages of undress. Assistants scurried after them, fixing broken straps, handing off last-minute replacement shoes or jewelry, and adjusting the tiniest wrinkle. It was true, to a certain extent. In this business, one lost a lot of their modesty. One's body was just a background, the perfect background, hopefully, on which to showcase a designer's creations to their best possible angle. But this see-through travesty that her handlers had put on her, unexpectedly and most definitely without her permission, was not something she was going to let slide. "I'm not wearing this." Someone shouted her name. Sarwith, the top-name facilitator who was backstage, methodically, some would even say brutally, adjusting the clothes on models to make sure the clothes were shown to the best advantage. "You wear that. You're next." Sarwith's tall, slender blondness practically mirrored Morgan's own. "It's see-through. It's perfect for your figure. When I saw you yesterday, I had to switch it for this show. Your body is the perfect canvas on which to display my handiwork." Her regal brows lowered. "No one else will do." Enrique gave a last quick tap to the barely there top on the model he'd been working on. He straightened and finally looked at Morgan full on. "Wear it, or leave," he enunciated clearly. "And if you leave, don't think that you will ever work as a model again, not in this town," which happened to be New York, "and not in this business." He was only about 5 feet tall. She and Sarwith towered over him. Morgan's natural height of 6 feet 1 inch was increased by the 5-inch size 12 strappy heels she wore. "Not even a dog food commercial." Morgan stared at him. Really? After everything she'd done, everything she'd worked for, he'd seriously take it all away because of one see-through shirt? Sarwith stood with her hands on her hips, a smug smile on her face, like she knew what Morgan would choose. Surely Enrique wouldn't keep her from working. He couldn't do that. But Enrique could. She didn't doubt it for a moment. Like everyone else in this business, he worked his fingers to the bone, but he had clout, and lots of it, especially when it came to models and recommendations. Morgan was very aware that there were always younger, prettier, more slender models waiting in the wings for someone to fall. That had been her not that long ago. But she'd promised herself when she started that there were certain lines she'd never cross. She'd never lain on anyone's couch, although she'd had the opportunity, and she'd watched as girls who walked into those certain offices and closed the door behind them had shot to superstardom practically overnight. She'd be lying if she'd said she'd never been tempted to take that route. Everyone did it. But she'd turned those offers down. She'd had negative balances in her checkbook. She'd downgraded apartments and even been evicted over overdue rent. She'd scrimped and struggled, working as a waitress, a cashier, a body double, anything. She'd take any job that would give her the flexibility to drop it and do a show at the last minute. She'd never turned down a show, and she'd always shown up and done her best. It was finally paying off. For the last 6 months, her star had risen, and finally she was here at New York Fashion Week. Her years of struggle and having nothing were giving way to a gold mine. All she had to do was walk out on that runway in the see-through shirt that she already wore. 30 seconds. It would take 30 seconds. She'd already caught the eye of several designers, and her agent had spoken with her for over an hour last night after the practice. She was on the cusp of making it big. It had been her dream since her dorky, awkward, embarrassing teenage years in her remote North Dakota high school. With her thick glasses and nasty, scaly red skin along with years of acne, not to mention her height, which had her towering over her teachers and classmates since she was 13, and hunching her shoulders and bending down to try to make herself smaller so she'd not stick out so dramatically, she'd never been considered a beauty. It wasn't until she studied nutrition in college and started eating from the salad bar instead of chowing down on fried chicken and boxed pasta, quit watching TV and started exercising, and, maybe the most dramatic changes, her braces finally came off after 4 long years, and she switched to contacts. Her body shape changed. Her skin glowed with health. And, lo and behold, she attracted the attention of people who thought with a little hard work she could really make it as a model. Because of growing up on a small ranch in North Dakota, hard work was something she was familiar with. Multiple people were calling her name now. Enrique had his arms crossed and his foot tapped. Other models and stylists had stopped to stare at the latest drama queen who was going to demand her way. The pressure to give in and conform, to not throw away everything she'd gained, to do what was expected, was strong. These people didn't understand the values she'd been brought up with and considered her refusal a power play, or a temper tantrum. This wasn't the first time she'd wondered why she worked so hard to be successful in an industry that had no time for morality, modesty, or the values that related to those things. Inside of her, those two sides warred. One side begging her to conform, to give in and do what they wanted, to keep her position and garner prestige and be successful, showing everyone who'd ever called her ugly or fat that she'd won. Against the other side that pleaded with her to see the value in modesty and morality, and to not allow the rest of the world to dictate right and wrong to her. "On stage, now!" Enrique barked. She turned her back, walking to her station and putting her own clothes back on. Ignoring the shocked looks and the behind-the-hand whispers and several catty comments from her friends, she picked up her purse and walked out of the room. Ford ignored the thumping pain in his head and the burning in his eye. He blinked but didn't take his hands from his keyboard to rub it like his brain subconsciously urged him to do. He was close. Very close to getting the prototype dialed down to the quality that was affordable to middle-class Americans. "Ford, I'm leaving!" Just like that, the zone he was in vanished like a bubble on a windy day. He shoved back away from his desk in the darkened room. All the rooms in his house were dark, and turned to the doorway where his sister Georgia stood. Her hair sat in wild disarray around her head, but what else was new? And a bag was slung over her shoulder. That was unusual. She'd taken amazing care of him over the last decade or so, handling his moods — he knew he had moods — and making sure he ate, exercised, knew his calendar and appointments, and she even gave interviews in his stead. Because he wasn't taking his ravaged face into a studio, nor was he giving interviews from his home. It was his sanctuary. He'd quit college after the farming accident that took his leg, an eye, and 2 fingers, along with his handsome looks. But his self-confidence hadn't disappeared until Shauna broke up with him. In the hospital. 2 days after the accident. She hadn't wanted to be shackled to someone she was going to have to play nursemaid to. Her words. Bill Gates didn't have a college degree. Ford snorted. He wasn't quite as successful as Bill Gates. Yet.
Fine, leave.
Georgia put her hand on her hip.
You're not giving me a guilt trip about finally going to Europe like I've always dreamed about.
No.
He was, but technicalities. He fingered the pen on his desk, studying it.
I upgraded your tickets to first class and put a little extra spending money in your account.
Little being relative.
I also booked 3 nights at the castle you decided was too expensive.
George's mouth hung open.
How did you...
She abruptly cut off. Yeah, he didn't show his face to people, ever. No one outside his immediate family. But he had contacts everywhere, and he wasn't afraid to call in favors. She knew it. Her lips tilted up in a self-effacing smile that said she should have known better.
Thank you,
she said softly. He shrugged her thanks off. She deserved it and more for what she'd put up with from him over the years. Georgia took a step closer.
Morgan Nelson will be here later today. I wanted to have a few days to train my replacement, but you nixed every applicant I had until her.
He hadn't wanted anyone young or good-looking. He didn't even want middle-aged and good-looking. Basically, he wanted someone whose good looks wouldn't make him self-conscious about his lack. Georgia hadn't shown him Morgan's picture, but she hadn't needed to. He remembered the Nelsons' niece from school. She'd been a lot younger than him, but their schools were small. The Nelsons were fellow ranchers, and it was hard to forget Morgan. He remembered quite clearly his friends describing her as a moldy dumpling with legs and glasses. She wasn't what he would consider attractive, but he didn't allow anyone who was with him to make fun of her. Still, for some reason, that dumpling comment stuck in his head, and he remembered her as the dumpling girl.
She's a North Dakota girl.
He finally spoke, since Georgia seemed to be waiting for him to say something. Mostly because there was a twinge in his chest that threatened to become loneliness after she walked out.
She is. She's also quite smart and willing to learn and work hard. I've left detailed instructions, but Ford?
She waited until Ford met her gaze.
You're going to have to help her some. I can't explain to her in a note how to do everything I do.
She gave a humorless laugh.
I never know what you're going to have me doing when I get up in the morning.
That was true. Most of the time, he didn't know what the day was going to bring either. The tech industry moved fast. Staying one step ahead could mean success. Staying well ahead almost guaranteed success. He aimed to outpace it every day. Too bad he couldn't get the $1 billion he'd been willed from Mr. Edwards at Sweetwater Ranch. But he had to be married. No chance of that happening. Which was fine. He was already a self-made multimillionaire. If he had the money, in the next year, he could be a multi-billionaire. Without the money, it would happen eventually. Just not as fast.
Ford, promise me you'll go easy on her. Be nice. Give her a chance.
He didn't say anything, but he would. He'd been voted best looking and most likely to succeed in his small senior class. One of those was still true. Now, it was hard to be around beautiful or even pretty women. It made him too conscious of his own lack. It wouldn't be hard to deal with Dumpling Girl. He wouldn't feel inferior because of his lack of looks. He couldn't really work with her and not allow her to see him. Maybe they'd understand each other. At the very least, she shouldn't be too put off by his face, since hers wasn't much better. He hated the bitterness in his thoughts, but that was a byproduct of the accident, too. Or maybe just a byproduct of Shauna. Whatever. Right now, it didn't matter, since his most loyal friend and companion, Georgia, was leaving him for 3 weeks.
Ford?
Georgia leveled her eyes at him. Her face got the stern, serious expression on it that he'd only seen a time or two.
If she quits, I'm not coming back.
He couldn't stop his reaction as his eye snapped to hers. Eye. He had an ugly, puckered scar where his right eye should have been. He used to wear an eye patch, but it was itchy and Georgia didn't care. Their housekeeper, Mrs. Torgensen, was in her early 60s. She, along with her husband, kept the house and grounds. Georgia was basically his personal assistant, face of his company, and general all-around whatever he needed person. There was no way she could hire any one person to do what she did, but he'd resigned himself to the fact that he was going to have to deal for 3 weeks. But if Georgia didn't come back... He searched her face. She was joking. She crossed her arms over her chest.
Try me.
She tapped her toe on the ground. That was Georgia. Never still.
If you hadn't dragged your feet and only given me permission to hire her last night, I could have trained her properly.
She lowered her eyes at him.
So, of course, she can't just rush over but needs a little extra time to pack for 3 weeks.
Georgia wasn't going to make him feel guilty. He wanted someone he could depend on, not someone who was out ramming around. Like there was anything to do in rural North Dakota anyway, but still, he wanted her available to him if he needed her, just like Georgia was. Georgia sighed and walked into the room.
You're a good man, Ford.
She knew his work went beyond the things that would make him money.
But you're being consumed with bitterness.
That wasn't anything he didn't know. He just didn't know what to do about it. He stood to meet her, his prosthesis making it slightly difficult, even after more than a decade of practice. If he'd been able to keep his knee joint, it would have been easier. Georgia put her arms around his waist. Georgia was a huge pile of energy wrapped up in a tiny, almost 5-foot-tall bundle. He was almost 1.5 feet taller than her. His height was about the only thing the accident hadn't stripped from him.
I love you, Ford. You and Ty were about the best big brothers a girl could have. But I can't save you from yourself.
He bent over, hugging her back. He knew she was right. He needed to be saved from himself, but he didn't know how or what he needed to do to even start. How did a man accept the fact that he would be ugly and alone for the rest of his life, and that all the money in the world would be cold comfort when he'd driven everyone who cared about him away? Chapter 2. Morgan closed the door of the low-slung, navy blue sports car she'd foolishly bought with her first big modeling check earlier this year. She wished she were driving something used and 10 years old, and that she had the money she'd spent on the flash and bling back in her checking account. Not only was a car like this going to be useless in North Dakota for the next 9 months, but she talked with her accountant, and she was going to owe more in taxes than she'd bargained for. Maybe she could still sell the car. It fit in with this place, though. Morgan stood and looked at the huge brick mansion in front of her, a towering center with massive floor-to-rafter windows flanked by 2 wings that stretched out like a raptor in flight, glowered down at her in the cold, dusky twilight. A smooth white walk curved around a perfectly manicured front yard and led to the heavy-looking wooden front door. The paved drive, the polished windows, the massive, newly painted barn, the wooden fence that lined the long drive, all bespoke money, and a lot of it. She swallowed down cold disappointment. She had not been expecting this opulence. After the pomp and show of the fashion world with its phony, shallow beauty and its glitz and glamour that was only skin deep, She'd been looking to leave the money and bling behind. North Dakota was solid and real. This house was unlike anything she'd ever seen anywhere in the state. It felt more like Beverly Hills than a home in the Rough Rider state. But Georgia had been kind enough to hire her without references, other than her aunt and uncle, of course. But they were considered peculiar to most town folks, which was really saying something if North Dakotans considered someone peculiar. Her astronomy degree didn't do her much good here, or anywhere really. She needed an advanced degree, which she was working on, but she needed a job in the meantime, one where she could stay out of the public eye and lick her wounds. She popped the trunk and pulled out her bag and suitcase. If she hadn't had an e-reader, she would have needed another suitcase for her books. But she'd packed minimally, since Georgia had said there was no reason to get fancy, and she'd fit everything into one suitcase and an over-the-shoulder bag. Her e-reader was in her purse, along with the charger. As long as she had it, she was prepared for anything. How many times had the other girls made fun of her because she curled up with a book while people worked on her hair or makeup? Or while waiting her turn for a shoot? Or while passing time between the practice and the actual fashion show? Downtime between gigs she spent in her apartment working on her degree. Yeah, she wasn't normal compared to the other girls. She blew out a breath and took in the mansion again. She didn't remember much about Ford, George's older brother. He was tall with light hair and he laughed a lot. If her memory served her correctly, she hadn't met too many male models who had better bone structure. A strong jaw, straight white teeth, and a face that would make an angel cry. Well, she'd been around a lot of good-looking people, and he wouldn't intimidate her. She started up the walk, pulling her confidence out and wrapping it like a cloak around her. When she reached the ornate front door, she lifted the knocker and rapped 3 times. Squaring her shoulders, she stepped back, waiting. She was just ready to knock again when the door opened. Slowly. Morgan peered in. Nothing. Then a short, round woman appeared from behind the door.
"This thing's as heavy as a hibernating grizzly bear," the lady said, with a slight tilt to her voice that said maybe she wasn't a North Dakota native. She craned her neck up. "Come on in, honey. It's cold out there. Calendar says fall, but North Dakota doesn't have such a season. It's summer, then winter the other 13 months of the year."
Morgan smiled as she rolled her suitcase in. The lady put both hands on the door and pushed with all her weight behind it. Slowly, it slid closed. Morgan eyed it skeptically. Was it really that hard to close? She kept her hands on her purse and bag and didn't say anything. The lady brushed her hands together and turned to Morgan.
"I'm Mrs. Torgerson, and I'm the housekeeper. You can call me Mrs. T. My husband keeps the grounds and does repairs around the house and such." "I'm Morgan Nelson." She held out her hand. "I figured you was," Mrs. Torgerson said as she took Morgan's hand in her own small, plump one. "Georgia said you'd be around, and we don't get too many visitors here." The lady's smile faded some before she brushed her hands together again. "Come with me, child. I'll show you to your room. You can rest there until supper time." She walked over the gold-tiled floor and started up the double grand staircase. Morgan followed slowly. The house was even more spectacular inside than out, if that were possible. "I'm not starting my job until tomorrow?" Georgia had been vague, but had said that she'd leave a long note and that Mr. Hanson would instruct her in the rest of her duties. "I'm sure Mr. Hanson will speak to you about it soon." Mrs. Torgerson sounded anything but sure, but Morgan did not point that out. Shoving the handle down on her suitcase, Morgan picked it up and followed Mrs. Torgerson up the sweeping staircase, to the right, and down a long hall, passing closed doors on the left. On the right was a banister that overlooked the foyer and the large room-to-ceiling windows. "Does Mr. Hanson live here alone?" The house was bigger than most hotels she'd stayed at. "Mr. Torgerson and I live here too, although our rooms are downstairs. I suppose most people would call it a basement, but it's not. You're welcome to explore all you want, except..." She paused and turned. Mr. Hanson has his rooms on the west wing. She pointed behind them. He won't want you to disturb him unless he calls for you. I see. Morgan peered behind her down the hall toward the forbidden rooms. They were much more appealing now that she knew they were forbidden. Okay, honey, here are your rooms. Mrs. Torgerson opened the last door on the left, which led into a tastefully decorated sitting room. That door's the bathroom, and beyond is your bedroom. The room was done in shades of green with wood overtones. Several comfortable chairs faced a gas fireplace, and a shelf along the wall held books. Mrs. Torgerson pulled a small card out of her apron pocket. If you need me, here's my number. Call or text. I'd love to give you a tour, but I need to hurry along and get supper going. Morgan took the card. Thanks, she said, completely awed. She'd never been anywhere half as grand, and she'd been to some pretty swanky places. She couldn't wait to meet Ford Hanson. Ford stood at his bedroom window and watched Morgan park her car. He certainly hadn't expected the walking dumpling to come zipping up in an athletic muscle car. He'd not been able to reconcile the car in his lot with the picture of the dumpling with glasses before one slender ankle with a pointy low heel appeared under the open door. His brow raised as another foot, confirming his first impression of long and slender, appeared. Then the woman stood, lithe and svelte. She removed her dark shades as she stared at the house. He stepped back, one finger continuing to push the curtain aside, his good eye almost falling out of its socket, his brow landing with a splat on the ceiling somewhere. This woman could not be the walking dumpling. She stood behind the door of her car as she looked over the house for a good minute. Was she impressed with what she saw? He couldn't squelch the rogue thought. What did he care what she thought about his house? She stepped aside and closed her door. His eye pinged down her long legs encased in fitted gray pants and up her slim torso, which was wrapped in a classy dark pink sweater. A gray scarf draped casually around her neck. A gust of wind kicked up, blowing her long golden hair back. She tilted her face and lifted her chin, angling her head so it blew her hair behind her. No signs of shivering or cold, despite the temperature that hovered close to freezing. It would get a lot colder before winter was through. She handled the cold like a native. Because if she really was Dumpling Girl, she was a native. But this couldn't be Dumpling Girl. As this woman lifted her chin to the wind, facing it head-on, her angled jaw was clear, along with her high cheekbones and graceful neck. Ford's mind could no longer reject what his eye was clearly seeing. The woman was gorgeous. Anger seized his heart, heating his neck and thumping in his temple. Did Georgia do this to him on purpose? What had she done? Plucked this woman off a New York runway? This was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. How could he face her looking the way he did? How could he work with her perfection against all his defects? With graceful steps, she walked behind her muscle car, lifting one suitcase and a shoulder bag out of the trunk. Not much luggage for 3 weeks. Maybe she left the rest of it in the trunk. Although the trunk on that eye candy wasn't large. Ford, unable to move, unable to look away, watched as she walked with lithe steps up the walk. Her long, slender fingers were evident even from his position as she lifted the knocker and tapped on the door. Ford dropped the curtain and turned, his mind in turmoil. She needed to go. He needed to get rid of her. He couldn't stand being around someone so beautiful. He might have been able to match her in the looks department at one point in his life, but not now. And he hated that. Seeing that kind of beauty, being face to face with it every day, would only make his own deficiencies that much more apparent and glaring. Like he even needed the reminder. But Georgia would quit if Morgan quit. Georgia didn't bluff. If he'd have paid attention, if he'd have helped Georgia find her replacement, maybe he could have prevented this. It wasn't Georgia's fault, and it certainly wasn't Morgan's.
It wasn't right to punish her for his own stupidity. He limped over to his desk. No matter how hard he tried or how much therapy he'd never been able to get rid of his limp. It had been a hard lump to swallow from a man who'd been an elite athlete before his accident and whose brother had been a professional hockey player. He shoved those thoughts aside and tapped the keyboard to wake up his computer. He'd been working when the bell had chimed, letting him know someone was coming up the drive. The images from his security cameras popped up on screen. Easily finding the one of the foyer, he expanded it and watched as the woman stepped in. His breath froze in his lungs. Her beauty was even more striking up close. Mrs. Torgerson chatted away as the woman looked around. Ford held his breath as she climbed the stairs. He should have hurried out and offered to carry her suitcase, introduced himself, given her a tour of the house, and made her feel welcome. But he didn't do any of that, of course. Instead, he flipped the image to a new one, so he'd know exactly where Mrs. Torgerson was putting her. The opposite end of the house. Good. The farthest suite of rooms on the end. Even better. Georgia had said she'd quit if Morgan didn't stay, but Ford was pretty sure he could spend the next 3 weeks avoiding her. She chatted with Mrs. Torgerson for a few moments before she rolled her suitcase into the room and closed the door. Ford did have security cameras installed in her room, but he wasn't such a monster that he would actually use them. He didn't need to, anyway. He'd seen enough. Despite the abrasive emotions in his chest, he pulled out his phone. It was a prototype he'd designed himself. He pulled on the bottom, and it lengthened with no discernible cracks. It had taken him forever to figure that out. It could now be expanded up to 12 by 12 inches in any shape, including a circle. Now he needed to do it at a cost people could actually afford. Dialing Mrs. Torgerson's number, he held the phone to his ear. He wasn't going to be seeing Morgan, but he could make sure her stay was pleasant enough that quitting would never cross her mind. Morgan emptied her suitcase, put everything away, and still had an hour to kill before supper time. Mrs. Torgerson had said she could explore the house and grounds. Although it was too cold to be outside, there was plenty of house to check out. She glanced at the chairs in front of the fireplace before she walked out. It was tempting to sit there and read, but if she were going to do a good job at this, her first job after her modeling career blew up, she'd better scope out the house. Georgia had offered her a fantastic salary, but she'd said that her hours would not be regular and neither would her duties. Somewhere there was supposed to be a note. At some point, she should meet Mr. Hanson. Maybe she could find the note and the man. She didn't change her outfit, just in case she ran into him. She wanted to look professional, at least. She hadn't trained to be an administrative assistant. Her only qualification was that she could type and use the phone. Cracking her door and checking the hall, she wasn't sure why she felt like she needed to make sure the coast was clear before stepping out. She'd lifted a foot when she happened to look down. A small, white dog with several large brown spots stood looking up at her with one eye and one ear. The other eye seemed to be sewn over, and the other ear was completely gone. As he blinked his one brown, soulful eye at her, she noticed he was missing a front leg, too. On the same side as his missing eye and ear. Definitely a different-looking dog, but he also had the cutest little potbelly she'd ever seen. She bent down. "Nice to meet you, sir." Holding her hand out so he could sniff it, she waited until he seemed okay before running her hand over the small head and down the soft body. Some kind of terrier mix, if she had to guess. The little body wiggled closer, then rolled on the floor, 3 legs and an inch-long stub sticking straight up in the air. "You're a girl," Morgan said. "I think someone must have run over you." And someone paid a lot of money in vet bills to help her recover. The wounds didn't look especially fresh, but she wasn't even close to being an expert in dogs, or trauma for that matter, so she couldn't say for sure. She quit rubbing, and the dog immediately scrambled to her feet and pushed into her knee. "I can't pet you and explore my new temporary residence at the same time," Morgan murmured in a low tone.
The dog wagged her stub tail harder. "You can lead the tour." Morgan gave one last pat and stood. The dog wove in and around through her legs, uninterested in being the leader of anything. "Okay, so I'll lead my own tour. You can come along for moral support." The dog stood with her one front paw on Morgan's shoe, her sweet face tilted up, waiting. "You want me to carry you?" Morgan bent down and carefully scooped the dog up, holding her to her chest. The dog cuddled closer, rubbing into her sweater and scarf and finally giving a big sigh. "I could be a thief," she started off. "You really shouldn't be so trusting. Just because I'm pretty doesn't mean I'm good." She tried not to allow the thoughts of her last boyfriend to intrude. When she'd called him and told him she'd walked off the set and refused to wear a sheer shirt with no concealing undergarments, his first comment had been, "Why?" She'd let that slide, but it wasn't too long until she realized she'd been his meal ticket and that he'd been hoping to ride her coattails to a successful modeling career of his own. Man, how many times had she fallen for that over the years? Men who only wanted her because of her good looks and what they thought being with her might get them. She was so done with all of that. Full dark had settled outside, but she could see through the soaring windows that the drive was lit by lights on the ground. Dim lights in the hall overhead allowed her to see, and there also appeared to be a similar kind of light below. Nothing bright. There were still shadows, but she wouldn't trip over any bodies. She shivered. Not the best time to start thinking about bodies, and she suddenly wished Georgia could have stayed an extra day to help her get oriented. She walked down the hall, passing at least 5 doors on her right. Her curiosity at what was behind those doors was strong, but not strong enough to overshadow her upbringing, which said it was none of her business, even if Mrs. T said she could tour the house. The housekeeper had only said the west wing was off limits. Still, her aunt and uncle would be horrified if they saw her opening doors and peering in, and she wasn't so far removed from her childhood that the lessons had faded. Reaching the staircase, she paused and stared down the hall at the area that was off limits. She'd never been much of a rebel, and telling her it was off limits didn't exactly make her want to go there more, the way she knew it would be for some of her friends, using the word friends very loosely, since none of them had had much to say to her or wanted to have anything to do with her after she'd been blacklisted, too afraid the condition might be contagious. She'd turned, intending to go down the stairs, when the little dog came alive in her arms, struggling and squirming. Okay, you want down, I get it." She bent over, letting the little thing down carefully, cognizant of her handicap, which didn't seem to be a handicap at all as she grabbed her scarf, slipping it off her neck and tearing down the hall into the forbidden part of the house. Morgan gasped and tried to grab it, but she'd been so busy trying to be careful of the dog she'd not been able to react. She sure didn't act like she was handicapped. She got around as well as any other dog she'd ever seen. Nosing a door on the right open, she disappeared into the darkened interior. Now what? If the scarf had been just any scarf, she might have let it go. But Aunt Betsy had given it to her for Christmas the year she graduated from college and got her first modeling contract. It was expensive vicuna wool, far beyond Aunt Betsy's normal price range. Probably worth more than every item in Aunt Betsy's closet added together, brand new. Even if it weren't expensive, though, it was special because it had come from Aunt Betsy with all the love of a real mother. Straightening her shoulders and tucking her hair behind an ear, she marched forward, trying to give off an air of confidence, like she knew exactly where she was going and what she was doing. As if. She'd almost made it to the door where the dog had disappeared when she heard uneven thumps, like someone was running with a limp and what sounded like a deep growl, before the door slammed shut with a bang that echoed off the walls and seemed to shake the air around her. Morgan stopped short. Her heart drummed against her ribs. That was weird. She swallowed. After navigating the back rooms of some of the biggest fashion shows on Earth, there wasn't too much that could scare her. This wouldn't either. She stepped forward, knocking on the door with a firm tap, tap, tap. Her scarf was in there. There was nothing wrong with trying to get it back. 2 seconds later, a click sounded like someone inside was locking the door. She blinked at the closed door. Really? Whoever was in there had just locked her out? A faint whine reached her ears. The little dog, maybe. It stopped abruptly like someone had grabbed her nose. Morgan didn't bother to try the knob. It was pretty obvious whoever was in there didn't want to have to deal with her. Well, she would make sure that Mr. Hanson knew about this. She would also demand that her scarf be returned. Immediately. Checking her phone, she saw that she had 30 minutes until supper, which should give her just enough time to find the dining room, if she hurried. Ford still stood behind the door, shaking, quiet, his heart racing like the fuel booster on a rocket bound for Jupiter. He held his phone, watching as Morgan gave the door one last glance. At his feet, Lolly whined. Morgan froze and tilted her head. He grabbed Lolly's snout, cutting off the whine. To compensate, he picked her up and she snuggled against him. But it was a mistake on his part. The scent of jasmine, with hints of rose and some other fresh, husky scent, shimmered in the air. She'd been holding Lolly, and now Lolly smelled like her. Expensive. But it also smelled like happiness. Joy, even. He filled his lungs with it without even thinking about it, dragging the air through his nose and suddenly longing for the warmth and energy of the woman to touch to go with it. His lungs shook as he exhaled and drew in another, deeper breath. Addictive. It must be some kind of aphrodisiac. He blew out. He wouldn't be taken in by someone who was here after his money. Why else would she be wearing a scent designed to turn a man's brain to mush? Georgia wasn't wise in the ways of the world. Not like he was. He could spot a fraud from a mile away, or, in this case, from behind the closed door. The security camera footage on his phone showed her taking one last look at the door before marching away. Now he was wise to her. Or maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was someone else who had sent in a beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman they could find, and sprayed her with a scent that called to his deepest desires. Desires he had buried so deeply he hadn't thought anything could ever pull them out, and sent her here to infiltrate his home and find his secrets. After taking one last look at his phone to make sure she was really gone, he set Lolly down. She wove through his feet before stopping with her one front paw on his left foot. How she could tell that his other shoe held only a prosthesis, he didn't know, but without fail, she only stood on his left foot. His hand still shook and his heart hadn't settled down, probably due to the fact that he could still discern her scent. Other than the glow of his computer screen and his phone, the room was completely dark. Even if it were day, the room would only be dimly lit with the curtains he had on the windows. But his eye was used to it. Even so, the furniture was sparse and he didn't worry about bumping into anything. Except as he limped slowly toward the desk, not proud of himself for the way he'd just acted, his good foot stepped on something soft and squishy. He bent, using his phone screen as a light. Ah, yes, her scarf that Lolly had run away with. He bent, picking it up. Her scent filled the air again, stronger. And again he felt that pull on his heart, or deeper, in his soul, and the longing that made him want to howl at the moon, which was smoking ridiculous. He moved to toss the scarf aside, but he couldn't. She'd wanted it back, and bad enough to knock on a door that had been closed in her face and locked. Or maybe she was just worried about the dog. She'd been kind to the stray that was almost as ugly as he was. It had turned his heart over. He hadn't liked the feeling. She was already too beautiful. The 3 fingers of his right hand clenched in the material, and without a thought, he brought it up and pressed his face into the soft, fragrant material, breathing in, mindless. Chapter 3. One place setting sat on the massive, heavy-looking wood dining table when Morgan walked in. She'd found what looked like a sitting room, a library, and a formal living room with a massive grand piano, flanked by a bass fiddle and a polished trombone.
There was music on the piano, not that she could read it, and she wondered if Mr. Hanson played. There was also some type of room off the back of the house, but she decided to explore it after supper since she was already almost late. But her steps slowed to a slow crawl as she stared at the one setting. How had she gotten the idea that Mr. Hanson would eat with her? Not from Mrs. T. Had Georgia said anything? Morgan thought back, fairly certain Georgia said she'd be spending her days doing whatever Mr. Hanson needed, that she'd take her meals with him and keep his hours. When he was busy with a project, she would be free to do what she liked. There would be long stretches of free time and equally long stretches of intensive work. Maybe he was in the middle of a project. Her stomach let out a growl, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since breakfast with Aunt Betsy and Uncle Harry. It had been a sad affair, since she'd just gotten in from New York yesterday, 6 weeks to the day since she'd walked out of the New York fashion show. Enrique hadn't lied about her not working for anyone, and Caden, her boyfriend, hadn't taken long to show his stripes either. She'd managed to find a sublease for her apartment, and she'd come home. Georgia had called while she was between flights at O'Hare Airport, having found out from her aunt that Morgan was on her way home with no job. Small-town gossip travels faster than starlight. She shoved aside her disappointment at the fact that she was apparently eating alone and walked slowly into the room, which was dimly lit, as all of the house was. She'd finally realized that the dim lighting was all the lighting there was. The light switches were already on. Used to bright lights and cameras and being able to see, it was frustrating to be in shadow all of the time. Only 3 weeks. She didn't have to survive longer than that. As she moved closer to the table, she realized there was a lump next to the single-place setting. She hurried forward, hoping, then knowing, that it was her scarf. She breathed a sigh of happiness as she touched the soft wool before taking it and putting it back around her neck, using a more secure knot in case the dog showed up and wanted to be held again. Something fluttered to the floor. She bent down, squinting in the shadows under the table. A small piece of paper with a barely legible scrawl lay on the plush rug. She picked it up, trying to decipher the words. The dog's name is Lolly. There was no signature, and she studied the scrawled words, trying to reconcile the barely legible handwriting with the tall, handsome, and laughing college-aged boy she remembered from her childhood. As she did, a whiff of leather and spice with a subtle undertone of masculine strength reached her nose. The card? She lifted it to her nose, inhaling. Her heart bucked and kicked in her chest, and an odd sense of melancholy swirled and simmered through her chest. The hair on the back of her neck rose, and she looked around, almost sure there was another presence in the room with her. Nothing. She closed her eyes and inhaled again, deeper, as the same feelings, only stronger, took hold inside of her. The kitchen door opened. A shaft of light beamed across the room as Mrs. T entered with a tray of covered dishes. Morgan yanked the card from her nose and put her hand behind her back, like she'd been eating candy before dinner. She slipped into the chair with a plop, shoving the card under her butt. She'd never smelled that scent before, and she wanted to study it closer. Later, in the privacy of her room where she could close her eyes and smell to her heart's content. "How was your afternoon, honey?" Mrs. T asked as she bustled over to the table, kindly acting like she hadn't just seen Morgan with a note card stuck to her nose and her eyes closed like she was smelling a bouquet of roses. "It was good. I met Lolly." "Oh, she introduced herself then?" Mrs. T asked with a twinkle in her eye. "I guess," Morgan said with a weak laugh. "I'm not sure. There was a note on the table that said what her name was." Maybe she should feel bad prying for information like that, but her curiosity propelled her to open her mouth when she normally would have let it go. "Sounds like something Ford would do." Mrs. T lifted a small bowl off the tray. Leave a note or be considerate? Morgan wasn't sure and couldn't figure out how to ask. Instead, she said,
I saw the grand piano and the bass fiddle in the formal living room. Does Mr. Hanson play?"
The last bowl rattled as Mrs. T fumbled it onto the table. She straightened it carefully, seeming to be very concerned about getting it just so.
"No," she said at last. "Georgia plays the piano. Mr. Ford used to play the bass fiddle, but not so much anymore."
Her tone made Morgan glance at her lined and wrinkled face, trying to decipher what she wasn't saying. But her crystal blue eyes were free from any undertones of subtlety.
"Ford specifically requested this."
She lifted the lid on her filet mignon.
"And this."
Picking up another lid, she uncovered asparagus spears and scallops in a light sauce. Several more containers held a pear and baby green salad with some type of red dressing, dinner rolls, a plate of different kinds of cheese, and steamed peas in a cream sauce.
"This looks really amazing, but I'm never going to be able to eat it all." "I didn't figure you would, but Ford wanted to make sure you felt at home and didn't go hungry."
Mrs. T looked her up and down.
"You could stand to put a little weight on those skinny bones."
Morgan made her lips turn up, but she looked down at her plate. As a model, she was constantly dieting. She'd never done the binge and purge that some others had resorted to, but staying thin was necessary if she wanted to work. After she'd walked away, she thought she'd finally be able to eat like a normal person, but she found that the stress of not having any work was worse than the stress of working too much. Her appetite had disappeared along with her job. Too bad, since she could finally eat what she wanted. Mrs. T set a glass of ice water and a plate of lemon wedges beside her.
"This is good water from our deep well. The best water in the state, although my opinion might be a little biased."
Morgan looked over all the food.
"Thank you."
She shook her head at the abundance, unwilling to ask where the leftovers went. Her Norwegian roots wouldn't allow her to think of it going to waste. Mrs. T picked up her tray. Morgan set her hand on her arm. "Aren't you going to eat too?"
"Mr. T and I eat in the kitchen together."
"Oh." Morgan's gaze dropped back to the table. She hadn't been extremely close with her roommate, but they'd taken turns cooking or providing supper, which was dinner to New Yorkers. Of course, she'd eaten alone before, but for some reason, loneliness balled up in her chest. Maybe it was just all this fabulous food and no one to share it with. Maybe it was the splendor that surrounded her, or the vastness of the house in general. Whatever it was, she shoved it away as Mrs. T waddled back into the kitchen. She couldn't indulge in those feelings, or she'd be depressed or crazy before she knew it. One thing growing up in North Dakota had taught her was mental toughness. One needed it to survive the winter. Taking a last look at the food, she bowed her head and thanked the good Lord for the bounty before her. She whispered a special prayer for Ford, who must have been the one who slammed the door in her face, then locked it, but had also been kind enough to set her scarf on the table and leave her a note about the dog's name. Surely he was lonely in this big house, too. The next day went pretty much the same as the previous afternoon had. Ford Hanson was a no-show, and Morgan wandered the house, finally curling up in the cozy library and reading a book in front of the fireplace while a cold rain lashed the windows. The rain stopped and the sky cleared as the sun went down, again casting the whole house in a dim play of shadows and roomy trickles of light. Supper was a similar lavish feast, and Morgan ate alone. Again. Tempted to call Georgia, she talked herself out of it a half-dozen times. After all, she was going to get paid whether she ever saw Ford Hanson or not. At least, she hoped so. She didn't know Ford, but she did know Georgia. Not well, but good enough to be sure she wasn't going to get stiffed for her money. Even if she did, as long as she didn't get a bill for the expensive food she was eating, it wasn't a bad place to relax and take a vacation. It was almost 8 when she finished her second book of the day and rose, stretching. Lolly, who'd been missing all day, trotted in with her peculiar hop-trot gait.
"Where have you been all day, girl?" Morgan asked as the little dog stopped with one paw on her foot, her head tilted and seeming to say, "Pick me up already, why don't you?" "No scarf today, honey," Morgan said as she picked the little dog up and snuggled her against her chest. The scent from the card yesterday ambled past her nose, and she closed her eyes and buried her nose in the dog's soft white fur. The same stirring moved in her chest, and suddenly she remembered the door she'd seen at the back of the house the day before when it was almost supper time. She couldn't believe she'd forgotten about it up until that point, but something about the scent or the dog jogged her memory. "Come on, let's go check it out. It's not in the forbidden part of the house." She shoved her phone in her pocket. No scarf today, just jeans and a flowing navy shirt that made her eyes look deep blue. Not that there was anyone around to notice her eyes. She snorted. Moving silently through the big, open foyer, she walked past the doors that led to the formal living room and dining room, taking the left at the far end of the hall and again seeing the door about 10 feet down the hall to the right. She assumed the hall led to the kitchen. She hadn't checked that out either, but the door to the right had been the one that made her the most curious. She'd figured that she'd been at the back of the house. Unless it was some kind of back exit, she'd been wrong. Lolly wiggled in her arms, snuggling deeper, her little potbelly sticking out over Morgan's forearm, her nose tucked in her armpit. What a sweet dog. Morgan stroked her smooth fur, then reached out to open the door. The knob twisted easily in her hand, and the door slid open silently with only a little pressure. The entire ceiling and the upper half of 3 walls were solid glass. With the clear, dark North Dakota night, this would be a perfect room to lie down and look at the stars. The room was completely dark, except for the natural light from the night sky. She'd taken 4 steps in, trying to make out what the large blob was in the center of the room, before the air rang out with, "Get out of there!" The words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating around, slamming from wall to wall, blaring in her head, so loud she could feel the vibrations. Lolly jumped along with Morgan. Morgan almost dropped her in her haste to back out. "Close the door!" She grabbed the knob, slamming the door shut. Breathing hard, she leaned against the wall, her heart punching her lungs, and neither of those 2 organs working well, stumbling and starting and tripping over each other like they were trying to run away. Lolly twisted and stiffened, and Morgan set her down. She scrambled away in her lopsided gait, disappearing around the corner. Morgan hurried after her, taking the stairs 2 at a time and striding as fast as she could to her room. Ford put his head in his hands. What had he done? He deserved to be labeled a freak. That's exactly what he was. A coward and a freak. What kind of person acts like he had the last 2 days? Slamming a door in his guest's face before locking it and not answering her when she knocked? Then using his speaker system to scare the bejeebers out of her, and now she sat on her balcony in the almost freezing night air, her legs pulled up to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. Her shoulders weren't shaking, and he was pretty sure she wasn't crying, but still, he'd scared her, upset her. She might leave. Then Georgia would leave. As much as he didn't want Georgia to leave, he was more upset that he'd caused the beautiful woman to run and curl up, alone and sad. He stood up, closing his laptop and pacing to the door and back. He had to find a way to make it up to her. He'd served her the best food money could buy. He'd given her almost free run of his home. But he had to do more. What good he'd done wasn't enough to atone for his absence, which she didn't understand, plus his unkindness, which neither of them understood. He had to figure something out. He couldn't spend another 3.5 weeks like this, and he most certainly couldn't expect her to stay after being treated the way he'd been treating her. Something had to change. Chapter 4. Morgan pulled her legs tighter against her chest. The cold was starting to get to her, seeping up from where her butt sat on the wet cement.
She'd needed the steadying power of the fresh air and wide-open sky after the fright she'd gone through downstairs. Scared at first, now she was more angry than anything. If the jerk didn't want her in the room, it wouldn't be that hard to get a piece of paper and some duct tape and slap a note on the door. It was the duct tape that made her eyes water. She could hear Uncle Harry, plain as though he were standing right beside her, saying, "Ain't no problem the duct tape can't fix." She bit her lip, refusing to cry. She'd missed the farm and her aunt and uncle constantly while she was away working toward her dream, until the modeling career that she always wanted had become less important to her than the home she'd grown up in. Maybe it hadn't been that sheer shirt that had ended her career, but more of a subconscious decision on her part that she wanted to go back home. She'd lived the glamorous life. It was just as fake as margarine. She'd missed the couple that had raised her. Even if the town did think that Uncle Harry was odd, which, since the rest of the country considered North Dakotans odd, was really saying something. But everyone loved him. They just thought he was different, too. Morgan leaned her head back against the bricks. She should go in. She was freezing, and her room was probably in the 30s since she'd left the sliding glass door open. With the way things were happening around here, she didn't want to go out on her balcony, close the door, and have it lock behind her. They'd discover her frozen body next spring when the meter lady came out to check the meter. A sound came from her room. She tilted her head. Was that someone knocking on her door? She scrambled to her feet. It came again, definitely a knock. Wrapping her anger around her like a cloak, she stomped through the door, slamming it shut behind her. If it was Mr. Ford Hanson, he was going to get a piece of her mind. Maybe a few pieces. It had been a while since she'd been this angry. Her chest burned and her fingers flexed. She wouldn't mind shouting at him and maybe slamming her door in his face, too. That weasel. Hiding for 2 days, locking doors, yelling at her. People thought her Uncle Harry was a piece of work. He didn't even begin to compare to Ford Hanson. She yanked the door open. The hall was deserted. She looked left, even though hers was the last door, and right. Nothing. At her feet, something caught her eye and she looked down. A silver tray with a long-stemmed, blood-red rose and a pristine white note card lay on the floor. She hesitated, looking left and right again and rising to her toes to peer as far over the balcony as she could without leaving the barrier of her room. Nothing. Should she? She twisted her lips, thinking. She'd never been good at holding grudges, and she'd always been too curious for her own good. That was part of why she'd taken astronomy in college, knowing it wouldn't lead to a paying job without a lot of schooling. But ever since she'd been a little girl, she'd looked up at the sky and wondered how it got there, what was actually up there, and what it all looked like. Now, as she stared at the tray, she couldn't keep from wondering what the note said. An apology? Was it her pink slip tucked into a white envelope? Her paycheck? Probably not. Surely it crossed some kind of boss-employee boundary to lay a rose beside a paycheck. Plus, she'd only worked for a few days, and hadn't really done anything anyway. Finally, she couldn't stand the suspense and picked the tray up, taking it into her room and closing the door. She went to her bathroom, the only place she'd found in the whole house, aside from the kitchen, where the light was brighter than a dim glow. Who lived like that anyway? She flipped the light on with her elbow and set the tray on the sink, picking the rose up first and holding it to her nose. Oftentimes, tea roses didn't have much scent, but this one did. Sweet but not overpowering, it smelled like summer and wind and poetry, and just a hint of the undertones of the note card from yesterday. She closed her eyes and breathed in, her lungs filling. Her chest expanded with contentment and the scent that felt like a perfect compliment to her soul. An odd feeling, but a good one. She filled a small disposable cup with water and set the rose in it, leaning it against the wall and balancing it so that the stem was in water.
She'd have to find something better. Maybe make a trip to the kitchen. But that would wait. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the card. From anger? That had dissipated. Fear? No, she wasn't afraid. Excitement? Not exactly. She wasn't sure what emotions were tripping through her arteries with her speeding heart rate, and she wasn't sure why. She quit trying to figure it out and opened the flap, which was not sealed. A vase of flowers, slightly abstract, like it was a watercolor painting, graced the outside. Various shades of red and pink with some yellow and green stems stood out on a sparkling gold background. Heavy and thick, the card said quality. She opened it. A business card fell out. Embossed in thin gold and dark green trim, it had Ford Hansen's name, address, and phone number on it. IT consultant and innovator was after his name. She fingered the card carefully in one hand while she read the note. I'm a beast. I'm sorry. Meet me in the solarium tomorrow evening at 9, please. F. Same scratchy handwriting as the note on the table. Barely legible. She read it several more times. Apparently, she wasn't working all day tomorrow either. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and punched his number in as a new contact. It didn't say on the card whether it was a cell phone or not, but it couldn't hurt to try. Her thumbs flew over her phone. If you don't need me tomorrow, I'm going home to see my aunt and uncle. His answer came back almost immediately.
No.
Her neck tightened, but he was typing again, so she waited.
I'm working on a project. I'll need you when I'm done. Maybe tomorrow.
She dropped her phone and stared straight ahead, unseeing. She knew people like that. Designers and others. People who got so wrapped up in a project or their work that they lost all sense of time. Almost a manic-depressive personality. Her phone buzzed.
I've been a beast. I'm sorry. Will you forgive me if I try to do better?
Maybe she judged him too harshly, but it was easy to be nice on the phone. Her aunt and uncle would know more about him. She should have talked to them more before she came.
But she hadn't seen them for so long, and they'd had so much to say to each other, and they still had to get the ranch work done.
There just hadn't been time. She could call them now, but she checked her phone. Almost 10. Way too late to call them since they went to bed between 8 and 9. She would call them at 5 in the morning without a second thought, but it would take an emergency to call after 9 p.m. What should she say? Forgiven. That was easy. She didn't hold grudges, and everyone deserved a second chance.
Will you meet me tomorrow night?
He asked again. It felt odd, like a date instead of work. Although the astronomer in her really wanted to be in that room, she couldn't get her fingers to type yes. Aren't you working on a project?
Sometimes I forget to stop and take a break. If I have an appointment, I won't forget.
I came here to work. She typed back.
I'll give you your duties tomorrow at 9 in the solarium.
That gave her pause. Georgia had said odd hours and that her duties would vary widely, but it still felt slightly off, like duties meant more than administrative assistant work. Or maybe she'd been a model for so long she'd gotten too suspicious. She'd never gone to a casting call or into someone's office without her agent or a friend. But this was North Dakota, and if Ford Hansen had a reputation of assaulting the women who worked for him, her aunt and uncle would have known and told her so. She took a deep breath and typed, "Okay." Her phone was still, and she thought maybe their conversation was over for the night, but then he started typing. She relied on her gut more than one time over the years. It had been right most of the time. Tonight,
She was completely at peace with having just agreed to meet a total stranger, alone, in the back room of his house at 9 in the evening. Had she left her hard-earned street instincts back in NYC? Her stomach growled. Fabulous time to get hungry. Her phone buzzed, startling her.
Have your accommodations been acceptable?
She sat down on the edge of the tub, kicking her shoes off. Very nice. Thank you.
Has the food been decent?
More than decent. Amazing. Thank you.
Is there anything you need?
Her eyes landed on the rose on the sink. A vase for my rose. She almost asked for a snack, too, but she didn't want him to get Mrs. T up just to fix her something. She didn't know him well enough, yet, to know whether he was the type to do that or to fix it himself.
I'll make sure you get one.
How was he going to do that? Again, she hoped he didn't get Mrs. T up. She decided she wouldn't worry about it. I'm taking a shower. He didn't answer, so she set her phone down. Ford stopped pacing and stood in the middle of his room, his heart still knocking against his ribs. Why hadn't he thought of texting her? Georgia had her number. He could have gotten it pretty easily. Although Georgia would have asked him 1,000 questions about why he didn't just walk to wherever she was in the house and talk to her. Although, if anyone would understand how he felt and why he hadn't shown his face to her yet, it would be Georgia. But Georgia wouldn't give him much sympathy either, because they hadn't been brought up to cater to themselves or their weaknesses. He shoved his phone in his pocket and took the back exit out of his room, which was right across from the stairs that led directly to the kitchen. Morgan had seemed nice. She'd smiled when she saw the rose and tray. He'd taken that as a good sign. It had been tempting to watch her reaction as she opened his note, but that was the line he could never cross. In her suite, she had privacy. He hadn't expected her to text. It had been perfect. He couldn't have planned it better. Plus, she'd forgiven him and agreed to meet. He reached the kitchen and rooted around, finally finding a slim vase on a top shelf in the corner cupboard. The project he was working on really had been taking up a lot of time, but he missed Georgia's help. Morgan was obviously willing to do what she'd been hired for, but he wasn't showing his face to her, so he'd just have to get along without help. That included putting off the news outlets that were clamoring for interviews since news of his prototype had leaked out. They would just have to wait for Georgia to come back. On a whim, he grabbed a few crackers and some cheese along with a glass of ice water and put them on the tray with the vase. He also pulled another long-stemmed rose, this one a dark shade of pink, from the bouquet in the small cooler used solely for that purpose, to keep flowers fresh. Georgia loved making the beautiful bouquets, and he indulged her. Mrs. T always took the arrangements and placed them in the cooler at night so they would last longer. Georgia wasn't here, but they'd still gotten their weekly delivery of fresh flowers. Mrs. T wasn't as good as Georgia at arranging them, but her bouquet still looked pretty, even minus 2 roses. The water flowing through the pipes shut off. Morgan must be done with her shower. He laid the rose alongside the water, vase, crackers, and cheese, then he hurried upstairs, wanting to have the tray set down and be out of sight before she got to the door. A whine stopped him. Lolly hopped out of the living room, her potbelly so big it was almost dragging on the floor. After Georgia had found her by the road, barely alive, and taken her to the clinic — it was a people clinic, but they gamely stitched up the dog and finished amputating her leg — Georgia had brought her home. Ford had felt an immediate kinship with the dog and had been relieved when Georgia's best efforts to find the owners had not yielded fruit. It had been even more of a relief that the little thing had survived. "What's up, girl?" He balanced the tray in one hand, bent down and patted her with the other, scooping her up after she put her good foot on his. She burrowed into his chest, and he cradled her in his arm. A door closed, maybe Morgan's bathroom door, and panic shot through his chest.
He wasn't ready for her to see him. Her beauty had dazzled him every time he'd seen her on his security cameras the last 2 days, making his lack all the more glaring. He could hear her moving around her room, her footsteps coming closer. The ice cubes clanked in the glass as he set the tray down with a tap that seemed to echo in the quiet house. Her doorknob rattled. He straightened and moved quickly, opening and carefully closing behind him the door to the next bedroom, hoping he'd made it in time. He couldn't slam another door in her face, and it was too late to lock this one without being obvious. He didn't want her to see him, but he couldn't hurt her feelings in the process of getting away. He stood in the middle of the room, breathing hard. Lolly seemed oblivious as she slept against his chest. Seconds ticked by, turning into minutes. Finally, her door clicked. Soon after, his phone buzzed. "Thank you." He smiled, glad to have finally done something right. "Sleep well," he said. The next day passed, slow and, to be frank, boring. Morgan liked to read, but she'd finished 7 books in the last 3 days. She was ready to do something else. Mrs. T had shooed her out of the kitchen, not that she would have been much good in there anyway. She could put a good salad together with already peeled and sliced ingredients, and she could boil water. That was about it. She ate by herself, which she was slowly getting used to. Then she wandered around the house, too restless to settle with a book, looking forward to finally finding out what she was expected to do to earn her paycheck. Finally, at 5 till 9, she stood in front of the door to the solarium. Should she knock? After deliberating for a full minute, she reached for the handle and turned, pushing the door open. It was just as dark as before. Thankfully, the sky was clear again tonight, and the stars shone brightly. There was no moon, which made them seem even more brilliant. She walked slowly into the room, closing the door behind her. Her hand trembled, and she looked up at the stars to calm herself. "Last week, we had an impressive display of the aurora borealis." His voice came from the shadows to her right. She took a shaky breath as her heart stuttered. He hadn't scared her so much, but his voice was dark and deep and evoked the same feelings that his scent did. The scent that was still shimmering in the air last night when she opened her door to a tray of crackers and cheese, along with another rose, ice water, plus the vase she'd asked for. "I've been living in New York City a few years. You don't see the northern lights there." The husky note in her voice was new. She cleared her throat. "My degree is in astronomy. This room is like a dream come true." She could hear his breath. "I didn't know. You're welcome in here any time." "I didn't get that impression the other night." She stared in the corner at the darkness where his voice came from. "I'm sorry." His voice pulled at something in her chest. He sounded sincere. "No, I'm sorry. You apologized. I forgave you. I shouldn't have brought it up again." "I was rude, and I have no excuse. I'd like to start over if we can." "We haven't really had much of a start. Thank you for the crackers and water." "I owed you." "Okay. And now we're starting over." She moved closer to his voice. He shifted, like her increased proximity made him nervous. She took 2 more steps and held her hand out. "I'm Morgan Nelson, and I'm pleased to meet you." Long seconds passed. Silence fell so completely in the room, she could hear the blood tumbling through her arteries. Her hand grew heavy, and she was just about to awkwardly drop it back to her side when the shadow in front of her shifted and moved. Tall. Taller than her 6 feet and an inch. She could wear her highest heels and maybe look him in the eye. But she wore her favorite tennis shoes with jeans and an old college sweatshirt. And she looked up, searching for even a glow of his eyes. Nothing. He wore an oversized hooded sweatshirt, his face too far back and the night darkness too thick for her to make out any features. He shifted again, the loose material falling back and revealing his hand. Just before it grasped hers, she could see it was oddly shaped. He was missing fingers. Her eyes widened, and she sifted through her memories. The fingers he had left were long and narrow, supple as his hand touched hers. An odd, prickly current seemed to rip through his hand to hers. She tried to ignore it, focusing on the strength of his grip. His hand was strong, but the skin smooth, as befitted a man who earned his living sitting behind a computer. Again, she searched for his eyes, but the hood hid every feature. "You were in a farming accident." It was a question more than a statement. She'd been away at college and working every spare moment toward her modeling dream. Her aunt and uncle had relayed the small-town gossip, but she'd not paid much attention, too focused on herself. "Yes." She wondered if his fingers were the only thing he'd lost, but couldn't think of a way to ask that wouldn't seem rude. It made sense, though, that they weren't, which, of course, could explain why she hadn't yet seen him. He was embarrassed. No wonder her Google search had not turned up any pictures of Ford Hansen. "You got caught in a grain auger." He didn't answer. She had the distinct sense that she'd overstepped. She realized he still held her hand. Or was it her holding his? She loosened the fingers she hadn't realized had flexed around his. "I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you. People have told me I have a man's grip." And a man's height. And her feet and hands were bigger than most men's. She suspected, based on the length of Ford's fingers, that his hands and feet would be larger than hers. He already made her feel feminine and almost petite with his height. A nice feeling. "It didn't hurt." His voice was rougher and deeper than it had been. If only she could see his face. She felt compelled to move forward, but refrained. He obviously didn't want to be seen. It was a bit more chilly in here than the rest of the house, but a large sweatshirt, especially with the hood pulled up, was unnecessary. She'd wondered about the dimness of the house. If he were scarred from the accident, maybe that was why. She needed to call her aunt. Tomorrow. "Have you been comfortable?" he finally asked, breaking the silence that had descended. It hadn't been an awkward silence, maybe because of the darkness. "Yes, except I was hired to be an administrative assistant, helping you with various tasks, as Georgia put it. It makes me feel wrong to sit around reading and doing nothing." He shifted. His hood turned slightly like he was looking out and up at the stars. "Maybe you can help me here." She looked around. "Sure. I'd probably need a light, though, unless I can just take notes on my phone." "No, not like that." Her hand stilled as it pulled her phone out of her back pocket. Her stomach clenched a little. Surely he didn't mean... "You said your degree is in astronomy?" "Yes." Maybe her relief was evident in her voice. "What did you think I was going to ask you to do?" "I don't know," she said quickly. The silence was awkward. "It's dark," he pointed out slowly. "And we're alone," he said just as slow. "If that makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to stay here." He said it easily, gently, like he thought she might have been dealing with memories that were hurtful. "No, I'm fine. If you touch me inappropriately, I'll shoot you." "Being that you're a North Dakota girl, I'll take that more like a promise than a threat." Despite his words, his voice held a touch of humor. She smiled, glad they understood each other. She'd met slimy jerks in NYC who thought she was kidding and would give her a condescending smile after she uttered that line. "That's a smart decision. I never aimed to kill." He snorted. It was almost a laugh. "I suppose the lightweight bulletproof vest I've been working on would be useless in a confrontation with you." "You suppose correctly, sir." His humor and the way he obviously got her eased any lingering concerns in her mind. He grunted. Again, it was almost a laugh. She would tease one out of him yet. Georgia had said he worked with computers. That's not what I was told your line of work was.
It's not. I dabble in a bunch of different things.
There was a smile in his voice. It made her bold. You know, I'm not afraid to see you. Again, she could feel him draw away, even though his body did not move.
It wasn't your delicate sensibilities I was concerned about.
His voice was flat. He pivoted.
My thought was that you could teach me some of what you know.
He spread his hand, indicating the sky above them.
I'm just an amateur, but you can't go outside at night and see that incredible magnificence and not be curious.
Yes, I agree. I suppose that's why I got that degree. That had been pretty much worthless ever since.
There's a lot of math and science involved.
She hadn't figured him for that kind of man, and her neck heated. There is. Just because I'm blonde and have legs and boobs doesn't mean I can't do math and science. Even love them.
I hadn't noticed. Thanks for pointing it out.
That I can do math and science?
No, that you have legs.
She noticed he didn't touch the boobs comment. Probably just as well. She shouldn't have said it.
Didn't you used to wear glasses?
He asked in what sounded like an offhand way. Yes. She could hardly believe someone like him would remember her. I did. And you used to laugh. He jerked. It was a small movement, but she caught it.
I still laugh.
He sounded defensive. The silence stretched between them. Maybe he was trying to think of the last time he laughed. Or maybe her wild stab in the dark was completely wrong. She figured she'd better change the subject and looked up at the sky, at the huge inky expanse dotted with millions of pinpricks of light. The one thing that struck me in my study of astronomy is the enormity of the odds, according to the laws and constants of physics, of any planet being able to sustain life. The precise location, age, density, position, composition, mass, and orbit of the sun, it all has to be exact. How does something like that just happen? She put her hand out, as though in supplication for the answer, as she slowly turned in a circle, her eyes directed at the ceiling.
Just a big bang, he said.
She could hear the sarcasm. The universe is put together with more precision than the most intricately tuned clock. She lowered her head and looked straight at him. Clocks aren't made by explosions. You can't name a single thing that was put together by an explosion, let alone something that is precisely timed as our solar system and the multitude of solar systems out there that are whirring through space together. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and held it up. The universe is so much bigger than this, obviously. She shook her phone. Yet its parts work with more precision and accuracy, and they'll be working long after this is trash. She shoved it back in her pocket. With no discernible energy source, the phone has to be plugged in every night.
I see. You think this?
His hand swept out and around, indicating all the stars they could see. She noticed he used his left hand.
Has an energy source.
I think it was designed and built and is maintained. Man has made nothing that runs with the precision of the universe. No machine, no clock, no computer, no vehicle. Nothing. Yet none of those things I just named were created by explosions. They're all designed and built to exact specs.
So you deviate from the current accepted theory of the origins of the universe. Why do people believe it then?
His voice held true curiosity. She could hardly believe that she'd found someone here in the middle of North Dakota who would enjoy talking about astronomy with her. I don't think normal people know. People don't realize that the sustainability of life on this planet hinges on intricately choreographed chemical and geological processes that must work together with extraordinary efficiency. She took a breath. This is where she was laughed out of college. The balance isn't an accident, and there's no possible way it happened with an explosion. He seemed pensive.
I would ask about scientists, why they still believe, but I'd hazard a guess that going against the status quo earns more ridicule than money, and money drives the machine.
His statement seemed sincere and came from a business perspective, which made sense, considering all signs pointed to the fact he was a wealthy business owner. His family owned a ranch. His money hadn't come from that. Still, it was almost unbelievable she had found someone who was interested in the same things as she was, and who might possibly be willing to continue to converse with someone who didn't accept what didn't make sense. She crossed her arms over her chest. Exactly. It's what I found in school.
They're called theories, but they're taught as fact.
Clasping her hands behind her back, she paced forward a bit and stared up at the sky she loved. Scientists know that there's more that we don't know than we do, but you never hear them say it. They can't appear as anything less than knowledgeable and competent, or the money doesn't flow.
You're passionate about it.
I love space. I love learning about it. I love talking about it. I love looking at it. She stopped, admiring the night sky, made all the more beautiful because of the little she'd scratched the surface of its secrets.
What are you doing here as my fill-in administrative assistant then? Shouldn't you have a telescope and a scientific calculator and a corner office in some university?
He sounded baffled. Her answer was easy. No, that's not even something I'm interested in.
You're suited for it.
She shrugged, not caring that he might not be able to see her in the dim light.
Where were you working before you came here?
He asked, bewilderment coloring his tone. Obviously, Georgia had not shared her application with him. Somehow, that didn't surprise her. For some reason, she was reluctant to tell him that she'd been a model. Not that she was ashamed, exactly, but more because he was actually listening to her talk and seemed interested, maybe even impressed. Modeling was an extremely difficult profession, and she didn't want to downplay that. But the end was all about her looks. If she'd been born with a different face, if she hadn't rigidly stuck to her near-starvation diet, if she'd been 4 feet 10 inches tall instead of 6'1", it was true chance to win the gene lottery, then combined with a lot of hard work. Work that would have gotten her nowhere without all of the other things coming into play.
That was supposed to be an easy question.
The threat of a smile was back in his voice. She laughed and supposed it didn't matter. I was in New York City working as a model. Silence slammed into the room like gravity had yanked it down from 100-foot drop-off. He turned until his back was to her.
There's a recliner in the middle of the room. You're welcome to sit there all you want. I've slept on it before. It's beautiful to lie there and look up at the stars. And when the northern lights are putting on a show, I wish I could sleep with my eyes open.
His words were kind, but the warmth was gone from his tone. She thought they'd been getting along pretty well, even maybe liking each other. But he had closed off again. Did he hate models? He continued in the same clinical tone.
I'm not going to stay. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable, like I was having you lie down in a dark room so I could take advantage of you.
A sound like a snort followed that declaration. She thought of the proverbial casting couch. She'd never touched one. I don't think that, she said quickly, not sure what had caused the abrupt change in him.
Well, that doesn't happen here. Worth is based on job performance, not your looks.
He spun toward the door. I had assumed that was the case. She crossed her arms over her chest. He stopped abruptly.
Then I just confirmed that you were correct.
And I just confirmed that you don't have to leave. He turned back toward her.
How so?
Because I knew I didn't have to lie on the recliner and allow you to take advantage of me in order to keep my job. However, you have yet to tell me what my job entails. She moved toward the black shadow in the middle of the room. It seemed like there was nothing else in the room aside from that one piece of furniture. She plopped down onto it and pushed back. The footrest popped out and she leaned her head back.
"This is amazing," she said with more than a little awe in her voice. "Like lying out in your backyard in the comfort of your living room." He moved, making a soft, swishing sound. He stopped somewhere behind her because his voice came out of the darkness beyond her left shoulder.
"That was the goal. Here in our climate, I didn't study the winter sky much." He grunted. "Sometimes even the spring and fall sky too, because it's too cold. This room changed that."
Surprisingly, not being able to see him while being in such a vulnerable position did not make her nervous. There was an ease and familiarity between them, at least for her, and her natural instinct was to trust.
Georgia greeted visitors, any repairmen, and answered the phone. She handled my schedule and was the face of my company for interviews, presentations, and anything that required a talking head. Because yes, my features are not conducive to encouraging people to part with their money and invest in my company and buy my prototypes, which is the underlying purpose of any interaction with the public.
She closed her eyes, his voice vibrating the air around her in a soothing way, despite the fact that the edge of humor had completely disappeared.
Her office is the first door on the left at the top of the stairs. He paused. If she didn't have you sign a non-disclosure agreement, I want that done. I'll make sure her office is unlocked and ready for you by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, she said softly. His businesslike tone was completely appropriate, but she missed the warmth of their earlier interactions.
You have my number. I have my phone day and night.
Okay.
If I need you, I know how to get a hold of you. Please be assured that I will not hesitate to give you work when I need something done. In addition, enjoy your leisure time. I'm working on something, and if it comes through before Georgia gets back, I may need you. Are you comfortable in front of a camera?
Yes, she said confidently.
Maybe I should have said, are you comfortable speaking in front of a camera?
She tried not to take offense. Some of the women she'd worked with barely spoke English, and she'd been at shoots in France and Italy where she hadn't understood the language being spoken. Communication was not key in modeling. As long as the interview is in English, I can muddle through. It wasn't a very professional comment, but nothing about this job had been very professional so far.
Good night, Miss Nelson. It is Miss, is it not? He asked.
Yes. She opened her eyes and stared at the sky above her. The man was complicated, intelligent, difficult, unkind even. But his depths intrigued her. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been this curious about a man, when she'd wanted to strip his layers off and figure out what made him work. She stared at Polaris. Good night, Mr. Hanson.
Call me Ford.
There was an uneven set of thumps, like he was limping. Then the door clicked closed.
Chapter 5. It was barely 7:30 the next morning when Ford's alert system sent a notification to his phone that someone was coming down the driveway. He didn't need to make the picture bigger to recognize the old beater truck of his best friend, Sawyer Olson. 5 seconds later, a text came from Morgan.
There's someone coming. Are you home if they want to see you?
She was on it. He was impressed. Just as he'd been impressed last night. He was an amateur astronomer, but he did consider himself a little knowledgeable. He knew enough to know there were oceans of things he didn't know, and more that he would probably never understand. It's Sawyer Olson, he sent back. She might know him or at least know of him. Send him up to my office. He knows the way.
He hesitated, then sent another message.
Have Mrs. T bring up a tray with something substantial. More than a year ago, Sawyer had sunk his life savings into buying a ranch just northeast of the town of Sweetwater. There had been no habitable buildings, and last winter had been one of the coldest and snowiest on record. But Sawyer had been determined to stick it out on the ranch, caring for his small herd of cattle.
As far as Ford knew, he hadn't lost a single cow. But Sawyer barely survived, emerging last spring looking like an escapee from a concentration camp. Sawyer had worked himself to the bone this summer, fixing the barn to have shelter for his young calves and making hay for his cows. Ford had tried to give him money, but Sawyer was proud and stubborn, a typical combination in Norwegian males, and not an easy one to work with. When Sawyer visited, about once every 2 weeks or so, Ford tried to feed him as well as he could. Setting aside the proposal he'd been working on, plus the prototypes for the seamless expanding phone he'd been sketching using a cheaper version of the expensive materials that his own phone was made of, he tidied up his desk. A folded piece of paper caught his eye. The letter from Mr. Edwards. He didn't need to open it to know what it said, but he did anyway, flattening it down and pressing the creases. Mr. Edwards, who used to be the owner of the Sweetwater Ranch before his death last year, had willed him $1 billion with just a few small catches. And one big catch. He had to get married in the next 6 months. Ford had already consulted his lawyer, and the thing wouldn't hold water, not in a court of law. But although he'd not known Mr. Edwards well, he respected him as a fellow rancher and North Dakotan. He wouldn't disrespect him in death by thumbing his nose at the man's last request. If Mr. Edwards wanted to put stipulations on anyone inheriting his money, Ford wasn't going to go to a lawyer to get them overturned. He'd respect Mr. Edwards' wishes. He'd do without the money because he wasn't getting married. It wasn't that Ford needed the money to live on, but it would have come in handy because it would have meant he could invest in his own business, rather than putting together the proposals he had and going around to look for a buyer. Having Georgia schedule meetings with them, promising future profits in exchange for current cash. He had the security cameras up on his laptop that was on his desk, and he could see that Morgan had opened the door for Sawyer. They stood for a moment in the foyer talking. Then Sawyer walked toward the stairs, and Morgan turned away toward the library. His eye watched her until she walked off the camera. His hand hovered over the computer, wanting to switch the screen and pull up the library. He fisted his fingers. Her beauty was compelling, no doubt. But last night had made him even more curious about the actual woman. She'd been nice. She hadn't been scared of him, even when he'd gotten prickly when she brought up his weakness. Her height matched his. Her interests matched his. Her intelligence probably exceeded his. He'd wanted to spend more time with her. But that was foolish. She was beautiful, and he was not. He didn't want to get close to her, only to have her be repelled when she saw him. She thought she wouldn't be repelled, but he'd been in his body long enough that he knew she'd be nice, but repulsed nonetheless. A light tapping on the door broke into his thoughts. It opened before he could say anything. Sawyer was the only person in the world who felt comfortable enough with him to just walk into his office. They'd been best friends since they'd been babies in the church nursery together, inseparable through everything. Even when he went to college and Sawyer stayed home, they'd not lost touch. Theirs was the kind of friendship where it didn't matter how long since they'd seen each other, they picked right up where they'd left off. Sawyer had been there the day of his accident. He'd been the one to shut the PTO off and save his life. He'd driven with one hand on the wheel, one hand pressing on the artery on Ford's inside thigh to keep Ford from bleeding out on the way to the hospital. The last time Ford had ridden in Sawyer's truck, there were still bloodstains on the front seat. "You look like you're contemplating murder. I'm not helping you with that. Gotta draw the line somewhere." Sawyer's voice cut through his reverie. "Isn't it about time you took your old beater to the junkyard?" Someone else might have been offended, but Sawyer laughed. "I can't afford to. Think they charge you $50 or something. Might as well keep it." They walked over to the two recliners that sat in front of the large, east-facing window. The brilliance of the sunrise had faded not long ago, but he pulled the curtains to allow the light in and sat down. Sawyer and Georgia were the two people in the world he felt completely comfortable with despite the disfiguration of his face and body. His brother, Ty, and his mother were the other two that he might appear in front of, but he didn't particularly care to do so. Looking at his brother was too much like looking at what he used to be. His mother, his pain was reflected in her eyes. He couldn't stand the magnification.
I'd buy you a truck. I'm not taking a truck from you. I feel like we've had this conversation about 100 times. And I win every time. Gifts aren't charity.
Where's Georgia? Ford barked out a laugh.
Talk about a subject change.
Not arguing with you. You know I'm right. You're not interested in making it on someone else's coattails. Same for me. I want to make it on my own. You're the exact same way. Ford propped his good leg up on his prosthesis.
It doesn't hurt to accept a gift. And Georgia went to Europe. She talked about her trip the last time you were here.
Sawyer linked his hands behind his head and leaned back in his recliner. I know. I didn't forget. I just wanted to change the subject. Because there are gifts and then there's charity. Buying a truck for someone is charity.
I owe you.
He hadn't always felt that way. Sometimes, especially in the early days after his accident, particularly when Shauna had stood in the hospital and dumped him, he'd wished that Sawyer had left him to die. He knew that wasn't the correct way to think, and he'd worked hard to make sure he didn't get swallowed by the blackness of depression. It would have been easy to allow to happen.
Stuff it.
Sawyer hated it when Ford talked like that. He always insisted their positions could have been reversed, and Ford would have done the same thing for him. It had been true.
Georgia seems to be having a great time,
Ford said, thinking about her Facebook posts. He'd not talked to her much. A subject change was fine. There was no point in hashing out the past.
That's good. I can't believe she went by herself.
Sawyer looked out the window across the golden brown fields.
According to her Facebook posts, she's not been alone.
Sawyer's head jerked around and his arms came down.
Huh?
Ford shrugged.
She's got some tough-looking dude in the last picture.
Sawyer's fingers tightened on the armrest.
I guess the girl's grown up to do whatever she wants. Yeah, I didn't want her to go, but she insisted. As cozy as she looked with that guy, I'd be surprised if she comes home.
The veins in Sawyer's neck popped out. Ford smothered a grin. Sawyer had always treated Georgia like his own kid sister, and he had a protective streak as wide as the prairie. Not too much ruffled Sawyer, so it was Ford's duty as his friend to poke him about this. Sawyer still gripped his armrests, but he affected an air of relaxation.
You do know that the woman you have working downstairs is a cover model?
Huh? A bucket of ice water couldn't have shocked him more. Sawyer pulled his old, scratched-up phone out of his pocket and started scrolling on it. A few minutes of silence passed. She'd said she was a model. Dread balled up in Ford's chest. Morgan was beautiful, of course, but he didn't want her to be someone the whole world coveted. Not that he'd ever have or want a chance with her anyway, but for her to be famously beautiful was much different than her just being beautiful. Sawyer's thumbs stilled. He looked at his phone for a moment before turning it around and handing it over to Ford. Morgan stared out at him, pouting red lips, dark, seductive eyes, shiny hair that fell in waves around her bare shoulders. She wore some kind of flowing sundress that fit her around the waist and stopped a few inches above her knees. The high, pointed-heel sandals she wore made her legs look better than sun on dew.
A man could spend a lifetime looking at that.
Sawyer's offhand comment caused Ford's chest to itch on the inside. But he just handed the phone back, knowing that tonight, when he couldn't sleep, he'd be browsing the internet for pictures of Morgan. He felt the bitterness bubble up inside of him.
Same way someone could spend a lifetime avoiding looking at me.
Sawyer leaned forward to shove his phone back in his pocket, but he stopped at Ford's words.
Women are a little different than men.
That's crap.
Women are more concerned about looks than men are.
2 lines appeared in Sawyer's forehead between his eyes. If you find the right one,
I don't want to have to find a woman who lives on a higher plane in order for her to be able to stand to look at me every day. I gross myself out.
Sawyer opened his mouth, but Ford spoke again.
I'm not interested in finding anyone anyway. My business takes up all of my time.
I guess I can't argue with you there. I want to say that you don't need looks, that the right woman won't care. But I would never ask a woman to come live with me without money.
Money and looks aren't supposed to matter, but they do.
Ford didn't think he allowed any bitterness to creep into his tone. He was bitter, rightfully so, he felt, but the facts of life were just what they were. A tap on the door announced that Mrs. T had arrived with their food. Sawyer got up, like he always did, to answer it, and Ford didn't move. If Ford argued with him, saying he might be crippled but could still serve his guest food, Sawyer would just laugh and say, I want my food hot and today, not cold and next week. They'd been through it 100 times. Hey, Morgan, this looks great. Sawyer's words caused the blood to freeze in Ford's veins. He didn't have his hood, and the curtain was open. It smells fabulous, too. Her voice drifted over, heating his frozen blood. But panic stirred in his chest. I'd invite you in to share it with us, but we have some personal things to discuss. Of course, I wasn't hinting. She sounded flustered. Ford couldn't smile through the anxiety in his chest, although he knew Sawyer would protect him. He kept his face turned away from the door and didn't move. I know you weren't. I appreciate you bringing this up. Thanks. It's my job. Actually, I think it's Mrs. T's job. Sawyer's voice was easy and relaxed, the way it almost always was. Ford didn't need to be jealous, but his chest tightened anyway. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what my job is. Ford hasn't told you? Sawyer sounded surprised. Of course. Who hired someone and didn't tell them what their job was? Just general things. And Georgia left a list that I've been going over. One of the things she says is that I help Mrs. T. I see. Ford couldn't stay silent any longer.
I'll be discussing that with her later today. Now, get in here and shut the door. I have a business to run.
His voice was more gruff than it needed to be. Okay, it was downright rude. But as much as he loved his best friend, he couldn't stand to listen to him chat with Morgan. Not because they were saying anything that was remotely suggestive, but more because it was so normal. 2 beautiful people having a regular conversation. He wasn't looking over, but Morgan and Sawyer would look good together. Sawyer was almost as tall as he, and Sawyer's dark tan and broad shoulders would look good next to Morgan's porcelain complexion and slender height. Their good looks would complement each other. They'd make a striking couple. Okay, he was jealous. He'd never be a beautiful person, and he wouldn't look good standing next to anyone. But standing next to Morgan, he'd look especially bad compared to her vibrant beauty. The door clicked and Sawyer walked over. The food did smell amazing. Mrs. T was good at her job, but Ford had lost his appetite. Sawyer, as attuned to his moods as anyone, still chuckled as he walked back across the room. You really ought to tell the poor girl what her job entails.
I'm going to. I've just been busy.
Immediately, Sawyer's expression became serious. Any luck with buyers on your prototype?
No, still working on the proposal.
He picked up an egg sandwich. Not because he was hungry, but because Sawyer would figure out he ordered the food solely for him if he didn't eat.
There's no big rush until Georgia comes back.
Thought you said you wouldn't be surprised if she didn't come back. Sawyer's voice sounded a little strangled.
I was mostly kidding.
You should use Morgan for publicity. He turned his face and studied Sawyer, who bit off and chewed a big mouthful of sandwich.
I'm not using her.
You're paying her. It's not taking advantage of her in a bad way. It's leveraging the assets of your company in such a way as to turn the biggest profits. Or, in this case, the immediate goal is convincing the right buyer to part with their money. A lot of their money. Something tells me Morgan could be lethal.
It took me years to train Georgia.
He gave a short laugh.
We learned together, actually. Neither of us knew what the heck we were doing.
Georgia had never been out of North Dakota. Morgan, on the other hand, has been all over. Sawyer took another bite and chewed thoughtfully. It wasn't hard to walk down a runway.
But she never had to talk.
She didn't seem to have a problem just now.
You need to know the right things to say.
So practice with her. Ford ground his back teeth together. Sawyer swallowed the last of his sandwich.
Listen, man.
He picked up another one. I know you think your looks are scary and repulsive, and to some extent they are. Not gonna lie. Ford appreciated his honesty. If he'd said anything else, Ford would have known he was trying to placate him. But I don't see your imperfections when I look at you. Georgia doesn't either. He added the last like he'd just thought of it.
So what are you trying to get me to do?
I don't know. Sawyer shrugged. I'm just a rancher. I don't know jack about how the business world works.
Helpful.
Yeah. Sawyer waved his hand around while he finished chewing. He swallowed. Aren't there charity events that you're invited to? Museum openings? Crap like that? Dig out your eye patch, find a suit, and take her to one. He crossed his arms over his chest.
That'll be real fun for her, to be on the arm of the ugliest man in the room.
Get over yourself. And it doesn't matter if it's fun. It's not a date. It's her job. Plus, the more contrast there is between you, the more people are going to wonder what exactly she sees in you. They'll think there must be something really great there for you to have this big supermodel on your arm. Ford rolled his eye.
People are just going to think I have a lot of money.
Well, that's perfect. Investors are much more willing to give it up for people who already have money. Doesn't make sense, since the people who have money aren't the ones who need it, but it's a fact. Sawyer eyed the last of the 5 sandwiches. Ford held his half-eaten sandwich, his first.
So, you want me to use Morgan's looks to make myself look better and attract investors that way?
You'll attract their attention and curiosity with Morgan. You'll attract their money with your brilliance. Morgan was brilliant in her own right. Ford didn't even bother to say that, since it would only give Sawyer more ammunition. He twisted the food in his hand.
Go ahead and eat that last sandwich. I like mine with a little more salsa on them.
I'd never heard of salsa on egg sandwiches, but it isn't bad. Sawyer reached out and took the last sandwich. Ford made a note to tell Mrs. T to make 6 sandwiches next time. They talked about the weather and crops for almost an hour before Sawyer said it was time for him to go.
I know it's not on your way, but Mrs. T has a load of groceries for Elaine. You mind dropping them off?
I've been doing it for the last 2 years every time I leave. You can quit asking me if I mind. I just assume I'm going to do it. Ford stood with Sawyer, trying to get rid of the throbbing in the toe he no longer had. Stupid phantom pain, anyway.
Has it been 2 years? Guess you two are never going to get together.
Me and Elaine? Sawyer guffawed. She sure needs a man. His smile faded. And I could use a woman. Can't say I haven't considered it, not because I love her or anything, but just because it would solve a bunch of problems. But I think we're both too stubborn.
I can see that. She's got her ranch. She's holding her ground and won't give in. You, too.
It wouldn't be too bad if we were closer, but her spread is 2 hours from mine.
Forget about the load of groceries, then.
Sawyer picked his hat up from the desk where he'd thrown it and slapped it against his leg. You mean to tell me I've been driving 2 hours out of my way every time I left here for the last 2 years because you've been making a fumbling attempt at matchmaking? His voice rose 2 octaves on that last word.
I just want to see you happy.
Sawyer's brows rose to the middle of his forehead. "Elaine and I get together, and one of us is going to be dead. More than likely, it'd be me. I suppose you could have the mortician paint a smile on my face before they toss me in the ground."
Ford put his hands in his pockets and said casually, "Cremation's cheaper."
"Guess I don't need the mortician then. Just make sure I'm really dead first." "I'm thinking if Elaine does the job, there won't be any doubts about your deadness."
They shared a grin. Her life circumstances had made her tough. She'd risen to the challenge.
"I'll agree with that, although she might enjoy torture."
He shoved his hat on his head.
"She needs a man, but it ain't gonna be me."
"That's too bad. I remember Elaine from when our schools played sports. She was sweet and cute. A little shy."
"Yeah, I remember her too. That dirtbag she married did a number on her. Then he trucked out of the state with her little sister in the passenger seat and left Elaine with 3 kids and one on the way. That'll grow you."
All humor had disappeared from Sawyer's face. Ford wasn't smiling anymore either.
"It will. But the fact of the matter is they're starving out there."
"One starving person plus one starving person doesn't equal anything but 2 starving adults and 4 starving kids."
He grinned.
"I'll take the groceries, but you'll have to find someone else to be the man of that house."
Ford eyed Sawyer.
"You should consider finding a girl."
"I think there's a saying about a pot and a kettle."
"As soon as I have a face that a woman might not mind waking up to, I'm going to get right on that. You, on the other hand,
am dirt poor and have nothing to offer her," Sawyer said easily.
"At least you know she's not marrying you for your money."
Again, Ford had to fight to keep the bitterness out of his tone.
"Yeah."
Sawyer's eyes dropped and he fiddled with his hat brim. There wasn't too much they hadn't told each other over the years, but Ford realized with a start that Sawyer was hiding something from him now. Sawyer adjusted his hat on his head.
"I think marrying the wrong girl would be worse than not being married at all. And there are worse things in life than being poor."
He walked to the door.
"Guess I figured I'd rather be poor and single than rich and married."
"Getting married doesn't make you rich. I've heard it works the opposite way."
"Yeah, I think it usually does."
He put his hand on the knob.
"I've heard it's supposed to be a bad winter." "Typical for North Dakota,"
Ford said dryly.
"Might not see you around as much."
Sawyer's eyes were dark, shaded into oblivion by his hat brim. Unease bit at Ford's gut. Sawyer had never fully recovered from last winter. There wasn't a spare ounce of flesh on him anywhere. Ford narrowed his eye at Sawyer, feeling somehow that Sawyer was saying more than he'd let on. They'd been friends too long for him to miss it. He hadn't tried to do ranch work since his accident. He probably could. He'd figured out his prosthesis, which was tricky since he didn't have a knee, and he barely missed his fingers, except when he was shaking hands. He'd never gotten used to that.
"I should have helped you this summer,"
he finally said.
"If I'm still around next summer, you can walk the walk."
Teeth sank into his gut.
"Why wouldn't you be around?"
Sawyer shrugged.
"No reason."
He opened the door.
"See you around."
Chapter 6. Morgan sat at George's desk, feeling like a trespasser. She'd been in the chair for a good 40 minutes and hadn't been able to do anything more than move the note Georgia had left from one corner to another. Ford had told her what her duties were, but that was it. Nothing after that. Morgan helped Mrs. T as much as she'd let her, then sat at George's desk and wondered how she could, in good conscience, cash a paycheck. George's note hadn't been overly helpful, but at least while she was in here, she could open the curtains and let some light in. How could Georgia stand to be in this gloomy house all the time? Morgan's mood had been sinking since she came. She needed light. Her phone buzzed with a call, her aunt. "Hello?"
"Morgan, are you busy?"
"Not really."
She hadn't been busy since she came. "Is everything okay?" Aunt Betsy sighed. "Things are just fine. Except your uncle insists he wants to butcher that Tom this week, and you know what the doctor said about him lifting things, and it must weigh 40 pounds. I thought I could put him off if you're going to be home sometime this week." Given how little she'd been needed so far, she should be able to go home with no problem. She'd even considered asking about having the weekend off, but since she hadn't really worked, she hated to. Plus, if she left, Ford would be alone, and for some stupid reason, that pulled at her heart. "I'm sure I can. You tell Uncle Harry I haven't butchered a turkey in years, and I don't want to miss it." That wasn't precisely true. The time frame was accurate, but grocery shopping was much easier, not to mention less bloody, than butchering. "I'll do that, sweetie. You let me know when you're coming, and I'll cook all your favorites. You are way too skinny." Being skinny was what had kept her employed. Even though she'd pretty much quit watching what she ate, she hadn't gained weight. Maybe the stress of the dark house and the prickly, mysterious boss. She chatted with her aunt for a few more minutes before hanging up, no closer to doing any work for the day than she had been. If only Ford didn't seem to deliberately avoid her. Was Ford's face as bad as he made it out to be? Was the laughing boy she remembered from high school still in there somewhere? Or had his bitterness and anger destroyed what he used to be? There was something about him that pulled her. Honestly, she wasn't sure if she should resist it or if she should push to be closer. Although he was her boss. Her phone buzzed. She jumped, bouncing in her chair. "Turn George's computer on," from Ford. She obeyed since he was her boss. Still, he could say it a little nicer, surely. Not that she hadn't worked with worse people. She had. Being with Ford that night in the solarium had made her even more curious about what made him tick. Her phone buzzed several more times with instructions, including passcodes. Her heart perked up. Looked like she was finally going to do something more than wander around the house and wish she had work to do. Thankfully, the passcodes were all in the texts. His instructions came so fast, there was no way she'd have been able to do and remember everything if it hadn't been written down. 2 minutes later, her screen blinked, and Ford appeared on the other end. In shadow, of course, with his oversized hood up. "Why do you have the curtains open?" he barked. She tried not to blink or act guilty. "I can't stand the gloom in this house." If she could see his eyes, she'd bet they'd be rolling. "Don't take those liberties anywhere else." "Of course not." She kept any trace of sarcasm out of her voice. "Turn the computer around and sit on the other side of the desk." She stared at the screen for a moment, like he couldn't even stand to see light. But hadn't the curtains in his own office been open when she'd taken the tray of sandwiches up to Sawyer and him earlier? She obeyed without comment. What in the world had put Ford in such a rotten mood? Or maybe this was his normal. Like she would even know. "Check the email. I sent you a list of names and numbers. I want you to call each of those men and work with their secretary on scheduling a video conference with the 7 of us together. It's going to take some maneuvering. I sent the link to my calendar to the email as well." He continued on as she frantically tried to figure out how to close the video without shutting him off and find the email to bring it up. When his voice cut off mid-sentence, she assumed she hadn't been successful in not hanging up on him. She also assumed he'd call back yelling at her even more. It wasn't like she hadn't been yelled at plenty of times in her previous jobs. Designers whose clothes didn't fit correctly or looked complimentary always blamed the model. They were the worst. But show directors could be bad as well. At least she wouldn't have 5 people pulling and yanking on her hair as she got screamed at when Ford called her back. She assumed he'd call her back. She had no idea how to reconnect their video call. She'd just found the email app on the desktop when her phone buzzed. Tapping on it, she hit the speakerphone button so she could get the info up he'd mentioned while he yelled at her. "Hello?"
If you think I'm being too mean, you can say so. You don't have to hang up on me.
His voice sounded almost like there was a smile in it. It was an accident. Whatever that meant. Deciding to err on the side of caution, she said, "No, I'm serious. I've used computers, but not a Mac, and I'm just a little slow, and I've never done the video chat before."
I see,
he said on an exhale of breath. It made her feel like he was suffering through her incompetence. "I'll get it. I have the email up, and I have your schedule."
Georgia kept all of this stuff on her phone, too, so that she could change anything at any time.
Okay. She picked up her phone from where it was sitting on the desk and pulled up the email app. "I'm ready for the email password." He didn't answer, and she realized that the green bar was no longer on top of the screen. Had she hung up on him again? She gripped her head with her hands. Why hadn't she been happy when she didn't have any work to do? At least she hadn't screwed that up. She should call him back. Her phone buzzed. She dropped her hand to grab it in such a rush she knocked it to the floor. It bounced under the desk. Scrambling off the straight chair, she dropped to her hands and knees, then onto her stomach as she reached under the desk, moving her hands around on the floor, feeling for her phone as it continued to buzz. How in the world her phone had bounced so that it was almost at the other side of the desk, she had no idea. But by the time she grabbed and swiped, she was sprawled under the desk, and her hair had gotten caught on something because several thick strands were hanging in her face. It was a FaceTime call, she realized after she swiped. "Hello?" she said in her most professional voice. How she wished she could see his face. Almost as fervently as she wished he couldn't see hers. The silence on the phone was loud and long. At least she could see his head tilt. First one way, then the other. Like he was trying to make sense of the picture on his phone.
Are you...
His head tilted again.
Are you under the desk?
She cleared her throat. It does appear that way, doesn't it?
Is there someone with you?
Her eyes widened. What would have given him that idea? No.
So you did that to yourself?
I must have.
Did you black out?
There was definite concern in his voice. No. In all her years as a runway model, she'd never fallen off the runway. She'd seen it happen, but never to her. This felt 100 times worse.
So you're under the desk, your hair's a mess, and your shirt is undone.
She gasped. Trying to continue to prop herself up with her elbow, she reached her hand around, grasping the gaping lapels of her button-down blouse, fisting them in her hand, and clutching it to her chest. How about I call you back when you're not under the desk? She put the phone face down on the floor and slid it out from under the desk. Then she wormed herself out. Doing a quick fix job on her hair, she buttoned her shirt clear to the neck and bent to pick up her phone. The green bar still flashed at the top. She took a deep breath. Okay, I'm ready. For a man who didn't want to be seen, it was weird that he did a video call, then a FaceTime call. He said, like he didn't really believe her. Or maybe he was trying not to laugh at her. She did want to see him laugh. Just not at her incompetence. She straightened her shoulders. Whatever was wrong with her, she needed to shake it. But first, she should apologize. I'm sorry. I'm not usually this clumsy or pathetically incompetent. I've never hung up on my boss before, and today I've managed to do it twice. On accident. I really am sorry. I'm going to do better.
You've never worked with Georgia.
No.
It's an adventure every day. She's organized and competent, though.
Usually I am too.
Let's get my schedule downloaded to your phone. If you don't have the memory to handle everything, we'll get you a new phone. Actually, let's do that too. We'll order you a prototype that's the same as mine. Make a list.
In the next 20 minutes, they'd made her a list of almost 50 things to do. Some as small as ordering office supplies for pickup when Mrs. T made the once-a-fortnight run to town. Morgan actually felt like she had a job. It was a good feeling.
There are a couple of administrative assistants for the people on that list who will try to push you around. Don't let them. If you have any questions or concerns, you can reach me anytime.
Okay, I'll get started right away.
That's fine. Make sure you break for supper.
I will.
She didn't plan on saying the next words. They just came out.
You're eating with me, correct?
Silence on the other end of the line, like she'd shocked him.
No.
The green line disappeared. Although she was disappointed they wouldn't be eating together, a smile still tugged her lips up. He came off as gruff sometimes, bossy too, but he'd been patient with her, and that was a good sign. It was then that she realized she'd never asked him if she could go home for the weekend. Ford stood in the solarium and watched the sun set. Jack, the cat the vet had pressured him into adopting, because apparently they believed that no good deed should go unpunished, relaxed in his arms. When he made several large monthly donations to the animal shelter/vet clinic that had moved into the area, they'd called and asked if he was interested in adopting a special needs cat. Jack had cerebellar hypoplasia, so his balance wasn't the greatest, and he walked with a high-stepping gait and somewhat spraddle-legged. It made him look like he'd walked into a liquor cabinet thirsty and walked back out not thirsty. Apparently that, along with the fact that he was out of the cute kitten stage, was a turnoff to parents adopting a kitty for their children. No one wanted a cat that looked like it was drunk. But Jack enjoyed attention, even if he was shy. His purr vibrated his whole body as Ford's right hand stroked down his fur. Morgan would be in the dining room for another 20 or so minutes, enough for him to enjoy the sunset and escape to his rooms. Except he wanted to invite her to look at the stars with him. A grin stole over his face as he thought about her on the floor, under the desk, her hair falling down in her face and her shirt gaping open. He'd closed his eye, but he hadn't wanted to. When he first saw her coming up the walk, he thought she'd be aloof, stylish, and untouchable. Not today. Although the stylish ice princess might be able to help him better in his business, he enjoyed the slightly clumsy, not totally in control woman she'd been today. It made her beauty hurt his eye a little less. A sweet pain, though, since he'd been unable to keep from wanting her on his screen. He could use the security cameras, but it felt like spying when she was in George's office. She wouldn't be expecting it. Sawyer had said to use her. Well, Ford would. Maybe. He'd given her enough to do today. He'd see how she handled it. Or maybe he'd see how he handled it. He still felt off balance around her. Not to mention that he could hardly stop himself from wanting to look at her, but looking at her made him feel inferior in the worst kind of way. An odd conflict that played out constantly when he was around her. Jack stretched, rolling in Ford's arms with complete trust. Jack was smaller than an average cat and skinny. He had trouble balancing when he ate and drank, so seemed to do it less. But his personality was more dog than typical cat. Ford scratched his belly and Jack stretched out, his front paws extended out over his head, his back paws pushing against Ford's bicep. He needed to focus on his business. On the meeting he hoped Morgan could set up with him and the companies that would be most interested in purchasing the rights to make and distribute his prototype. A little voice in his head reminded him that he could produce his own prototype with that $1 billion he'd inherit if he got married. He wasn't sure where that voice came from, because marriage hadn't been on his radar since Shauna walked out of his hospital room. He hadn't seen Shauna in years and didn't keep up with her either. Orange splashed across the sky, bathing the whole countryside in its glorious glow. The two best times of the day were sunrise and sunset.
He tried not to miss them. Should he text Morgan and ask her to join him? He wanted to. He wanted to get closer, to get to know her better. But that was a dead end. It's not like they'd ever even be friends. She'd go back to modeling. Why did she quit modeling? That, and a million other things he wanted to know, made him shift Jack to one arm and reach for his phone, pulling it out, then stretching it.
Care to watch the evening stars come out?
His finger hovered over the send button. He was playing with fire. Didn't he remember how his pride and confidence had been devastated by Shauna's betrayal? Hadn't he sworn to never, ever allow another woman to have that power over him? He should run the other direction every time he even considered spending more time with Morgan. He lifted his hood and then pressed send. The door clicked, then opened at almost the same time. Jack came alive in his arms, struggling until Ford set him down. He ran in a jig-jag pattern, smashing into the wall by the door and bouncing off before hitting the door and going through it like a rocket with only one booster working. "Was that a cat?" Morgan asked. There was still too much light for him to look at her, so he kept his back turned.
It was.
"It ran into the wall. Do you think it's okay?" Her voice was shocked and concerned.
He survived every other time he's done it.
"He does it a lot?"
Couple of times a day.
"You don't seem concerned." The door clicked closed.
Other than patting all the walls, which I've considered doing, I don't think there's anything I can do to stop him.
"Was it drunk?" She came nearer. Her footsteps whispered on the floor. She must have traded in her heels for something softer. Maybe she was in her bare feet. He longed to look.
No, he has cerebellar hypoplasia. There's nothing wrong with his cognitive functioning, but he has balance issues.
"How do you treat that?" She spoke just beyond his left shoulder. He watched Venus reflect the sun.
You don't. That's the way he'll always be. His name's Jack, by the way, but he's pretty shy, and I doubt you'll see him much. He spends a lot of time under my bed.
She was quiet for a while, and he wondered what she was thinking. That he was crazy? That the whole household was crazy since nothing that lived here was perfect? Except her. She was the oddball in his home. But she was just temporary. "I spoke with my aunt today. I know Georgia mentioned that you probably wouldn't want me to go home, but she's worried about my uncle who wants to butcher a turkey, and she was hoping I could come home and help." Oh, he wanted to turn around so badly. To look again at the woman who belonged on magazine covers, not elbow-deep in feathers and turkey. Morgan was a North Dakota girl. But really? Butchering a turkey? He almost asked if he could go. Then he remembered the way he'd pictured her in his mind. A dumpling with legs and glasses. That was a girl he could see scalding and plucking feathers.
You want to leave Friday evening and come back Monday?
Even as he asked, his heart slowed. She hadn't even been here a full week, and already he didn't want her to leave. Missed her before she had gone. "It can be shorter than that if you want. Today was the first day I really did anything." He didn't want to deprive her of her family. Maybe she was making up the whole turkey thing. Maybe she just wanted away from his gloomy house.
Maybe she had a boyfriend that she wanted to visit.
The thought made his blood turn to acid.
If you need to run around all over the countryside, maybe you should find a different job.
He didn't mean for his voice to come out loud and forceful, but it did. He barely recognized it. He never spoke in that tone. "I don't have to go." Her voice was soft but firm, unafraid.
You were told you would stay for 3 weeks. It was in your employment contract.
He managed to tighten control of his voice, but it still came out powerful, accusing. "I know what it says. I was just asking. I didn't know if you'd make an exception for your neighbors or not. A simple no would have been sufficient.
No. The word came out unbidden. Now she would leave. The silence stretched between them. He didn't know what to say to alleviate the hostility he'd shown. His phone buzzed. He almost ignored it, but it was still clenched in his hand. He loosened his fingers and looked at the screen.
I'm sorry I asked to leave. You're paying me well enough for me to stay for much longer.
I'm not paying you well enough to have to put up with me snapping at you.
I've been snapped at much worse, and I haven't even had this beautiful view to compensate.
Her voice held humor, but also caution. He grunted.
They're serious,
she said, talking about the twinkling light on the horizon.
It's looking blue the way it's supposed to tonight.
He turned carefully. The twilight had deepened, but he didn't want to take any chances that she might be able to see.
Have you ever seen it through a telescope? She asked.
Not lately.
It doesn't compare to the northern lights, but because of its brightness and the way it sits low in the southern sky, its light has a lot of atmosphere to pass through.
The atmosphere bounces the light around, changing its color.
Yes, it's one of the best things to look at through a telescope.
He had a telescope, and he had a place for it on his roof, but he didn't have it out and set up. Maybe while she was gone. You can go see your aunt and uncle. They raised you, didn't they? He heard her little gasp of breath.
Are you sure?
Yes. There's nothing that needs to be done that can't wait until Monday.
Thank you. And yes, my mother got pregnant in high school and had me. My aunt and uncle never formally adopted me, but my mom isn't really part of my life. She moved to the East Coast and has a life and family there. I have step-siblings, but I think she's kind of ashamed of me, and her husband doesn't want to have anything to do with me.
Sad. Jupiter had appeared by this time, and he watched its glow. Brighter than any star, but not as bright as Venus with its reflective clouds.
I love my aunt and uncle. They've been so good to me, and they never could have kids, so it worked out for the best, I think. Maybe Uncle Harris would have liked a boy to help him on the farm.
He has crops? People in this area tended to have both some cattle and crops. They were right in the middle between the best cropland on Earth in eastern North Dakota and the high plains in the middle of the state.
No, we don't have a ton of acreage. He has goats and sheep and chickens. A couple turkeys. He was a lineman for the electric company, but he's on disability after he fell out of the bucket when a drunk driver hit him.
I vaguely remember that. About 7 or 8 years ago. At this point, the stars were popping out faster than he could name them. They twinkled above them, while Morgan's voice came like a sigh over his shoulder.
Yeah, he had pretty good health insurance, but they couldn't keep up with their mortgage. Thankfully, about that time, my modeling career took off, and I was able to pay it off.
Nice of you.
They were like my parents. I couldn't not help them.
I see. Almost all the stars for Ursa Major shone down on him. Why'd you quit modeling? She was quiet. The minutes ticked by. He assumed she wasn't going to answer. Pitch darkness had fallen. The quarter moon wouldn't rise for another hour.
I find it amazing, her voice began, to imagine that all the stars that are out there now are out during the day. We just can't see them. It's fascinating how light changes our world. Every day.
She shifted, and he turned, knowing it was too dark for her to see in his hood, wondering if she was stalling or changing the subject. There were subjects he didn't want to discuss. He could respect that, he supposed. Although he had a feeling, especially here in the dark, that he'd tell Morgan just about anything she wanted to know. There was a definite weakness in his armor, and she wanted to leave tomorrow. Her sigh whispered in the darkness.
They wanted me to wear something that went beyond the boundaries I'd set for myself.
Her head was pointed to the sky.
I refused and walked out. The man in charge told me if I left, I'd never work as a model again, not even for a dog food commercial, I think that was his exact example. She crossed her arms over her chest. He didn't think it was right that she should have to hold herself, but unless he was willing to give her more of himself, that's all the physical comfort she'd get. He was right. No one would hire me. She swallowed. My friends were sympathetic to a point, but their attitude was that I brought it on myself because I could have worn the shirt and walked down the runway. Taking a breath through her nose, she said, But there comes a point where I'd given enough of myself away. If my body isn't valuable, if there's nothing secret or special about it, is that all it is? Just a rack to hang clothes on? How can I expect other people to value the sanctity and integrity of my body when I don't?
It was your red line in the sand.
He'd just learned a lot about Morgan, and his respect for her had risen with the knowledge. I'd moved my line several times, but yeah, that time I didn't, and I don't regret it.
Even though no one stood by you?
It was hard to lose friends, especially ones a person had trusted. None of my modeling friends did. My boyfriend lasted through a month of my unemployment. Then my roommate moved in with him. He snorted. It wasn't funny.
Wasn't?
She gave a short laugh. Wasn't. Yeah, I guess they deserve each other.
So there's no boyfriend?
His words came out whisper soft, floating off his lips like bubbles on the moon. She turned to face him fully. There's no boyfriend. But I remember distinctly before I went to college seeing you at a football game laughing and holding some girl's hand. Shauna, the only girlfriend he'd ever had.
She dumped me in the hospital right after my accident. She waited until I was lucid, at least.
Well, I know how it feels.
No, you don't,
he snapped. Not the physical pain.
You're still beautiful.
She could never understand. You never feel beautiful enough when you're a model. She took a step toward him until they stood a foot apart. And you're still you.
No, I won't ever be me again.
And I won't ever model again.
It's not the same.
If I took a knife to my face, would that make you feel better? He stared into the darkness, trying to make out her features. The beautiful bone structure, the flawless skin, the long, luxurious hair. Here in the dark, it didn't matter. No, he whispered. Ford. His heart leaped into his throat, pounding so hard he figured she could probably hear it. But she didn't say more. His whole being urged him to close the gap between them, to take her in his arms and feel her arms hold him. It had been so long since anyone had held him. But he couldn't. He needed to leave. He'd known better than to spend time with her. If he didn't leave, he was going to end up doing something stupid. He turned, striding toward the door.
You can stay as long as you like. There's a blanket on the left-hand side of the chair. I won't see you tomorrow.
He just made that decision. He needed distance.
Have a safe trip home.
He opened the door, knowing exactly where the knob was from thousands of times of use, closing it carefully behind him, wishing it were possible for her to fall for a man like him.
Chapter 7. Ford was true to his word, and Morgan didn't see him Friday at all. Friday morning, she told Mrs. T not to worry about supper, and at 5, she walked out of Ford's mansion with an overnight bag slung over her shoulder. She planned on going to church with her aunt and uncle and coming back on Sunday afternoon. Saturday evening, they had a turkey dinner with all the fixings.
This is to make up for all the holidays that you weren't here. Her aunt's words spread guilt through her chest. I was always here for Christmas.
It's okay, honey. She didn't mean to make you feel bad. Uncle Harry patted her arm.
You should have invited Mr. Hanson to come eat with us.
Aunt Betsy scooped out another helping of mashed potatoes.
He wouldn't have, Morgan said immediately. But her aunt was right.
She should have invited him anyway.
You can take some home for him.
She spread a hand at the table, indicating the bounty of uneaten food. Morgan laughed. He has a cook. He doesn't want our leftovers. Most of the turkey was still sitting in the pan on the stove. You'll debone that boy, and he'll feed you for a couple of weeks. Plus, you'll make yummy broth out of his bones. They wouldn't let a centimeter of the big bird go to waste. She wasn't sure how Ford would feel about her bringing leftovers home anyway. To his house. It wasn't her home. You don't have to answer this, honey, but... Her aunt paused as though trying to find the words. Morgan waited for her to continue. She did so in a soft voice. How bad's his face done up anyway? No one in town has seen him since his accident. He doesn't even go and visit Donna except maybe at Christmas, and I think they usually go to his house. Maybe Louise will change that, Morgan said, referring to the woman that Ty, Ford's brother, had just married. Could be. They're busy setting their ranch up for spring. That boy must have made a killing playing hockey, because Patty at the diner tells me it's going to be quite a spread. I've heard people say he was one of the best forwards in the league before he retired. Morgan pushed her plate away and took a sip of her water, hoping her aunt had forgotten her question. But her uncle wasn't going to let it go. Have you seen him? No. I've talked to him on the phone. He texts me, too. At their baffled expressions, she continued. In today's environment, a person doesn't have to be present. There are so many ways to communicate. Doesn't he eat with you? Aunt Betsy asked, her whole posture stiff, indicating her shock. No. That's odd. Her uncle nodded in agreement. I think an accident like that has a way of changing a person. He certainly has changed, his aunt nodded. He and his brother were quite the sports stars in our part of the state. They were both good-looking boys with bright futures. Her uncle waved his spoon. Ford smiled through every game. He looked just like he was having the time of his life out there on the ice. It didn't matter what happened. You couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Drove the other team nuts. Just remembering Ford's smile put a smile on her uncle's face. What happened? Morgan knew it was gossip, and she knew the basics already anyway. But she wanted to know everything. Oh, he was maybe a sophomore in college. Maybe a junior. He brought his girlfriend home for the high school homecoming. I think his sister played in the band or something. Then he was helping his dad and brother on the farm there that Saturday afternoon. Sawyer was around somewhere, her aunt chimed in. He's the one that took him to the hospital. Donna always said Sawyer saved Ford's life. Those two were best friends forever. He had some grain get stuck in the gravity wagon's what I heard, her uncle said, staring at the potatoes lumped on his spoon. He got in to stomp it down. I guess Sawyer saw him and knew it was a stupid idea. Sawyer heard him screaming and got the PTO shut off in time to save his life. But not his leg or his eye, her aunt shook her head. He'd lost fingers, too, but she didn't add to their story, feeling that she needed to respect Ford's privacy. I never saw the girlfriend again. Uncle Harry took a sip of his water. Morgan stood and helped them clean up the table. The turkey was cool enough for them to debone it while they talked of other things that had happened in town while she was gone. She told them a few of her modeling stories. Then her aunt and uncle headed to bed, and she promised to follow soon. Grabbing her coat, she walked outside. There were no city lights anywhere near, and the sky was inky black, pierced by thousands of bright pricks of light. All evening, she wondered what Ford was doing, alone in his big mansion. He ran a successful business, and he had his work to keep him occupied, but was he working now? What did he do in the evenings by himself? Was he sitting in his recliner, looking at the same stars she stared at now? On impulse, she pulled her phone out of her pocket. The sky is clear, there's no moon, and the stars are beautiful tonight. She held her phone, thinking he might text her back. But after several minutes, he hadn't, and she put it in her pocket, walking out to the barn and resting her arms on the barnyard fence. She couldn't see anything, and except for her aunt and uncle, she was all alone for miles. But she wasn't afraid. A person might get lonely, but there wasn't anything to be afraid of. Her phone buzzed. By the time she got it out of her pocket, her hands were trembling. "They're pretty tonight. They were beautiful last night." Or maybe that was the company. She lifted her face to the cold wind that gusted suddenly and closed her eyes, picturing his long feet, wondering what color his eye was, whether the shape of his nose had been affected. She could see his strong fingers in her mind's eye, stroking down Lolly. Could hear his deep voice. Could feel the pull, even though there was almost 100 miles between them. "My aunt and uncle would have liked for you to come for supper."
"No, your aunt would have nightmares for years."
"We're made of stronger stuff than that. Give us some credit." He didn't answer her right away, and she leaned her back against the top board of the fence, staring up. Finally, her phone buzzed.
"I see Mars."
"Me too. The tip of the quarter moon is coming up over the horizon. It's lying down tonight."
"It's going to cut right through the Milky Way."
She checked the trajectory and realized he was right. "I'm not going to be up to see it. I have church in the morning."
"I'll stay up for you."
She stared at her phone, not knowing what to say to that. It made her sad to think of him awake and alone, staring at the stars by himself. But she couldn't do anything about it and wouldn't be home until tomorrow afternoon. Unless she drove home tonight. There she was, calling Ford's house home again. Maybe it wasn't Ford's house so much as it was Ford. Could that be it? Possibly. She was drawn to Ford in a way she'd never been to anyone before. Ever. Suddenly, she knew exactly what she wanted to do. Walking quickly back to the house, she pinned a short note to her aunt and uncle, threw her stuff back into her bag, and hurried out to her car. She'd be home by midnight. Lolly lay on his chest, snoring, her pot belly moving in and out, and Jack cuddled in the crook of his arm, his purring having died down to an occasional snort and start a long time ago, when Ford's phone beeped with the driveway alert. His phone was still in his hand. Morgan had never texted him back, and he'd already said more than he should have. The words were in his heart, but they should have stayed there and not jumped out his fingers. He lifted it up, punching the buttons that would bring the video up. Squinting, he sat up, interrupting Lolly's snoring and starting up Jack's purring again. Was that Morgan? His heart began to pump with renewed vigor, and something warm curled in his gut. Sure looked like her car. He gently slipped out from under the sleeping animals, laying them down on the recliner where they shifted, snuggling up to each other. Striding to the door, he watched his phone as the car parked and she got out, tall and slim. It was her, he was sure of it. The motion sensor light came on as she strode up the walk. Something like fireworks went off in his chest, but what was she doing here? The front door was not locked. It opened slowly, like she wasn't sure it was going to. She stepped in, closing it behind her, and stood there for a moment, like she wasn't sure what to do. He waited, wondering what had prompted her to come home. Finally, she moved, graceful. She set her bag on the stairs, then came down the hall toward the solarium where he stood in the deeper shadow of the hall. She walked to the solarium door, her hand on the knob. But she didn't turn it. She didn't move as the seconds ticked by. He barely dared to breathe. Finally, her hand dropped from the knob and she started to turn. Lolly's whining came through the door, then a thump and the click of her claws on the tile floor. 2 soft scratches on the door. Morgan turned back and cracked the door,
allowing Lolly to squeeze through. She closed the door while Lolly threaded through her feet, her stub of a tail wagging so hard her entire body moved from side to side. "Shh," Morgan said. "Mr. Hanson must be asleep." Oh, he was Mr. Hanson now? Ford almost stepped out of the shadows and confronted her with that. But had she ever used his name? He couldn't remember. And he was her boss. She bent down, patting Lolly before picking her up. "Ugh, I think you gained a pound or two since yesterday." Lolly wiggled her body in closer, snuggling up as Morgan stroked her. Morgan sighed. "I lost 5 pounds in the last 2 weeks." Ford's brow lowered. She'd lost weight? How? She was already supermodel thin. He couldn't see where in the world she could have lost 5 whole pounds. "Come on, honey, you can sleep with me tonight," Morgan said softly. She was talking to Lolly. He had to remind his heart because it shivered, then jumped up and down at her words. However, the restlessness he'd felt earlier in the evening was gone, replaced with peace. Morgan was safe, and she was back, under his roof and under his protection. In the morning, Morgan poked her head in the kitchen, expecting to have to tell Mrs. T she was there. "Good morning," she called to Mrs. T's back as she stood at the stove. "Good morning, Morgan. You go sit down. I'll have everything out in a jiffy." She hadn't seemed surprised to see Morgan. Odd. Morgan took her usual seat at the big wood table, and Mrs. T came out a few short minutes later. "Hope everything was okay at your aunt's house?" she asked as she set a plate of eggs and toast in front of Morgan. "They're fine. They had a turkey to butcher, and they needed my help." Mrs. T snorted, setting a glass of orange juice down, then folding up her tray. "You don't really look like a turkey butchering kind of girl." Morgan could laugh with her. That was true. "My friends in New York don't know that turkeys aren't grown in the grocery store." Maybe that was a bit of an overstatement. They might know it, but they certainly didn't think about it. "You know, honey, I've never asked you what you enjoy eating. Do you have any favorite foods?" The question surprised Morgan. Normally, she talked about the weather and what her joints predicted for the day. "All your food is delicious." That was the truth. Morgan furrowed her brows. "Why are you asking? Was there a problem?" "Not really. Ford was concerned that you're losing weight. He wants us to serve you food that you love." Mrs. T's kindly old eyes looked Morgan over. "I think he's right. You look thinner and a bit more pale than you had." "I didn't get much sleep last night because it was late when I got in." How had Ford noticed she'd lost weight? "But he's right. I lost about 5 pounds in the last 2 weeks." "Land sakes, child. You don't have 5 pounds to lose." "But it's not your cooking. The food is delicious." "What's the problem, you think?" Morgan shrugged. She wasn't used to eating by herself, and she did feel a little lonely at meals, especially supper. But that wasn't Mrs. T's problem. Mrs. T gave her another close look before patting her shoulder and starting for the kitchen. "If there's anything I can change, you just let me know, honey. Okay?" "I will. Thank you." Morgan looked down at her plate, still wondering when and how Ford had figured out that she was losing weight. She hadn't seen him yet this morning, and the house had been dark and quiet when she came in last night. But Mrs. T hadn't seemed surprised to see her. Ford must have known that she came home. He must have seen her. Where was he? And why hadn't he said anything to her? She didn't get a chance to ask him since she didn't see him all day. She read for a while in the morning but had trouble concentrating. She missed worship. Until she'd come out here, she'd never realized what a social person she was, needing the companionship of other people to connect and re-energize. How could Ford stand being alone every day? After lunch, she wandered into George's office, not intending to do any work, but being just restless enough to have the boldness to dig around. The bank statements were the first file she saw in the top drawer of the filing cabinet, and she barely hesitated before pulling them out. Sending a weekly financial report was on her list of things to do, so she didn't even feel guilty for looking. They looked very similar to hers, only they had more transactions and more zeros. Most of the transactions didn't make much sense to her, but as she flipped through the papers and came to the miniature photocopies of the checks, she slowed and stared. She recognized the name of a single mother her aunt and uncle had mentioned just that weekend. A significant check to the closest veterinarian. A crisis pregnancy center in Rockerton, the closest large town. An adoption agency. The church in Sweetwater. She'd never seen nor heard of him leaving this property, but his money was spread out all over east-central North Dakota. From the size of the checks, some of those places wouldn't be in business if it weren't for him. Yet, her aunt and uncle, who she would have said knew all the gossip in the area, had not mentioned Ford's financial support of the community. Odd. Because of the non-disclosure agreement she'd signed, she couldn't say anything. It had a very large section on his financial interests. Not that she wanted to spread around his personal business. Still, she'd been away for a while, but she was pretty sure people didn't know what Ford did for their community. She skimmed through the rest of the statements, finding they were all similar. He supported things on a monthly, ongoing basis. Putting the folders back and closing the file, she walked to the window and looked out on the cold October day. Of course, she knew that Ford was more than his gruff manner and snappy irritation. He'd been patient with her, even almost laughing at times. And in the evenings, when they looked at the stars together, he'd been almost sweet. She supposed knowing that he gave money to charitable causes shouldn't change anything, but it made her question her assumptions, that Ford was bitter and reclusive, and made her even more curious to uncover the layers of the man whose face she'd never seen. As she contemplated in front of the window, she became aware that there was a horse in the paddock by the barn. 2 horses, actually, Skinny and Swayback. She wasn't an expert, but from the shape of their heads, they looked like old quarter horses. Very old. Their bones stuck out, but their heads were high and their eyes bright. Really? Did Ford have more animals he was rescuing? Making a decision, she spun on her foot and strode to the office door. Grabbing her coat, she headed toward the barn. The barn was gloomy after the bright sunlight, and it took her eyes a few minutes to adjust to the darkness. 2 more horses were in stalls. Their racks were filled with hay, but these horses were old and skinny too. It's like Ford had started a horse retirement home. Both of them stuck their noses over the stalls, and Morgan spent a few minutes stroking each of their ears and necks and whispering sweet words to them. Their patient eyes glazed over at the attention. Although they looked well-brushed, she grabbed a curry and stepped into the stall of the first horse. How many years had it been since her aunt and uncle had horses? She'd ridden when she was young, but as she got older, she lost interest. Uncle Harry didn't keep them around long after that because he said they were hay burners. She'd forgotten how relaxing it was to brush a horse down, how companionable. And the horse enjoyed it too, stretching out as she brushed, eyes half closed. She had wondered what all Mr. T did during the day. Taking care of the horses must have been one of his chores. When she finally went back to the house an hour or so later, there was an old, beat-up car sitting in the drive. Her steps slowed. Other than Sawyer, Ford hadn't had visitors. She hoped she wasn't intruding. She hadn't exactly asked if it was okay that she came back, and she hadn't seen him at all today. Who would be visiting? Maybe it was someone coming to see Mr. and Mrs. T. She picked up her pace and hurried into the house. A ladder was set up in the entryway, and a young girl in her late teens or early 20s, with her hair tied up in a kerchief, wearing jeans that had more holes than material and an oversized t-shirt, stood on it, polishing the glass in the chandelier. She looked up in surprise when Morgan walked in. "Oh, hey! You must be the person who owns that fancy car out there." Her voice was friendly, and she had an easy smile. Although she was so skinny her cheekbones stuck out, there was a sturdiness about her that gave the impression the girl knew how to work. "Yeah, that's me." Her car stood out like a goose in a hen house around here. "I'm Morgan Nelson." She didn't bother to hold her hand out because the girl would have to come down the ladder to grab it. "I'm Nell Eastler. It's nice to meet you." She reattached the glass she'd been polishing back in place and twisted off another one. "I can't stop and talk right now. I need to get home and feed the animals before dark. There aren't any lights in our barn." "Oh, I see." "Don't pay me no bother. You just go on with what you're doing. If I'm in your way, say so." The girl chattered, but her hands went faster than her mouth, if that were possible. "You're not in the way." Morgan moved around the ladder to the stairs. "I'm just headed up to take a shower." "Oh, so you're living here?" Nell asked. Not unkindly, just in a curious way. Although Morgan didn't know her or recognize her name, she liked the girl. She seemed friendly and nice, with no guile. "I'm taking Georgia's place while she's in Europe." "Georgia's a sweetheart." Nell fastened the glass globe back on the lamp and picked off another. "I grew up an hour and a half east from here. You must be from the west because I don't recognize your name." "Yep, I live with my mom and stepdad and 2 stepsisters about an hour that way. It's a nice spread. Small, but plenty of good grazing." Her slim shoulders shrugged, and if a shadow fell across her green eyes, it was fleeting. "I see." Morgan was curious about the girl. Had she ever seen Ford's face? She seemed a little young for Ford, but who was Morgan to say? Why did she need to go home and feed the animals? Didn't her sisters help? Questions swirled in her head, but Morgan didn't want to bother her while she was working, so she waved goodbye, headed up the stairs. Chapter 8.
"Did you take my advice about Morgan?"
Sawyer's voice crackled in the air in Ford's office. He had his phone on speaker while he watched the sunset. For some reason, he'd been concerned about his friend, more than usual, and had given him a call. Sawyer seemed fine, relaxed and happy as usual, and Ford's concerned call for Sawyer had turned into Sawyer interrogating him about Morgan. He shouldn't have bothered. "Kind of."
"Which means?"
"I gave her some more responsibility. We'll see how she handles this before we go deeper." Orange shot across the sky, tinged with pink edges. Glorious.
"You know, Morgan seems like a nice girl."
"She is."
"She'd be good for you."
"Not happening." The entire landscape was drenched in orange sparkle. Ford could never grow tired of watching the sunset.
"Right, because you're ugly and all that."
Ford grunted. He'd been friends with Sawyer long enough he could hear the sarcasm in his voice.
"Did you ever think that maybe you could, I don't know, be nice?"
"I have been being nice."
"No, you idiot. Not nice as in you give her a place to stay and throw money at her on payday. But nice as in you get her chair at the dinner table, and you laugh with her, and you give her sincere compliments, and you spend time thinking of things that you can do that will make her happy. Take a walk and hold her hand. Give her—"
"I get the idea," Ford said irritably, "but not the point."
"Be nice to her, and she might fall in love with you."
He gave a disbelieving snort. "It's almost like you haven't been around and haven't seen people's reactions when they see my face. There's no way a woman will want to wake up next to this for the rest of her life."
"Ford, you're my best friend, so I might be a little biased, but there's a heck of a lot more to you than your face. If a woman can't love you in spite of it, then you know she's shallow and not worth your time. You've got a built-in system to weed out the gold diggers. Unlike me, I can't ever tell if the girls are climbing all over themselves to get to me because of my good looks or if they're just after my money."
Ford grunted a laugh. "Maybe if you didn't bury yourself on the ranch, you'd meet a good girl. I don't think anyone's going to find you clear out there." The sky had started to fade. Blues and pinks replaced the fiery orange.
The landscape faded back to brown.
You have a good one right under your roof. Stop being scared and practice courting her.
That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
No, I'm pretty sure your idea to skate on the pond when we were 8 and the ice was only an inch thick and we both fell through and almost died, then we both caught pneumonia. Now that was a dumb idea.
Ford rolled his eye. Are you never going to let that go?
Your wedding day will be the last time you ever hear me say anything about it.
Ford choked on a laugh. Be careful, my friend. I've got a few stories I can tell on your wedding day.
Not worried. We just decided I wasn't getting married anyway.
You decided. I have a plan for you. Venus had appeared. Ford turned from the window.
If it's anything like the ice skating plan, you better take it to Washington, 'cause a politician is the only one who would fall for it.
Did you see my surprise? Morgan glanced at her phone, lying on the arm of the chair she'd curled up in front of the fireplace in the library after supper. She'd decided she wasn't going to the solarium unless he invited her. She loved looking at the stars, loved the room, and yes, loved spending time with Ford, but she wasn't going to ruin his time if he wanted to be by himself. Ford had a surprise? Maybe it was the lasagna and homemade garlic bread Mrs. T had made for supper. No. Meet me at the top of the stairs. She hadn't seen him anywhere but the solarium, and now he wanted to meet at the top of the stairs? This was getting odder by the second, but she was curious enough to not worry about it. She put a ribbon in her book and rose from her chair. Her phone buzzed before she made it to the doorway. Bring your coat. She stared at her phone. Really? Her coat? But she grabbed her coat and tried to walk sedately up the stairs, ignoring the excited racing of her heart and the twirl and dip of her stomach. He stood in the shadows to the left and didn't greet her. Follow me, he said, and turned, his oversized hood completely obscuring his face. He strode down the hall, she assumed toward his rooms, although she'd never gone in this wing of the house. Mrs. T had been clear about that on her first day here. The dim light showed everything in shades of dark gray. At the far end of the hall, he stopped and turned to the left, where a spiral staircase branched off and up. Watch your step, he said. Hold on to the rail. He grabbed the rail as his feet clomped on the stairs. When the clomping stopped, she heard a click, then a squeak as a door opened. Taking a breath, trusting Ford would not allow anything to happen to her, she walked up the stairs. They twisted in a tight spiral, and it felt like they went on forever, but she figured it was probably 2 stories. When she reached the top, Ford waited beside the open door. Are you okay? He asked, his voice softer and more gentle than it had been. It flowed past her, mingling with the scent that was all his, stirring her soul, seeping right down to her bones. Yes. She walked past onto the small observation deck, breathing deep and savoring the scent she'd not even realized she'd missed until just then. He closed the door and joined her under the stars. I dug out my telescope while you were gone. It stood on a tripod just a few feet away on the far side of the small deck. She wasn't sure if she were more excited about the telescope or the fact that they were going to be very close in proximity. Her curiosity poked her in the ribs. The wind blew, and she hunkered down farther in her jacket. Maybe it's too cold, he said. She couldn't see his eye, but the opening of his hood faced her. The moon was a little more than a quarter, and she could see a chiseled jaw, firm lips. She stared, mesmerized. His lips looked perfect, unblemished, darker gray than the skin on his face, unsmiling. They flattened and moved. She heard his voice like one hears thunder seconds after the lightning flash.
Are you okay? Cold? Afraid of heights?
Her chest moved in and out in shallow puffs. Her heart did laps in her chest. Every coherent thought in her head had fled.
Morgan?
She didn't answer. She couldn't. If his jaw was any indication, Ford had been gorgeous.
Come on, let's go back.
He turned, taking a step and moving toward the open door.
No,
She coughed.
I'm fine. Just surprised.
Total understatement. He turned, standing where he'd been before, with the moonlight allowing her to see his jaw and lips again.
It's okay if you're afraid of heights,
he said.
We don't have to stay here.
His lips moved as he spoke, and the movement fascinated her. She caught occasional glimpses of straight, white teeth. The cleft in his chin deepened when he talked. She swallowed, and it sounded loud and harsh in the silence. The wind blew again, and she pulled her eyes away, looking out over the flat North Dakota landscape.
I love heights. I bet during the day you can see for miles from here.
Yeah, it is a nice place to watch the sunrise.
So the telescope is your surprise?
Why would he have asked if she saw it?
No.
He stepped forward.
You'll see it sometime. Not tonight. Are you sure you're not cold?
The wind was chilly.
Not too cold to look at Sirius.
Then the professional can go first. She moved the telescope around so it faced the southern sky. The tripod was set perfectly for her height, and she wondered if he'd done that on purpose. She adjusted the magnification and fine-tuned it.
It's been a while since I've gotten to look through one of these. This is a good one.
Like she would have expected anything less.
There's Sirius. Oh, it's putting on a show tonight.
The blues and reds shimmered and sparkled. She straightened and stepped back against the rail.
You look.
He came forward, bending slightly, and silently observed. Finally, he straightened.
You're right. It's beautiful.
His voice was slightly husky, and he didn't move for a moment. Neither did she. The wind swirled around them, but she no longer felt the cold. In fact, she was warm.
Show me more,
he finally said, flexing his wide shoulders under his hooded sweatshirt. She found Jupiter and focused on it, looking for a little while herself before stepping back.
There's Jupiter. This is a good scope. The great red spot has been fading in recent years, but you can see it clearly. Off to the left in an almost diagonal line, you can see 4 of its moons, too.
He bent, looking through it. Yes, I see. His voice was laced with excitement. It made her smile. After he'd looked for a while, he moved back, and she said,
Let me see if I can find the Andromeda Galaxy. You'll love this.
She found Cassiopeia and then the white spot that was a little southwest of it. Adjusting the settings on the telescope, she brought it into focus.
Ah, yes. This is amazing. Check it out.
He moved carefully into position behind the telescope. As he looked, Morgan put her hands under her armpits to warm them and hunched down against the wind.
What is this?
He asked in awe.
A complete galaxy? Exactly. That's the Andromeda Galaxy.
He looked at it, unmoving for a long time before he unbent and turned to her.
That's amazing. In all the time I've spent looking through the telescope, I've never seen anything like it. Thank you. A lot of people think you need to have the scope on the highest resolution. That's not always the case, but it also helps to know where to look.
She talked easily. His head was turned in a slightly different direction, and she couldn't see his lips and chin. He took a small step closer to her. Her heart thundered.
I said, thank you.
His voice was soft.
You're welcome.
I'm impressed. His words made her lips turn up. There was only maybe a foot between them, if that. She stared into the darkness under his hood. His hand twitched at his side, and he swallowed, just before a gust of wind, stronger than all the others, shook the platform and grabbed his hood, lifting it off his head and shoving it back. His entire head was exposed to the moonlight as the wind settled and died down. He reached to pull his hood back up. She put her hand on his forearm, stopping him. He didn't move. Neither did she. Her eyes roamed over his face, the square jaw, the firm lips, the bold, straight nose. A chiseled cheekbone on his left side and one eye, dark as the night, staring down at her. She wished for light so she could see the color. A sky-deep blue, she imagined. Their gazes met. His deep, slightly brooding, resigned. She had no idea what he saw in her face. Wonder? Curiosity? Desire? Stepping closer, she lifted a brow before tearing her eyes from his and letting them roam over the right side of his face. A puckered hole where his eye used to be. A short stubble was all that was left of his brow. Twisted and light skin over his cheek. His ear was mostly gone, and there was a big bald spot that covered his skull over his ear. The rest of his hair was long enough to curl slightly, and some of it hung down over the scar area an inch or so. Under her hand, his arm trembled. Her fingers heated and burned. Scared that she would say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, she was desperate to let him know that she wasn't repulsed, she wouldn't have nightmares, and whatever she felt for him was stronger and deeper than it had been 5 minutes ago. Moving her hands slowly, she reached up and cupped his cheeks. One, slightly rough with stubble that dug into her palm, felt like a man's cheek should. The other, with smooth ridges and soft scar tissue, didn't. Her thumbs ran over his cheekbones. His eye closed, whether in enjoyment at her touch or because he was fighting her without moving a muscle, she wasn't sure. "Thank you, Ford." Her throat was closed up tight and her voice barely squeezed out. His eye opened, and once more their gazes collided, hot and turbulent. Some kind of invisible current seemed to rip between them, and she forgot to breathe. She wanted to move closer, to slide her hands around his face and turn their touching into an embrace, but she didn't want to ruin whatever trust he'd placed in her. His hands came up and gripped her forearms, the left strong and whole, with long, supple fingers and tapered nails, the right missing 2 fingers and appearing more like a claw. Without thinking of the consequences, she leaned her head forward and kissed the end of the knuckles on his right hand where his fingers used to attach. The air around them seemed to vibrate for one stunned moment. Then he whirled around and went to the door, opening it and charging through. His steps echoed down, down, until the sound faded, and all that was left was the wind and the stars and Morgan, standing alone on the observation deck, her lips tingling, her hands burning, and her heart beating thump after painful thump.
"Ford, how you doing?"
"Just great, Rem. You?" Ford stood on the observation deck the next morning, watching the sunrise, his phone to his ear. His friend Remington Martinez from Texas was on the line, having just called him. Despite the chill, Ford hadn't bothered with his big hooded sweatshirt. He'd locked the door behind him, so he knew, even if Morgan tried, which he doubted she'd do, he wouldn't be interrupted. Except with a phone call.
"Same old crap, different day. Dad's still threatening to disown me, like I didn't bail his butt out with my bull riding money back when oil dropped and he almost lost everything."
His deep Texas twang colored every word, giving his speech a salt-of-the-earth authenticity. "Some things never change." He and Rem had met online and done some business dealings together not long after Rem's dad almost lost everything.
"You coming down to Texas for the winter? It's going to be about 75 degrees and sunny today." The way he said 5 made it sound like 2 syllables and almost like he was auctioning the temperature off. Even that didn't tempt Ford. That's because God knows Texans are big wussies that can't take the cold. Like he could leave his heart in North Dakota. The colors of the sky spread. You mean you can't stand the heat? They bantered like this every time they talked. Remington was a great guy who'd do anything for anyone, though. There's still oil jobs up there? I'm thinking I might need to put some distance between the old man and myself.
Thought you had a fiancée.
A pair of blue eyes flashed through his mind. Eyes that, just last night, had seemed not to care about how he looked. Rem gave a short laugh. Oh, I didn't tell you. The wedding was this weekend.
Congratulations,
Ford said. Funny that he hadn't gotten an invitation, but Rem probably realized he wouldn't go. Yeah, she married my brother. The sunrise faded out of his vision, and his full concentration was on his friend. What? Yeah, when Dad said he was going to disinherit me and leave everything to my little brother, she suddenly realized it was him she wanted all along.
I thought she was pregnant.
Lost it. For the first time, there wasn't an ounce of humor in Rem's tone.
Sorry about that.
I don't think she was. Something in his tone said there was more to the story, but Ford didn't pry.
I think the oil expansion up here will slow down until spring.
I don't know if I can stay here that long. I'm thinking about joining the guerrillas and fighting in Venezuela. There's oil there. Ford wasn't sure if Rem was kidding or not. Probably not.
Drugs, too. You're going to need more than a sidearm and a Bowie knife to deal with that. I was looking at some businesses in Mexico, but it's too corrupt. Not worth it.
You're probably right. I need to do something, though. I don't think I'm going to be able to stay here. Thoughts of last night flitted through Ford's head. Morgan's face. How capable she'd been as she showed him a whole new view of the stars. Literally and figuratively. Her eyes, her lithe body, her soft hands, her fingers stroking his cheeks. Both of them. She'd seen him. The thought made him want to run away. But she hadn't screamed, hadn't turned away in revulsion. Rem was still waiting on the other end of the line.
I'll keep an ear out and see if anything comes up.
I'd hire on as a ranch hand through winter. I'd sooner face the cold up there than deal with the drama here. Ford considered Sawyer, but Sawyer couldn't afford to pay, so that was out.
I'm sure there's something. Give me a week or so. You can start up and stay here until something comes up if you need to.
Thanks. Maybe I'll do that. I have some business to take care of in California, so maybe I'll just take me a road trip.
You do that. Show up here any time. The oil won't be booming again until spring, but there are jobs everywhere here. I can find something for you to do. It was true. There really were a ton of jobs. But even if they couldn't find anything Rem wanted to do, Ford would invent something. He owed his friend that much. He was one of the few business associates who had seen Ford's face. Rem hadn't cared. He'd had buddies who'd been torn up on the bulls, so he understood. Hazards of the job. Okay. Give me a month or so. Maybe I'll spend Christmas in Alaska. Maybe there'll be a crab boat looking for another hand. Who knows? I'll see you in spring at the latest. Ford had watched some of Rem's old bull riding tapes. The guy was fearless. Whatever his fiancée, brother, and dad had done, it sounded like he was hurt now, too. A bad combination in a man. Just drive straight up here, Rem. I'll fix you up.
We'll see. Gotta go. They hung up. Most of the color had faded out of the sky. As Ford looked around, something moving below caught his eye. He looked closer. Morgan walked along the driveway, her head turned to the sunrise. As he watched, she stopped and faced it, chin up and eyes closed. A stiff breeze blew her hair back,
and her hands remained tucked in the pockets of her puffer jacket. She wore jeans and hiking boots and was more beautiful than the sunrise. She stood like that for a bit, but almost like she could feel him watching. She opened her eyes and turned toward the house, her gaze directed to where he stood on the observation deck at the top of the roof. They stared at each other across the distance. He wasn't wearing his hooded sweatshirt, just a black, long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans. His face and head were uncovered in broad daylight. She could see the deformities, sure, but not the details. But she didn't look away in revulsion. She seemed as attracted to him as he was to her. Or maybe that's what he wanted to think, so he made it his reality. He wasn't sure. Still, she didn't look away, and neither did he. He almost thought, with the way she returned his stare, that maybe there could be a chance for them. He thought about what Sawyer had suggested. Try to charm her. What did he know about charming a woman? Next to nothing. He wasn't sure he even believed that he'd be able to charm her. Surely someone like Morgan, with her talent and beauty and sharp intelligence, wouldn't settle for someone like him. The sun had popped up over the horizon. The change happened quickly, and Morgan lowered her gaze. Turning, she walked toward the house. Maybe he'd lay low for a bit and set about launching a charm campaign. Chapter 9. After watching the sunrise, Morgan tackled the list that Ford had given her the week before. Some of the little things, like file papers and check social media accounts, responding to any comments or complaints, were easy to do. Some, like trying to coordinate a time for all 7 of Ford's potential buyers to meet together with him, were a lot more difficult. Mrs. T came up with a tray at 10, just after Morgan had given her name and number to the 3rd secretary for a callback. Morgan sniffed the air. "Is that a chocolate caramel cappuccino?" Mrs. T's wrinkled face roped into a broad smile. "It is, and that's a slice of cinnamon coffee cake beside it." The combination might be odd to others, but it was one that she adored. She never had it because of the calorie content. "How did you know?" "Ford said it was your favorite." "How did he know?" Maybe she should be concerned she had a stalker, but she was more awed that he'd care to find out about her. She snapped her fingers. "I bet he checked my social media. I'm pretty sure I have a few pictures pinned." "He didn't tell me." Mrs. T adjusted the tray. "Just gave me directions on what to have." "Then you had to make a trip to town pretty early this morning." "Nope, there's a delivery service. It isn't cheap, but they do a great business bringing things out to folks who live way out like we do." Mrs. T's face was still beaming. Morgan picked her cup up and took a small sip, figuring that Mrs. T wouldn't care that she wasn't drinking it properly. "Thank you so much. This is amazing." "You're welcome, honey. Just let me know if you need anything else." "I will, thanks." Morgan picked up her fork with a grin. She'd be sure to thank Ford tonight when they looked at the stars together. But Ford didn't send her a text about meeting Monday night. When Morgan couldn't stand the suspense any longer, she went into the solarium on her own, carrying Lolly. Ford wasn't there, but an additional recliner had been added beside the first. That must have been a surprise. The sight warmed her heart. He must have gotten busy, because obviously he planned to sit with her and look at the night sky at some point. Otherwise, what was the point behind the second recliner? He hadn't told her she could go up to the observation deck without him, but after standing in the solarium wondering what to do for a good 10 minutes, she put Lolly down in one of the recliners and walked boldly out and up to the forbidden wing. Opening the door to the stairs, which wasn't locked, she climbed them eagerly. But when she stepped out onto the deck, he wasn't there. She considered texting him but didn't want to bother him if he were working, so she went back to Lolly and sat in the recliner, looking up at the stars and thinking about how considerate it was of Ford to add a second seat. Tuesday, Mrs. T again brought her favorite cappuccino and coffee cake. For lunch, she served French fries with honey. Morgan didn't bother asking about how Mrs. T knew she liked the combination that grossed all her friends out. She wasn't sure what happened Tuesday afternoon because she was in George's office all day working on her list. But when she left the office at 5, every light in the house was on at full brightness and the curtains were all open. It was dark already outside, but she supposed the sun had been streaming in all day. As she walked through the hall lights, she could feel her mood lift and expand, and the dark blanket that seemed to wrap around her brain in the dim lighting was gone. When Wednesday night's supper featured cow tongue, which in her opinion was the absolute most delicious part of the cow, she was barely even surprised. Thursday, while she was working, her room was redecorated in blue and gray, her favorite color combination. Friday morning, there was an envelope and a small wrapped gift beside her plate, along with 7 small chocolate kisses. 7 was her favorite number, and at this point, she didn't think it was a coincidence. Waiting until Mrs. T set the waffles and cream cheese on the table, she picked up the note first. It opened easily, and she pulled out a note card with a silhouette of blue stars on a gray background. His scent came out with the card, and she breathed deep, closing her eyes at the rightness that filled her soul. The writing was Ford's, barely legible, but her smile faded as she wondered if it was difficult to write with only 3 fingers. The note was simple. For the rest of my life, when I look at the stars, I will think of you. Ford. For some reason, those words made her eyes prick, and she bit her lip to keep them from filling with tears. She held the card to her nose, taking another deep breath before sliding it back into the envelope and picking up the gift. It was a silver charm bracelet with the sun, moon, and stars on it. She held it up, and it sparkled in the now bright lights of the dining room. It was amazing. The most beautiful charm bracelet she'd ever seen, but something in her chest tightened and squeezed. Even while she admired the bracelet, she felt like crying. It was Friday morning, and she hadn't seen Ford since his hood had come down on the observation deck. She'd had gifts and sweet consideration galore, but she hadn't had his company. He hadn't texted her, and at some point, she decided she wasn't texting him until he texted her. Obviously, he was thinking about her, and she supposed she ought to be happy about that. She was happy about that. But why was he staying away? And what did he mean with the thoughtful gifts? For her, it was enough to stand together under the stars. That was really all she could afford anyway. These gifts reminded her that she wasn't on the same level as Ford. Not that they were expensive or extravagant, but there wasn't anything that she could give or do for him in return. He had everything. She was the astronomy major, but he owned the telescope. Up until this point, despite the lavish house and eccentricities that he catered to for himself, she'd not felt inferior. Now, especially since her main income, her modeling, had disappeared, she knew she'd never even approached the wealth that he had, and it made her feel like she wasn't good enough to even think about wanting him for more than a friend. Ford watched the screen as Morgan opened his card and gift. All week, he'd loved seeing her face as she noticed each new thing he did. He thought maybe he was doing a good job at charming her, and Sawyer would be proud. He'd eagerly anticipated her reaction to his card and gift. He'd not really given her a gift yet, per se, and he couldn't wait to see how she reacted. The expression on her face was not happiness, which had made his heart sink like a rock in the river. She'd actually almost looked like she was going to cry, especially when she read the note. Had he said something wrong? He'd tried to be sweet but not pushy. He wanted her to know he was aiming at more than friendship, but he didn't want to scare her away. Obviously, the note had been a big miss.
But the charm bracelet. He'd had a jeweler from the cities drive up with samples according to his specs, and he'd picked it out. He'd loved it at first sight, and he thought Morgan would too. Although it seemed at first like she admired it, he'd been wrong again. He blew a breath out. So he wasn't a charmer. From the look on her face, it almost seemed like she liked him less now than she had at the beginning of the week, and he had no idea what he was doing wrong. His phone rang, and he recognized the number of one of the potential buyers of his prototype. Just before he swiped to answer, his alarm sounded with a notice that a car was coming up his drive. Glancing at the computer screen, he saw it was his brother, Ty. It looked like Louise, Ty's wife, in the front seat, and maybe 2 people in the back seat, which would almost certainly be their child, Tella, and Donna, Ford and Ty's mother. Making a quick decision, he swiped the phone and answered while shooting off a quick text to Morgan, telling her he was busy with business and asking if she could entertain his guests until he could send for them. She sent back, "Of course." An hour later, he finally got off the phone. He hadn't expected it to take that long, but it had been a profitable conversation that had ended with the potential buyer promising to tell his secretary to make a meeting work with his calendar. A win in Ford's vast experience. But his family was waiting downstairs, and he'd thrown Morgan to the wolves, asking her to entertain them. His mother already had little patience with him since he refused to leave his home. He and his brother had been close before his accident, but after their father died, Ty had left to play hockey at college and seldom came back. Hockey had been Ford's dream too, and although he'd always been happy for his brother, Ty's success had been bittersweet for Ford. He carefully secured his eye patch over his eye and put his sweatshirt on, lifting the deep hood. He leaned over his desk and, saying a silent sorry to Morgan, he dimmed all of the downstairs lights. Texting Morgan, he instructed her to close all the curtains. His family, including Louise, had seen him without the hood and in the light, but he wasn't ready to expose himself to Morgan like that. She'd seen him on the observation deck. He wasn't done with his charm campaign to try to make up for it, yet. Giving Morgan plenty of time to close the curtains, he walked silently down the stairs. Voices drifted out of the formal living room. As he came closer, he could overhear. He slowed, since it sounded like Morgan was still closing curtains. "I don't know how you live in this dim gloom. It drives poor Georgia absolutely bonkers when he has the lights down and the curtains drawn. It's not like we get an abundance of sunshine here in the winter." His mother didn't usually complain. She'd been more than patient with him, but she definitely sounded irritated. He cringed, knowing Morgan agreed with her completely. "I understand why he does it. If it were me, I'd want to keep things dim too." "Well, he's not very considerate of other people." "Actually," Morgan said, "I've never met a more considerate person." "We are talking about my brother, Ford Hanson, correct?" Ty asked, with a hint of humor in his voice. Ford grinned. "Of course. You don't think he's considerate?" Morgan asked incredulously. "Well, that's not really the first adjective that comes to mind." Ford knew Ty wasn't being mean, just honest. He supposed he came across as gruff and possibly bitter to his family. He was gruff. And he was bitter too. Who wouldn't be? Especially with a gorgeous supermodel in his home, who also happened to be intelligent and kind as well. And he looked worse than a troll that lived under a bridge. "I remember Ford as being really nice and funny when he was in high school, but the accident seemed to change him." That was Louise, and she was sweet as apple pie. She could have said he was a real jerk now. She remembered him as being funny? Really? "Regardless, we can't allow him to keep you shut up in here in the dark, no less, working all hours of the day and night with no breaks and no days off," his mother said firmly. "That's not how it is," Morgan protested. "That's how he treats Georgia," Ty stated. "That's not what she told me." Morgan actually sounded like she was getting annoyed,
which made Ford smile.
Maybe she was sugarcoating it.
Ty's voice still held a hint of laughter. Ford remembered that he used to laugh a lot too. It was more fun to be around people who laugh. Morgan spoke from across the room. The light dimmed as the curtain closed.
I don't think so. He's been amazing, sweet and kind, very considerate, and I've had to beg him to give me work to do.
The room was silent. Seconds ticked by. Ford's heart swelled that Morgan would stand by him. He deserved the things his family said about him. And Morgan would have every right in the world to join in, since everything they said was true. But she defended him.
I'm going to go check to see if Mrs. T has some refreshments that we can serve.
I'll come with you, Louise said. Ford slipped back up to his rooms. He'd text Morgan and have her send his family up to his office. For some reason, after hearing her defend him like she did, it made him even more reluctant for her to see him. How he longed to be whole and handsome, someone who she could be proud to be beside. But his reality was much different, and so, for today, he took the easy way out. That night, Morgan sat on an easy chair in the solarium alone. Well, Lolly and her big potbelly were in her lap. Jack lay at her feet. But the recliner beside her was empty. It was cloudy out, spitting freezing drizzle occasionally, and a generally nasty night. Suited her mood. She defended Ford, entertained his family, and explained to them how wonderful he was. When he finally got done with his business meeting, he'd had her direct them upstairs to his office. He'd specifically said, "Tell my family to come up to my office." The invitation didn't include her. That shouldn't annoy her. He had the right to visit with his family without her, of course. But annoy her it had. Or maybe she was annoyed because she hadn't seen him all week. She had no right, and he'd done a lot of kind things, including giving her the bracelet she was wearing now. If she were honest, she wasn't upset at Ford. She was annoyed with herself for being such a baby. She liked him and wanted to get to know him better, but she didn't feel like she was good enough to deserve him. She was being stupid. A knock sounded at the door. Then the knob rattled and it opened, letting in a shaft of light from the hall. The door didn't close, which was odd. Ford was so careful about the light. "Can I come in?" His voice drifted over, seeming hesitant.
It's your house.
I hope you feel like you belong here too.
She thought about last weekend when she couldn't wait to get home.
I do. Thank you.
Do you mind if I join you?
No. Someone thoughtfully provided another recliner, although there aren't any stars to see tonight.
His footsteps came closer, clicking on the tile floor. But rather than go to the side with the recliner, they seemed to be heading to her right. She didn't look since it didn't matter anyway. All she'd see was his black hood, and she'd end up searching the shadows for his eye and wishing she could see more, and she wasn't in the mood tonight for hide and seek.
Thank you for defending me today.
She grunted, her hand stroking Lolly, who snored softly.
You heard that?
Yeah, I stood in the hall for a bit.
The charm bracelet on her wrist caught the light that still shone in from the hall as her hand moved over Lolly's back. She watched the glitter and dance of light.
You should have come in.
Yes, I should have.
She wasn't even going to ask why he didn't. She knew. He didn't want her to see him. She wasn't in the mood for that, either.
Aren't you going to sit down?
She asked. He stood beside her, and she kept wanting to turn her head to look at him, but she was tired of looking at his hood. He didn't answer her for a while, just stood, unmoving, just beside her head, maybe 3 feet away. She felt his presence more than saw him. Drat him, even not looking at him, even with him that far away,
Her heart picked up its pace and her lungs worked harder. And for what?
I wanted to ask you what you thought of my boots. Her hand stopped mid-stroke. Her body froze. Then her head whipped around, her eyes wide. He stood beside her, as she thought. But he wasn't wearing a hood. Long, pointed cowboy boots poked out from under jeans that were a little frayed at the bottoms. Her eyes traveled up his long legs to his narrow hips and waist. At night in bed, as she was trying to fall asleep, she wondered over and over if he were thin or if he'd have a belly. Mrs. T was a good cook. Her question was answered. He was thin. Only through the abdomen, though, since his chest broadened out into the wide shoulders that had not been made to look wider by padding in his oversized hoodies, as she'd supposed. They were broad and covered with a dark, long-sleeved tee, which was tucked into his pants. His biceps stretched at the arms of the shirt. Her eyes moved up, over his neck where his pulse ticked in and out at the base of his throat. Next was the strong jaw she remembered, and those lips. Sensual, unsmiling. The bold nose, the slightly stubbled cheek and perfect cheekbone on one side, the mass of scar tissue on the other. He wore an eye patch. It made him look dashing. She slid out from under Lolly, carefully moved her feet without disturbing Jack, and stood before him. Despite her height, he was easily taller, and she had to look up to meet his gaze. "I love your boots," she said in a breathy voice she didn't recognize as her own. "I'll have to bring mine back the next time I go to the ranch. We'll almost match." His chest moved in and out, shallow and fast. "I hoped you'd like them." "Are they new?" She felt like they were just talking about banal things with their lips while their eyes spoke of things much deeper. "No, I've had them for a while, but I hardly ever wear them." "All you need is a hat and you'll look like a real cowboy." "All I need is a sword and I'll look like a real pirate." Her lips curved up. "I like pirates." His good brow moved up, like he were questioning her. Then his beautiful lips curved into a small smile, revealing a dimple at the corner of his mouth. "You have a smile that would make angels weep." The word slipped out of her mouth. His eye lasered on hers. "I'm not really interested in what angels think." Her heart jumped at the implication that he cared what she thought. "I wasn't sure if you'd like the bracelet, but I see you're wearing it." "Thank you," she said right away. "Thank you for the bracelet and the food, the lights and the recliner. You've been so good to me this week, and I don't even deserve it since I wasn't able to get the meeting set up like you wanted." He put one finger to her lips, touching slightly. "Shh." He breathed through his nose and didn't drop his finger. "We're almost there. I should have told you these things sometimes take time." His finger moved, tracing the outline of her lips with its tip. "But I don't want to talk about business tonight, if that's okay with you." "I want to thank you for everything you've done." As her lips moved, they brushed against his finger, causing them to tingle. "You like your room?" Focusing on his words was hard when his finger was so distracting. She forced words out. "You found out I like gray and blue." "Yes." He watched his finger. Or maybe his eye was on her lips. "And the food I like." "Yes." His forehead scrunched. "Do you think I'm a stalker?" Her lips tilted up, and he put his thumb on the crease. She touched her tongue to the tip of his thumb. He hissed, and the pulse in his throat jumped like a kid on a trampoline. His eye closed. But then his finger dropped. Disappointment made her chest achy. She spoke around her tight throat. "No, I don't think you're a stalker. Did you check out my social media?" A shadow of a smile shimmered across his face. "I did one better. I called your aunt." She laughed. His teeth flashed. Their eyes met and held. Their smiles faded.
Sawyer told me to try to be charming, so I tried to listen to him this week. He stopped and tilted his head. I'm not sure why. Since Sawyer isn't married and he's such a workaholic, he's never even had a girlfriend. What made me think it was a good idea to listen to him? She lifted her shoulders. He shook his head like he considered himself hopeless. Yeah. Anyway, I was trying to be charming this week, but I got the feeling today that I didn't succeed. His eye searched her face, looking for her reaction. So I thought about it some more, about what I'd want if someone, were trying to charm me.
And? She prompted when he didn't keep talking.
And I discovered that material things wouldn't really matter. I'd want time. That's something you can't buy more of. Everybody only has so much. To give it is a real gift. Valuable.
I agree, she said softly.
What else?
Loyalty. You can pay workers, but you can't buy loyalty.
I see. That's good. What else?
Trust.
He broke eye contact and looked over her head.
A hard one for me, but if someone were trying to charm me, I would require it.
After his accident, his girlfriend broke up with him when he was still in the hospital. No wonder it was hard for him to trust. She put a finger on his collarbone, running it out along his shoulder and arm.
So that's why you're in here without a hood.
His chest went in and out, deep breaths.
Yes.
His hands moved up, slowly, until they took hold of his eye patch. He hesitated, as though he really wasn't sure he wanted to do it. She held her breath, tempted to help him, to put her hands over his and take it off together, but feeling like it was something he had to do himself. She couldn't look away as the black slipped up and the puckered skin of his eye appeared. The light wasn't perfect, but it was more clear than it was the other night when they were outside. The vulnerability on his face was more apparent. Her heart clenched as the black patch slipped from his head and dropped with his hand, leaving him open and exposed. They stared at each other, her heart pounding in her chest, their chests heaving in and out together. The puckered and twisted skin on his face truly did mar his handsome perfection. Before the accident, he must have been so beautiful it would have hurt to look at him.
Say something,
he said on a puff of breath. What could she say that didn't sound trite or insincere? He was beautiful to her, not just because his heart was pure, but because the marring of his face only made his handsomeness bearable. But he'd never believe it. She could say she didn't care what he looked like, which was true, but he'd hardly believe that either. And she couldn't deny that she'd admired his firm lips, his broad shoulders, his narrow waist, and long legs. She wanted to touch him. She wanted more.
Thank you for trusting me,
she finally whispered, her voice husky with emotion. The seconds ticked past, and neither of them moved. Had she said the wrong thing?
That wasn't really what I came in here for tonight.
He finally spoke, moving closer to her at the same time. The air between them contracted.
No?
She couldn't resist anymore and put her hand on his chest, sliding it up to his shoulder, feeling the hardness and warmth of the man under it.
No.
His hand, with 5 long fingers, touched her hair, running lightly down it.
I figured you needed to see that before I could ask if I could kiss you.
Her eyes widened as an electric shock coursed through her body.
Have you seen enough? Can I ask now?
Her head shook back and forth, and no slipped out of her mouth. The lid on his good eye drooped, and one side of his mouth drew back.
No, you didn't have to show me anything.
She closed the rest of the distance between them, and their bodies brushed.
I've wanted to kiss you since at least last Saturday when I couldn't stay away.
His hands came around her and pulled her even closer to him.
She explored the broadness of his back, the strength of his shoulders, before she touched her lips to the cleft in his chin. He shook.
"Are you waiting to see if I'll beg?" she asked, touching her tongue lightly to the indent and feeling the tremor that rocked through his body.
"No," he breathed out on a trembling sigh. "I just can't believe I'm holding you in my arms. I can't believe you're willing to kiss something as ugly as me."
"Not willing. I want to. Please."
"And I'm afraid that if I touch my lips to yours, the bubble will pop and I'll wake up, alone in my bed, knowing it was all just a dream."
"Don't be afraid."
"Then I can't look too far into the future because I can't help thinking that you'll regret this in the morning. The sunlight is unforgiving."
"I don't care."
"I don't care for my sake. I don't want you to have regrets." She pressed her lips together. She'd never begged anyone to kiss her before. She'd already asked. He knew what she wanted, and he was trembling with the need to kiss her. Yet he resisted. What more could she do? When she wanted a modeling career, she didn't sit back and wait for agents to come to her. Skimming her hands up his back, she slid them both into his hair on the back of his head. She stretched up on her tiptoes and put pressure on his head at the same time, lifting her head. Their lips touched for a second before she pulled back just a bit. His body jerked, and he pulled her closer. She held his gaze as she moved toward him a second time, their lips touching again. She drew a small groan out of him when she drew back. Her lids lowered at the sound, and her lips drew back in an ageless woman's smile. His eye moved to her mouth, staring. She touched her tongue to her lip, teasing, maybe. This time, his groan was loud and guttural. It snapped off short as his lips landed on hers. Her world spun, and her hand slipped out of his hair to grip his shoulders. His hands moved over her back, anchoring her as waves of sensation washed through her. Nothing in her life had ever made her feel that amazed and alive. When he finally lifted his head, she clung to him. Now she trembled. He kissed her cheek and her forehead, finally tucking her head under his chin and holding her tight against him. His heart beat strong and fast. She could feel it knocking against his ribs, the same way her heart was knocking against hers. She could have stayed like that all night, but it felt like a very short time later, although it must have been at least 15 minutes. He spoke above her head. "I think I'd better leave now. I have to face you in the morning." Turning her head, she pressed her lips against his neck. His breath rushed out. When she spoke, her lips brushed his skin.
"I would look forward to it more if you said, 'In the morning, I get to kiss you again.'"
His breath huffed out in a choked laugh. "I like your wording better, too."
"Maybe if you gave me a kiss goodnight, I'd have more to look forward to."
He put his lips on her forehead. "Maybe you better quit talking like that. I'm not sure my heart can take it."
"I think you just figured out a way to stop me from talking."
He smiled and lowered his head. His lips took hers, carefully and gently. The whirlwind of the last kiss quieted into a sweet summer rain. She loved both sensations. He lifted his head, kissing her cheek, then her eye and her forehead. "Go, please," he whispered against her forehead. The temptation to linger was strong, but she appreciated his respect and consideration and didn't want to destroy it. So, she slipped out of his arms and out of the room, tapping up the stairs and eventually dreaming of a cowboy so beautiful the angels had to mar his face so it wouldn't hurt the eyes to look at him. Chapter 10. The next morning, Morgan sat down at the breakfast table. She knew she probably looked like a dork with a dreamy smile on her face, but it wasn't like there was anyone around to see her, except Mrs. T. although she was bustling around so furiously that Morgan was pretty sure she barely realized Morgan was at the table. Her hurried, "Good morning," was a lot different than her normal chattering. Since it was Saturday, Morgan made a mental note to ask her if she needed help with anything if she came back in. There was nothing on her list that she could do today, and a restlessness ran through her, making it hard to concentrate. All she wanted to do was think of Ford. She was infatuated, no doubt. She had the first bite of breakfast on her fork when the door connecting the hall to the dining room cracked and slowly slid open. Sometimes Lolly pushed it open with her nose if Morgan hadn't shut it tight, but Morgan hadn't seen Lolly all morning, and no little claws clicked on the tile. Jeans and a cowboy boot stepped in, followed by the slim hips that she'd seen for the first time last night. A green checkered shirt made his shoulders look a mile wide, and a cowboy hat, but nothing else, partially shielded his face. Ford stepped just inside the room, allowing the door to close behind him. His eye stayed on her. He held his head high, but there was a little vulnerability in the tilt of his brow. Her silly smile grew wider into a smile of pure pleasure. She could stare at this man all day long. "I wasn't sure if eating with me would turn your stomach," he said slowly. Her smile fell, and her eyes widened. How could he think that? Not for the first time, she wondered what, exactly, his fiancée had said to him when she broke up with him in the hospital. Or maybe he'd overheard other people talking. Surely no one would have been ignorant to his face. But something had happened. Something beyond his accident, she was sure. All the confidence, the swagger, and laughter that she remembered was gone. Her fork clattered to her plate, and her chair legs scraped across the floor as she pushed back, almost leaping to her feet as she hurried over. "You do realize that I want to grab anyone who would even suggest that such a thing were true and do something really hurtful to them?" she said as she walked toward him. One of his lips quirked up, and his eye lost most of its insecurity. "Really hurtful?" "Yes, like pluck their fingernails out with tweezers." She stopped in front of him. "Ouch." "Exactly. That's the reaction I'm going for." She wished he'd put his arms around her and draw her closer, but he made no move to touch her. "I had no idea that under all those brains and beauty, you were so brutal." She tilted her head. "I didn't really know it either. Just thinking about someone hurting you makes a red haze cover my vision, and these violent thoughts I didn't even know I was capable of boil over." "Remind me to stay on your good side." She tried to look coy. It wasn't an expression she had much practice using, but Ford made every feminine molecule in her body want to simper and flirt. "A good morning kiss might help with that." Ford gave her a full-on grin, showing his straight, white teeth, but he didn't move to touch her. "Kissing you should come with a warning label. It's dangerous and addicting. I couldn't sleep last night for reliving every second of the two I had." Good to hear his night was just like hers. "Dangerous?" For the first time, he looked uncomfortable, and his eye dropped. He shifted and shoved a hand in his pocket. "Yeah." "In what way?" She wasn't sure she liked being called dangerous. "You're just down the hall." She looked at him blankly. "I never thought about it before." He spread his hand out. "This is my office. It's where I work. All my employees, the few that I have, live here. I gave you a room and didn't give it another thought. But that was before. I would never have considered moving a girlfriend in. Not that I ever thought I'd have a girlfriend." He shifted again and met her eyes. "I don't know what we are, exactly. What you want us to be. I'm good with girlfriend, more than good. But I don't know how safe it is for me to have my girlfriend sleeping right down the hall from me." She knew her mouth was hanging open, but she couldn't seem to close it. "Maybe girlfriend is too much for you. I get that.
That's fine. That's more like a fairy tale to me anyway. But whatever you call it, whatever label we put on whatever is between us, it's going to be torture to kiss you, then know you're sleeping right down the hall. Not impossible, but hard. Dangerous.
She managed to get her tongue unhooked from the roof of her mouth.
I see.
She turned her head to the wall. She hadn't been around chivalry like this since she left North Dakota for college. Normally, it was her fighting off the increasingly insistent advances of whatever guy she was dating. Funny, because she hadn't wanted to fight Ford off at all. She wanted him closer. Disappointment dripped like curdled milk down her throat. It sounded like if she were going to stay here, there would be no kissing and no girlfriend label. She respected that, even admired it, but didn't like it. Finally, she looked back at him.
So, we're friends?
Something that looked like relief moved across his face.
Yes.
Okay.
This definitely wasn't what she wanted or expected, but just because he was stiff-arming her didn't mean they couldn't have fun together. Maybe that would be for the best anyway. Ford needed to learn to laugh again.
I'll go get you a plate and silverware and let Mrs. T know you're eating here,
she said, turning. He put a hand on her arm.
I can do it.
After everything you've done for me this week, let me do this little thing for you. We're having waffles and cream cheese this morning. I suspect because it's one of my favorites.
He grinned.
Guilty.
I thought so. Sit down. I'll be right back.
Morgan walked into the kitchen. Mrs. T held her phone to her ear. Her brows were knotted, and she had her thumbnail caught between her teeth.
Are you sure?
She asked, taking her thumb from her mouth, only to bite her lower lip. She glanced up at Morgan's approach and held up one finger. Morgan nodded, stopping. Should she walk back out and give Mrs. T privacy?
I have some things to finish up here. I'll be there as soon as I can, probably this evening.
There was a little more back and forth before she said goodbye and hung up.
I'm sorry about that,
she said.
Sounded like someone's in the hospital. That was our son-in-law. My daughter is in the hospital over in Fargo. They're not sure what's wrong with her. They're running more tests, but if they can't figure it out, they're taking her to the cities.
They were about 3 hours away from Fargo.
What do you have to do? Can I help? I can make dinner and supper.
If it wasn't too complicated. Surely Ford would let her take off.
They're just casseroles, and I have them ready to bake. What I really need is someone to drop these groceries off at Elaine Anderson's house. Groceries? She's the single mom with 4 kids trying to keep her ranch together. Ford buys her groceries every week.
Why was she not surprised?
Normally Sawyer takes them to her, but he didn't show up yesterday.
Morgan made a mental note to ask about Sawyer, too. If it were summer, she could see ranch work getting in the way. But since it was late October, he was hardly putting up hay, and his harvesting should be done.
I can take the groceries. As soon as Ford gives you permission, you can go. Oh, pshaw.
Mrs. T waved her hand.
I could have dropped everything and went running out, and Ford wouldn't have minded. In fact, if he knew, he'd probably insist. I just couldn't have left him with no meal prepared, and some of Elaine's fresh fruits and vegetables will be spoiled if I don't get back for a few days. Don't worry about the groceries. I'll get them to her.
She looked down at the plate in her hand.
Oh, Ford is in the dining room, and he's going to eat breakfast with me. Is it okay if I take some more food out?
Mrs. T stopped in the middle of the kitchen, a dirty pan in her hand.
Ford's eating with you? Yes.
Morgan couldn't help the excited smile that tilted her lips up.
Oh, my.
Mrs. T's brows rose up almost to her hairline.
Oh, my,
she nodded.
That's about the best thing I've heard in years.
She set the pan on the table and came over and enveloped Morgan in a maple syrup-scented hug.
That boy just needs someone to give him back what that witch Shauna took away from him. Maybe someday you'll tell me the story? I will, but I'm thinking Ford will tell you anything you want to know. That's the kind of man he is. He'd do anything for anyone. But his pride was destroyed, and he fixed the hole with bitterness and anger. I see.
She did, a little. But there was more to the puzzle, she was sure. Sticking silverware under her arm, she picked up the tray Mrs. T had made with waffles and orange juice along with syrup and butter.
I'll clean up,
Morgan said as she pushed the door open with her hip.
I'll let you. This time. I'll set Elaine's groceries out on the back porch. They'll stay cold out there.
Is she expecting you at a certain time?
Nope. She'll probably tell you she doesn't want them either. She's got pride. Just give them to her kids.
Okay.
It sounded like delivering the groceries could be an interesting experience. Morgan let the door swing closed behind her and carried Ford's tray to the table. He was on his phone, typing, but looked up, smiled, and put it away as she walked to him.
Business on Saturday?
He rose, taking the tray from her hand, careful of the orange juice. Yeah. You haven't had any luck scheduling Spencer, and neither have I. He'd be the one that could pay the most and the one that would do the best, I think. But he has some hang-ups I haven't been able to work through.
Oh?
He held her chair for her as she sat. When was the last time anyone had done that? It was old-fashioned, she supposed, but it made her feel cared for all the same.
Like what?
She prompted when he didn't continue. I don't know if you've run into this in the work that you've been doing, but ever since I started being a big player in the IT scene, there's been a bit of a bounty on my head.
For pictures?
She'd seen it online. Yes.
And?
She finally picked up the fork she'd dropped when he first walked in. It was hard to believe that Ford was actually sitting at the table, eating with her. Spencer has it in his head that I could help the cancer charity he started after his sister died of a brain tumor by coming to his annual charity auction. He wants me to auction off the right to a picture.
That seems a little crass.
He's using it as a bargaining point. He actually has 2 of the other guys on my list talked into insisting they meet me in person to discuss my prototype. He poured syrup over the cream cheese he'd spread on his waffle.
Versus the video meeting you wanted.
That's right. With the video, I control lighting and what people see. Their eyes met.
I figured that's why you did it that way.
It's worked every time for me. Spencer's making things difficult this time. He took a bite of his waffles. Something in his expression told her he was thinking there might be another way, but he didn't seem inclined to discuss it with her.
We have 2 of the 7 scheduled for a video conference. 2 more that are willing.
Right. And the 3 we don't have are the ones with the deepest pockets.
I see.
But let's not worry about that today. She remembered what she'd promised to do in the kitchen.
Did you talk to Mrs. T?
She texted that she was leaving, that you were cleaning up and would feed me dinner and supper, since Mrs. T is in perpetual concern that I might starve to death if someone is not constantly at my elbow begging me to eat. Morgan laughed.
Someone's been trying to fatten me up.
I overheard you tell Lolly that you lost 5 pounds. I couldn't figure out from where. He scraped his plate. These were really good. She thought back.
That was last week.
Yeah. She put the last bite of waffle in her mouth.
I never thought to put syrup on the cream cheese. That made it even better.
Yep, I took your eccentricity and improved upon it. They laughed together. Talking about Lolly made her realize the little dog hadn't come in with him.
Where is Lolly? I haven't seen her all morning, and she's usually around. I think Mrs. T gives her scraps or something.
She needs to go on a diet, that's for sure. His eyes widened, and he said quickly, Lolly, not Mrs. T. Morgan laughed again. His face became serious. You're right. I haven't seen her. She started gathering the plates, and he stood to help her. Concern curled in her stomach. Lolly hadn't missed breakfast since Morgan had come. As though Ford could feel something was wrong, too, he held the kitchen door for her and said, "Let's just set these plates down and then go see if Lolly got shut in a room somewhere by accident." Morgan was all in for that. Mrs. T had left the kitchen in pristine shape. The only thing that needed to be done were the dishes they held in their hands.
"I told her I'd take the groceries to Elaine Anderson."
Ford gave her a considering glance. His finger slid over the edge of the counter, and he said slowly, "Maybe I can go with you." Her lips tilted up.
"I'd love that."
"It's a plan, then. After the dishes are done, and after we find Lolly." She searched her bedroom, and Ford searched his, but they met at the top of the stairs, both empty-handed.
"Nothing?"
She asked anyway, just because the concern that had swirled in her stomach was attempting to become full-on panic, and she was trying to shove it down. "No. None of the other doors up here were open, but I still ran up to the observation deck and she wasn't there either." He put a hand on her shoulder. "We'll find her." She bit her lip and nodded.
"The last time I saw her was last night when—"
Their eyes met. The words she didn't say, "You kissed me," hovered in the air between them. Concern for Lolly was still present, but there was a definite edge to it now, with the memory of their passionate embrace. His fingers slid down her arm, and he took her hand. "Let's check downstairs." Jack sat at the bottom of the steps. "That's weird," Ford said. Morgan nodded. She'd never seen Jack out in the open like that. Sometimes he'd sit on her legs, but usually he skittered from one place to another in his awkward, unbalanced gait. "Come on." Ford tugged at her hand, and they rushed down the stairs together. His fingers were longer than hers, and it struck her how easily he made her feel feminine and soft. Being taller than anyone she knew gave her an edge at times, like with modeling or in physical situations, but it also gave her more than one moment of the elephant in the china closet feeling. Not to mention, she towered over almost everyone she knew. Ford made her feel womanly and even petite, despite her size 12 shoe and 6'1" height. It was easier to think about Ford and how he made her feel than it was to face the burgeoning conviction that something was very wrong with Lolly. Jack had disappeared in the living room. After a cursory glance, they searched the other downstairs rooms, the library, and the kitchen, and they tore the solarium apart. They went outside the front and back doors and even walked to the barn where the horses were all in their stalls, happily munching hay. Still holding hands, they walked back into the house. "I don't think Mrs. T lets Lolly downstairs in their apartment, and I hate to go there without their permission," Ford said as they stood in the soaring foyer. Jack sat in the doorway to the formal living room. Ford looked down at her. Their eyes met. Then, as one, they hurried to the formal living room. The leather furniture was grouped around a large fireplace with a low coffee table in the middle. The black grand piano took up the entire far corner of the room with the bass fiddle and the trombone beside it. Two recliners with a small table between them faced inward. Nothing moved. Morgan walked forward, bending down to her hands and knees to look under the couch, even feeling between the cushions of that and the love seat and the chair. Ford did the same with the recliners. "Wait," he said suddenly. "Listen." She turned to face him, absently noting the awkward way he was kneeling with one knee on the ground and his other leg sticking straight out behind him. She'd forgotten that he'd lost a leg. Of course, his gait was just a little off, but she'd quit noticing, just as she'd quickly gotten used to his face and missing ear. His head was cocked, and he had an intent look on his face, but his eye slipped to hers, and he caught her looking at his leg. He twisted and sat down on his butt, good leg drawn up, his arm hooked around it. "You need to see that too?" "I didn't need to see any of it. I'd honestly totally forgotten that you'd lost a leg, too. Your position just reminded me.
It's so unimportant as to be something I don't even remember about.
His lip pulled back, and he reached down, pulling up the leg of his jeans. She crawled over to him and put a hand on his, stilling his movements.
Ford?
Yeah, he said without looking at her.
I put up with your bull this morning. That whole, I don't want a girlfriend living here, I don't want to kiss you, and let's just be friends trash and all that. I don't have to sit here and watch this, though. I don't care what it looks like. It doesn't change anything for me.
She dropped her hand and sat back on her haunches, even though what she really wanted to do was move forward.
I've been with a lot of men who only liked me because of the way I look, or because of my potential earnings and social power as a supermodel. I don't want to be with someone who's only with me because of the superficial things they gain.
His eye widened. That's not... I love the way you look. You can stop my heart with your beauty. But that isn't why I'm interested in you. That actually makes it worse. His jaw jutted out, and frustration oozed out of every pore. Listen, he said. She closed her mouth. A soft little whimper tiptoed through the silence. I can't tell where it's coming from, Ford said, tilting his head. Morgan's brows drew down, and she stood slowly.
It sounds like from the piano?
She looked down at Ford in confusion. He started to get up, and she held out her hand. He stared at it a moment before he took it. Meeting her eyes, she helped him stand. We're talking about this later, she promised to his frown. She walked over to the piano. There was nothing under it. Nothing under the bench that sat in front of it. Nothing around it. She's in here. Ford stood beside the propped lid. Holy smokes, he said softly. They're in here. Morgan hurried around the end of the piano until she stood beside Ford.
Oh, wow.
Lolly lay on her side, looking up at them from the back corner of the piano, in the small space where the strings ended. 6 little wobbly heads stuck up from chubby little bodies in front of her.
I counted 6.
Me too, Ford said softly.
Guess she doesn't need to go on a diet.
No, maybe we should actually increase her feed a little. That looks like a lot of puppies to take care of. Ford shoved his hands in his pockets.
She looks calm.
Exhausted.
Yeah, she's been busy since last night.
I feel like I should find the dog that did this to her and deal with him. Morgan snorted.
Somebody should have gotten their dog fixed.
Ford shrugged, pulling his hands out of his pockets and holding them up. I never thought of it. The medical center fixed her up, and I've taken her to the vet clinic that's set up now in Sweetwater, but just for shots. I guess I assumed she was fixed. She patted his arm.
I guess this makes you a grandfather.
He choked. Then a real laugh erupted. Not long, but enough that she patted herself on the back a bit. I don't think I'm ready for that responsibility yet. He looked like he might say something more, but he closed his mouth and looked back at Lolly and her litter of puppies. I don't think we should leave them in the piano.
No, I think you're right.
The piano might be ruined. She wasn't sure.
I don't think the puppies can get out now, but eventually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Although I suppose they could wiggle and get caught somewhere.
Where are you thinking you'd want them?
How about the solarium? She nodded.
I was thinking the same thing.
They found a box on the back porch, stealing it from Elaine's groceries, and fitted it with a few soft rags. Ford held it while Morgan carefully lifted the tiny pups from the piano and placed them in their new home. Lolly came last.
Do you want to set her in the solarium? I'm going to get a rag and see if I can clean this up a little.
She tilted her head at him.
Do you play?
His teeth flashed. No, George does.
Oh. Well, you might have to get a professional in, but I'll do the best I can.
She shook her head.
I can't believe the dog had puppies in the piano. But she was glad it had. Ford seemed to have totally forgotten about his uncomfortableness.
Chapter 11. Ford settled Lolly, and Morgan cleaned the piano. He was grateful that Morgan had been there. He could have handled Lolly and her puppies by himself, but it was nicer to have her with him. She seemed to be taking his messed-up face just fine, almost like it didn't bother her, which shocked him since it sure bothered him. Although for a while there, when they'd found the puppies, he'd kind of forgotten about it. He'd not gotten quite used to it yet, this intelligent and kind supermodel who looked at him like he was handsome and whole. Part of him thought the punchline was coming. They met back in the kitchen where the dishes from breakfast still waited. "I can get these if you don't mind waiting," he said. "I don't think there's enough to mess with the dishwasher."
You wash, I'll dry.
Her smile was wide and spread across her face like a ray of sunshine. It was the kind of smile that a person had to return. Running hot water into the sink, he squirted some dish soap into it. He figured he'd smiled more today than he had in years, which was odd considering he should be more self-conscious of his face today. He was, but not in a stifling way, just in the way that he couldn't believe he was uncovered in front of her. Morgan turned to grab a dish towel out of the drawer. Ford scooped a handful of bubbles out of the sink and blew them at her when she turned around, careful to avoid her eyes. She squealed.
You're like a 2-year-old.
She laughed, dusting the bubbles off with her towel before throwing it over her shoulder. He grinned and handed her a clean plate. She took it in one hand, reaching into his water with the other and splashing a bit on him.
Ha! Now we're even.
He wiped water off his nose. "Not smart," he said, wiggling his eyebrow. He washed the other plate and handed it to her. While her head was down, he turned the water on cold and grabbed the sprayer, hitting her square in the chest with a stream of what he expected was very cold water. She screamed, setting the plate on the counter and lifting the towel over her head. He shut the water off, hoping he hadn't pushed her too far. He'd always been more competitive than was good for him. Maybe that was a part of the reason losing his looks and any chance he had of being a professional hockey player like his brother had been so hard. He'd lost. He hated losing. But she was laughing. Pulling the towel down, she snapped him with it. She was good, too, because it bit into his thigh with a sharp pinch. He needed the distraction. Her wet shirt was stuck to her chest. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you that wet." His eye landed on a drop of water on her cheek.
It's okay. I started the splashing, she grinned. But you're going to finish by yourself because I have to go change.
He nodded, trying to remember that they'd decided to just be friends. That hadn't been exactly what he'd been saying earlier, but it had been what she'd assumed, and it was for the best. For now, anyway. There was no way he'd be able to be just friends with Morgan, though. He hadn't been going to argue about it today. His hand came up. "You have water." His voice trailed off as the fingers of his deformed right hand brushed the droplet off her cheek. Her skin, smooth and soft, sent a sharp current up his arm. Her sigh floated in the air around him, mixing with her scent and laughter. How was he supposed to resist her? How could he? "Morgan," he breathed, stepping closer. Her eyes widened, like she hadn't been expecting him to move into her space, but she didn't back away. She moved, stepping into the circle of his arms. He pulled her tight, her wet shirt against his chest, and she shivered. "You're cold," he stated, concerned. She shook her head. Her arms slid up his chest, over his shoulders, and around his neck. The same liquid fire that had burned through his veins before ran faster and hotter. It wasn't something he could control, and to be frank, it scared him. Not for his sake, but for what he might do to her if he didn't keep himself carefully reined in.
He also didn't want to put her in any awkward position since she was working in his home. He was her boss. Her face was uplifted, her eyes half closed. She pressed against him, and his whole body roared, longing to pull her closer. His breath came in ragged gulps, and his heart ran toward her. Her lips were so close. Everything he wanted was just a hair's breadth away. He fisted his hands and stepped back, swallowing, then blowing out a long breath. Her face showed disappointment and confusion, but it was the flash of pain that seared his soul. He turned away, unable to watch. Her heels clicked on the floor as she walked out of the kitchen. The dishes were done, and he had a towel in hand, wiping up the last of the water that had dripped on the floor when she came back into the kitchen. She wore a soft-looking loose sweater and a pair of worn jeans. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and there wasn't a trace of any emotion on her face. He hated that. "Are you ready?" she asked in a tone that wasn't quite flat, but wasn't as friendly as what they'd had before he'd ruined it. "Yes, I can drive if you want me to." Her eyes widened. He supposed she hadn't known. He shoved a hand in his pocket and grabbed his hat from the counter, pushing it on his head, grateful for the protection it offered. He suddenly felt like he needed it. "I have an SUV in the garage that is modified with a left-foot gas pedal. I brake with the left foot as well." She jerked her chin up. "That's fine." It took several trips, but they carried the groceries to his SUV. It would be a long drive if they weren't talking to each other. He couldn't blame her for being angry about the water, but he didn't know what to do about his constant desire to hold her and kiss her. He pulled out of his driveway and onto the highway, heading west. "I'm sorry about the water. I'm competitive and I let it get away with me." "That was fun. Someday I'm going to be in a food fight, too." She slanted him a look. "Just warning you." "Noted." The sparkle was back in her eyes, and relief cooled his chest. She didn't hold grudges. Good to know. An hour later, they pulled down the long driveway to Elaine Anderson's house. 4 kids in various stages of dress and undress, and one big black lab who'd obviously just downed 3 shots of espresso came spilling out onto a porch that listed portside and wobbled as the kids and dog tumbled across it and down the rickety steps. A woman who might have been pretty if she hadn't looked overworked and sleep-deprived came to the door with one hand shading her eyes, the other hand holding a basket. She wore boots and jeans and a loose t-shirt despite the October chill. She looked frail and completely unsuited for the harsh North Dakota winter, as unsuited as the dilapidated house behind her. Ford shifted in his seat. He'd forgotten his eye patch. His fingers gripped the steering wheel. He'd not been much of anywhere since his accident, and not ever without his eye patch. He'd been all tied up in knots about Morgan and hadn't given it a thought until he'd seen the kids jumping off the porch. They'd run screaming in terror when they saw him. He pushed his hat farther down his head and drove slowly to the parking area beside the old, beat-up minivan. Morgan's hand landed on his arm. He turned to look at her. "It's okay." "I forgot my patch." "I know." She tilted her head. "I can get the groceries if you want, but I think it's okay." "I'll scare the kids." Her brows scrunched together and her lips squeezed. "Have you seen them? One of them, he looks like he's about 4, just jumped off the banister, landing on his brother. They both fell in the stones, and now they're back on the porch, climbing on the railing, and I think they're going to jump off together." Her eyebrows lifted way up. "I don't think these kids are afraid of anything." "They need a trampoline." "Something tells me they'd drag it halfway between the house and that tree right there and jump between the 3. The kids don't need a trampoline. Their mother needs duct tape." Ford raised his one brow. "Obviously, we have different parenting styles." "I guess so, since I prefer that children actually survive childhood."
and I don't think you need to strap pillows to their backsides in order to accomplish that.
It wasn't their backsides that I was worried about.
What? You're afraid they'll lose half their face, some fingers, and a leg? It's not a big deal. Her mouth opened, then closed. Then she laughed, loud and long. So did he, shocked that for the first time since his accident years ago, he'd made a joke about it. They got out. The dog made 6 laps around his legs by the time he reached the back. A well-placed elbow as the black monster tried to jump up and lick his face kept it from happening again. He'd have thought the dog would have found someone with less sharp angles, but it only made him seem to love Ford more as he pressed against his legs, his tail going like a windmill on a March morning. Morgan reached the back carrying a kid whose diaper sagged to his knees and who had a big knot on his forehead. A little girl with long blonde ponytails held Morgan's other hand.
Are you a giant?
The little girl asked, aiming her big blue eyes up at Morgan.
It probably seems that way to you,
Morgan said, her brows raised at him. He read the look easily. The kids would notice anything and comment on it, not just his face.
We brought you some goodies to eat. Are you going to help us carry them in to your mother?
Morgan asked, like she dealt with little kids every day. The little girl nodded, and Morgan handed her a family-sized package of toilet paper that was almost as big as she was.
Is that too heavy?
Rather than answer, the little girl turned and started toward the house.
You don't have any fingers.
The boy who had jumped off the porch yelled at Ford, peering around, trying to get a good look at Ford's hand. Ford held it up for him to see.
He's missing an eye, too,
the older brother said in awe. Ford steeled himself. You want a closer look? The boy didn't say anything, but he kept staring, so Ford lifted his cowboy hat. The kid's eyes widened.
What happened to you?
The older one asked in awe. Ford thought about all the things he could tell the boy. The temptation to blame it on a dragon fight or something equally fantastical was strong, but he decided to go with the flat-out truth. I didn't listen to my mom. Their eyes widened like full moons on the horizon, and their mouths made large pizza O's. He looked over their twin blonde heads at Morgan, who had her lips pursed. He lifted a shoulder. It's the truth. She lifted a brow. He shrugged, setting his hat back down firmly on his head. Every idiot knows it's not safe to climb into a gravity wagon when the auger's running beneath it. She told me to be careful. If I'd listened, I wouldn't have been in that wagon. He grinned, automatically using the grin that showcased his dimple in the best light. Her eyes tracked down, and her face softened. Oh yeah, he said. She's falling for the dimple. Her mouth dropped, and she put the hand that wasn't holding the baby on one hip.
You're flashing your dimple at me on purpose? Seriously? I am so not falling for that. Get a load of groceries and carry them to the house. It gets dangerous around here when you try to use your brain.
She looked at the little boys and shook her head.
Here,
she said, handing the little one a bag with butter and ketchup.
Can you carry this?
He nodded solemnly, like he was in church, and took the bag.
Can you take 2?
She asked the bigger boy.
Sure can.
Ford liked his swagger. Bet he can take 3.
Oh, I don't want to overload him,
Morgan said, lines appearing in her forehead.
I can do it,
he cried. I'm going to take 3 too, Ford said.
Oh, you're going to take 3 in each hand, Morgan announced.
The boy watched with bright eyes. She's brutal, Ford confided. She does this all the time at home, works me till I drop. The boy nodded, skipping along beside him as he walked into the house. He set the bags on the porch, with an eye out for the dog, which was jumping and yipping around Morgan. She still carried the baby in one arm and a 10-pound bag of potatoes in another. He stopped her as they passed on the walk. Think we need to get a 50-pound bag next time.
Good idea.
You mind going on in and chatting with Elaine? See if there's anything she needs that we can do. He watched her face,
hoping she understood what he was saying. Elaine might need a friend or a shoulder. She might also let them know of anything else they could do to help, that Elaine's pride wouldn't be too big to take. Morgan got it immediately. Yes. Great. I'll carry the rest of the stuff to the porch, but I'm not going in. I'll wait with the kids in the yard. Okay, she grinned. Remember that water you squirted on me? I apologize for that. You just play with the kids while I talk to Elaine. For 3 hours. She sauntered off. If she were his wife, he'd have smacked her butt with the sassy way she was waving that thing around. But since she wasn't, he admired it for just a couple of seconds before whistling for the dog who had given up shot glasses and apparently found a 5-gallon bucket of concentrated espresso. The last thing he carried in was a box of 2 25-pound bags of bulk hamburger with a couple of chuck roasts thrown on top. He opened the door and set that inside. Across the kitchen on the other side of the table, Morgan was in such deep conversation with Elaine that neither of them looked up when the box thumped on the floor. Hopefully they got to it before the dog did. He went back out, sending the oldest boy in for a diaper and for a few more clothes for the baby. The little guy was old enough to walk, and he had hair. Ford figured that would make him like maybe 2. Heck, he didn't know. It wasn't like he was ever around kids. But he'd been one, and he'd had a great dad. So once he paid the oldest boy $1 to change the diaper, he got some clothes and a pair of boots on him. Carrying the littlest and holding the girl's hand, he led them over to the tree to see if they could find some branches on the ground that would work as hockey sticks. He thought Morgan had been joking about making him entertain the kids for 3 hours. But 3 hours later, he figured out she'd been serious. Or Morgan and Elaine's discussion had been serious. The baby had long since fallen asleep on his shoulder, and their hockey game had ended when the younger boy got hit in the head with the flat rock they were using as a puck. But Ford had found an old tire in the barn, and there was plenty of twine, so they'd hung a tire swing on one side of the tree, and, using a board and more twine, fixed a flat-seated swing to the other side. Eventually the twine would break, but it wouldn't be any worse than falling out of the tree, which was bound to happen anyway. So he figured it was 6 of one and a half dozen of the other, and it kept the kids entertained, so net win. He was ready for a nap himself by the time Morgan stepped out on the porch. He handed the baby off to her, and Morgan handed it to Elaine. Elaine might have been just a smidge under average height for a woman, and beside her, Morgan really did look like a giant. A beautiful, slender, intelligent giant. There weren't too many women around who could stand shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe with him. He figured himself pretty blessed that he'd had her beside him for even a little while. She and Elaine said their goodbyes and gave each other a quick hug. Elaine might have wiped a tear off her face, but Ford couldn't tell for sure. Morgan stepped off the trembling porch with what looked like a fresh-baked loaf of bread in a plastic bag. His stomach growled. What would Morgan say if he asked if they could eat the bread on the way home? Maybe he could hint about it until she suggested it. Turned out, he didn't have to suggest it. She just pulled this out of the oven about 10 minutes ago. It'd be better with butter, but what do you say we each get half? She opened the bag a little. The seductive scent of fresh-baked bread filled the car. Morgan put her nose over the bag and sniffed. "You're going to give me the little half, aren't you?" he teased. She was so real. It was hard for him not to be, too. She opened one eye. "You're lucky I'm sharing it all." He lifted a brow and flashed his dimple, just because he knew she liked it. "I might be missing some body parts, and you might be a giant, but I think I can still take you in a wrestling match." "You're driving." "I can be stopped and have that loaf of bread in my mouth in 8 seconds or less." 8 seconds? She looked him up and down. "Old bull riding tendencies coming out? I don't recall hearing that you were a bull rider." "Heck no. Way too dangerous." He let go of the steering wheel with his right hand and flexed it, just so the irony didn't escape her. Unnecessary, since she laughed out loud. She broke the bread in half, and he didn't even care who got the big half.
I haven't washed my hands since we did the dishes, but I'm so hungry I don't even care, Morgan said between bites.
Yeah, something about running around outside with a bunch of energetic kids and that dog.
I'm glad Lolly's not that big.
Or that hyper.
It suits a family with children.
Sure does. Saves money on buying a pony.
They laughed again and ate for a while in companionable silence. Finally, Morgan sighed.
I'm glad you told me to go in and talk to Elaine.
The road was straight and not busy. Other than concentrating on keeping the SUV on the road when a gust of wind hit them, driving wasn't difficult. Ford chewed and swallowed.
She's out there by herself with the kids. I'm guessing she was happy to have another adult to talk to.
Yeah, she was. She said the church ladies come out, and of course she sees them when she goes in on Sundays. But there's so much work to do, and it's all on her to do it, that she doesn't have time to volunteer or go to anything extra at the church.
It'll get worse this winter when she snow-stayed.
Yes, she admitted she was dreading winter.
Morgan eyed him.
She put up a lot of vegetables from the garden, but they don't have much meat, and her hens are 2 years old, so they're not laying much. I'm glad you're helping her out.
Sounds like it's too much for her.
Yeah, she's talking about selling even though the ranch has been in her family for generations. If she weren't renting the ground out for pasture for the big farm down the road, she'd have sold already. That money is all that's keeping her head above water.
I've tried to flat out give her money. She wouldn't take it. She mailed my cash back to me.
Stubborn and full of pride.
Morgan pulled another piece of bread off and popped it in her mouth. She chewed and swallowed before speaking again.
She showed me a letter that she received a couple of months ago.
Yeah?
Ford bit into his bread. It was almost gone, and it made his belly very happy.
It was from a lawyer. Have you ever heard of Mr. Edwards who owned the Sweetwater Ranch?
I have. Everyone in Sweetwater knew him. He owned ground out in the western part of the state, but when the fracking craze hit, he sold it. Made millions, people said.
Billions.
Ford eyed her.
He bought the ranch in Sweetwater but invested his money, had some other business ventures going on, and when he died, he apparently left $1 billion to Elaine.
Ford's hands tightened on the steering wheel.
This letter says she can inherit her money only if she's married within 6 months of receiving the letter. She has to stay in North Dakota, too.
Ford swallowed. Morgan continued.
I told her I didn't think it sounded like a real offer. I also didn't think it sounded legal. But she's considering putting an ad online, trying to attract a man to marry her. I told her that was too dangerous.
She has the kids to consider, too. There's some real wackos out there.
I know, but she feels like she has no other choice. Even if she sells the farm, where will she go? What will she do? But to put all her hope in this inheritance letter when it's probably bogus, and to risk her safety and the safety of her children?
The letter's legit.
You've seen it?
Morgan asked, shocked.
No, I've heard of it.
For never leaving your house, you're remarkably well informed.
He couldn't tell her that he had one of his own, lying in his desk drawer upstairs in his office.
It's not legal, but it's legit.
So she wouldn't get the money? That's what I thought.
She'd get it. They can't make her get married for it. He lifted a shoulder. There's no actual law. The outcome could depend on a judge's discretion, and she'd need the means to fight it. If she lost, it wouldn't be worth it.
I see.
She chewed on her lip and gave him an assessing glance that made him want to squirm in his seat.
You're saying that if she got married and they stayed in North Dakota, she would inherit $1 billion.
Yes. There'd be taxes and stuff, but no point going into it. He'd already said more than he should have. Morgan munched on her bread in silence for a while. The miles rolled by, and the quiet drumming from the SUV motor was the only noise other than the whistle and howl of the wind. Without really thinking about it, Morgan he rested his right hand on the shift knob. He startled when he felt a whisper-soft touch on his skin. His eye landed on his hand. Her finger traced the veins that stuck out. One finger barely touching him. His stomach tightened and his heart powered up. He could hardly stand it, yet he wanted more. He let it go for a few miles, fighting himself. Finally, he turned his hand over and threaded his 3 fingers with hers. It felt right, from his hand to his heart to the bottom of his feet and everywhere in between. Completely right. They drove on in silence. Finally, her bread was gone. She turned to him. "There is one way we could help Elaine." Her voice was soft and a little hesitant, maybe fatalistic. "How's that?" His mind had already gone to other subjects. Kissing Morgan. When Georgia got back, would Morgan be willing to date him? He wouldn't be good at dating. Maybe he could court her. Old-fashioned, yes, but more suited to his style. Would she be happy with him? "You're not listening to me?" Morgan had her head lowered and her brows shadowed her eyes. "Sorry." Definitely kissing Morgan. He'd think about that some more in a bit. "Go ahead, I'm paying attention." "We could find her a husband." "That'd have to be one crazy son of a biscuit." Morgan huffed. "Elaine is nice, and she's pretty, too. She's slim." "She might be little, but I have a feeling she'd pack a powerful punch." "She's not punching anyone." "Morgan." He looked across the console at her, suddenly wishing he had a nickname for her. One tripped off his tongue before he could catch it. "Dumpling." She blinked. Her brows shot up. "Dumpling?" "It just came out." Oh, wow. He couldn't ever tell her he'd remembered her as a dumpling with legs and glasses. "I don't believe that for 1 second." So much for a sweet, sexy nickname. Total fail. Time for a subject change. "I was trying to say that Elaine was fine. She's probably really nice, and some guy who likes short girls will think she's a catch." "Short girls?" "Gah!" He picked up his hat in frustration and shoved it back down on his head. "It's not Elaine. It's the million kids, the hyper dog that looks like a draft horse, the dilapidated buildings, the copious amounts of work, and the guaranteed insanity that would come along with spending more than half a day at that place. There's no way you'd find a decent guy who would want to take all that on, plus marry a complete stranger in order to do it. I wouldn't do it for $100 billion. Even as he finished saying it, he thought of someone who was crazy enough to possibly consider it. Ford wasn't going to be the one to suggest it to him. No way. "Where did dumpling come from?" "It's like we're having 2 separate conversations," he said, hoping she'd not press the point. "You wouldn't marry Elaine." "She wouldn't have me," he said confidently. "I think she would." "No." "She said you were about the only man she'd consider. Not because she loves you or anything, but because she knows you're a true gentleman and wouldn't be after the money." Something that felt an awful lot like an F5 tornado churned in his stomach. He wanted to help Elaine, but he didn't want to marry her. Not ever, but especially not now. Not after he'd kissed Morgan. Then he looked again at her face. Something that looked an awful lot like a pouty lip protruded from her mouth. A little spark of hope flashed in his chest. Could Morgan be jealous? Surely not. "I'll do pretty much anything to help Elaine." He'd just spent 3 hours playing with her kids. That had to count for something, right? "But not marriage. That's a definite no. That's the red line. I'm not getting married. Not even considering it. It's not an option. Absolutely, positively not." "Okay." Morgan looked out the window. The landscape really hadn't changed all that much in the last 50 miles, and it wasn't nearly as interesting as she was pretending it was right now. "I get it. You're not getting married." The tornado ripping in his body eased, although his heart felt bruised. Morgan must not think him marriageable material for her if she was trying to push him into marrying Elaine. He'd considered marriage to Morgan. No, that wasn't right. He'd jump on the chance to marry Morgan, if only she'd have him. But the idea of marrying Elaine was unthinkable. He'd rather, how about if I try to find someone who would marry her? He didn't really want to become a matchmaker, even though he knew just the guy who was crazy enough to take on the challenge of Elaine and her children, especially if he got a ranch and $1 billion in the bargain. A good man, he added, one who would treat Elaine and her children well. Morgan's head snapped around. You know someone? Won't know until I ask him, and it's not something that would typically come up in casual conversation, so I'll need a little time. She clasped her hands in her lap. Thanks. I've been trying to come up with someone who might work, and I just don't know anyone. Might not pan out, but I'll try. I appreciate it. She looked down at her hands in her lap. What was up with the dumpling thing? He took the exit off the interstate and slowed to a stop before pulling back out on the road that went north toward home. Oh, he was going to be in so much trouble. But at least this was something he could tell her. When Georgia said she was going to leave, I didn't want a young, beautiful woman in my home. He looked over to see if she could figure out why. She nodded. He figured she'd understand. She knew how he felt about the way he looked. Then Georgia said that she'd hired you. All I knew about you was that you'd grown up near Sweetwater. I remembered seeing you at some basketball and hockey games. You were chunky and had glasses. I wear contacts now. He nodded. I thought it wouldn't be bad having you here. A dumpling with legs and glasses wasn't too threatening. He waited for the explosion. His thoughts had not been kind, especially considering his issues over his own appearance. Her laughter was unexpected. That's probably an accurate assessment of me back then. After I lost weight, that's probably part of the reason I worked so hard at being a successful model, to show everyone who thought I was fat and ugly that I'd been a swan all along. Very swan-like. He eyed her neck with a grin. But I learned that beauty, especially the physical beauty of magazines and TV, is all a mirage, almost completely fake. He nodded. I'm sorry, it wasn't complimentary. Thinking of you as being not pretty made me feel better about the way I looked. Dumpling? Really? I wanted a nickname for you. Something just for him to use. It made their relationship feel more intimate. That's what came out. I meant it in a sweet, cute way. Nothing mean, I promise. I get it. If there were any truth to it, I wouldn't have said anything. That's fine, she shrugged. You call me Dumpling, I'll call you Patch. Patchless, he pointed to his face. Not wearing a patch. Okay, Patch. Patch and his sidekick, the Dumpling. She shook her head. Dumpling and her sidekick, the Patch. Chapter 12. Monday, a few minutes before dinner, there was a knock on Morgan's office door. Yes, she said, holding her phone to her ear, having been on hold for 45 minutes. Come in. Ford's head appeared. He wore his patch, but no hood. A solid blue button-down that made his eye look brilliant, jeans and boots. Her heart did a handspring. Lunch? He asked softly. She put her phone on speaker, then muted it, setting it on her desk. A heavy sigh escaped her. I'm not having a very successful day. Hang up. We'll go see the puppies. That'll make us smile. She clicked off and let her phone lie on her desk. Your day isn't going any better? Nope, he said. He didn't elaborate, and she didn't press. After a few minutes of looking at the puppies and talking about crazy names for them, Ford wanted to name them after the planets,
but there were more planets than puppies, so he suggested hyphenated names for the females, but she vetoed that idea immediately. They were both more relaxed. Even though the discussion degenerated into an argument about Pluto and whether or not it should be considered a planet. It helped that Mrs. T was back, and dinner smelled excellent. They didn't talk much while they ate, but both of them lingered at the table even after Mrs. T cleared the plates.
It's so much nicer eating with you than eating by myself. Thanks.
Morgan moved her water, watching the ice dance through the glass. I think you gained a little bit of weight back. Her eyes lifted to his, surprised he'd noticed.
I did.
So maybe you just needed companionship. Quality companionship.
Oh?
She loved his smile that had begun appearing quicker and easier. She especially loved the lopsided grin he did that showed the dimple on the side of his mouth in stark relief. It made him look boyish and charming, ornery. I'm at your service. They grinned together before his face sobered. So, tell me what's up. What's made your day so hard? She sighed again.
You probably already know. Several of the people that I talked to said that they'd talk to you. Basically, all but 2 people on your list have joined Spencer and are boycotting your presentation unless you attend their charity event and auction off a picture.
Her aunt would flip, but Morgan put her elbow on the table and rested her chin in her hand.
I can't help but feel like this is my fault. You've never had anything like this happen when Georgia set things up.
It's not your fault. Honest. This has been brewing for a while, and I've made it worse by completely refusing to leave the property. No pictures, not even a chance for a picture. The more successful I am, the more a picture of me is worth.
I wish they could respect your desire and your privacy.
They have.
Up until now, maybe.
It's for charity. You can do a lot of things in the name of charity.
It's almost like you're defending them.
I guess I am, in a way. Since you've come, he gave her a look that made her lips tingle. I've been thinking that maybe I need to rethink about some things I've been doing.
Really?
Yeah. It's kind of funny, if you think about it. We've had opposite problems. People judge you in a certain way because of your beauty. People judge me in a certain way because of my lack. Neither of us wants to be judged according to our looks. Sometimes the best way to fight it is to face it.
Wow, I had no idea you were thinking like this. You're saying you're actually considering doing it? Going to the charity gala and letting them take your picture?
He'd been slouched in his chair, relaxed, one hand hooked over the back and dangling down. But now he straightened, his movement graceful and sure, his natural athleticism giving him a confidence that couldn't be learned or faked. He studied a point on the far wall for a moment before he turned to her. Yes, I think I am. His jaw tightened. I'd be honored if you would consider going with me. If surprise could make a person's eyes pop out of their head and roll across the table, she'd be chasing her eyeballs right then. She could see Ford clearly, and she thought he seemed serious, lucid. Then she realized he was using her. She twisted her head until her cheek rested in her hand. People had done it all the time. Her last boyfriend was only with her because of what she could provide him in the way of arm candy and star power. I'm not on the modeling A-list anymore, she said, not allowing the hurt that pinched in her chest to come out in her voice. But she couldn't look at him. Having a beautiful woman on his arm would make him look better to the investors. Mysterious. Like, what charm and charisma did he have to attract such a gorgeous date? She sounded arrogant, even to herself, but it was the way of the world. She just hadn't thought Ford would use her like everyone else. I know.
Like it's part of my job?
She just wanted to be clear. Maybe she'd been wrong, and he wanted her to go because he enjoyed her company. Yes, he said without hesitation. Part of your job. You've spoken to all the secretaries. You know what's going on and what I need. To be frank, I need every weapon at my disposal. I've sunk a lot of time and money into this.
If I don't get a buyer, I'm not going to lose everything because I still have a diversified investment portfolio, but my business is riding on this. He'd lose his business if he didn't get a buyer for his prototype. She put her chin on her hand again and faced him. How much do you hope to get out of it? His lip pulled back. It's worth a lot more, but if I got a cool billion out of it, I'd let it go in a heartbeat. I see. She sighed. You don't look thrilled about it. I know your presence would be an asset, but you don't have to go. I've done this kind of thing all the time. It's what I'm good at. She pushed away from the table. I have a headache, and I'm going to go lie down for a few minutes. I'll be back at my desk by 1. She walked with as much dignity as she possessed out of the dining room. No wonder he didn't want to kiss her and muddle their relationship. He'd been very clear on the way home from Elaine's that he absolutely didn't want to get married. And he'd been clear before that he didn't want to have a relationship with her. She was arm candy. A pretty face to make him look good. Fine. She could do that. She'd never been good at doing a job half-heartedly, so she'd throw her whole heart and soul into this one as well. Ford would get a cool billion. No, she'd see to it that he got more. And as soon as she got back to her desk, she'd send him a text. The charity was this Saturday. She'd need to go shopping. Soon. A little voice in her head told her she was being unreasonable, that she was selling Ford short, but she had herself so worked up that she refused to believe it. I need clothes for the charity event, plus dinner, I assume. I'll be going to the cities Wednesday and coming back Thursday. Ford stared at his phone. His fingers were white as he squeezed it. With everything in him, he wanted to text back that he'd go too. They could shop together, even though shopping without Morgan wasn't something he'd ever do. They could sightsee, spend a day together just having fun. But he was only slowly getting used to her seeing him on a regular basis. This Saturday, he'd have to go and show his face to several thousand people. He wasn't ready to walk around a store, having people stare and point. For the first time since his accident, he thought he might get to that place, though. It hadn't been the end of the world when the woman he loved had seen him. The woman he loved? His breath caught. His heart climbed up his backbone, thumping frantically. Did he love Morgan? That would probably explain why she was constantly in his thoughts. His pressing need to touch her. His constant wish to press his lips to hers. How he felt lonely and incomplete when she wasn't around. Maybe infatuation could cover those things, but not his desire to put her wants and needs above his own. How he'd do anything to protect her and keep her safe. How he'd face anything that was uncomfortable or downright painful if she needed him to. He flipped his phone over and over in his left hand. Finally, he pressed a button and sent a reply. The clothes are for your job. I'll pay. Then, with his throat clogged and his heart using his esophagus for a bungee cord, he typed another short message. I'll go with you. They flew, of course. Morgan hadn't considered that they'd do anything but drive. She'd been around people with money, lots of it, but she'd never lived with a millionaire before. The helicopter arrived at the landing pad she hadn't even realized lay to the west of the house. Ford grabbed her hand and they jogged out, carrying their overnight bags. She supposed with a normal millionaire someone else would carry their stuff, but Ford was too unpretentious and down to earth for her to consistently remember that he was rich, really rich. She enjoyed the helicopter ride. Ford seemed relaxed, mostly. He didn't smile at all, and from the set of his shoulders, she assumed he was nervous. Hard to blame him, since he'd said he'd not been out in society since he'd come home from the hospital. She watched the square, brown field sail by under them. Ford had mentioned shopping today, then dinner tonight, and then a surprise.
Maybe over dinner tonight she could get him to tell her what exactly happened with his girlfriend in the hospital. She knew, of course, the girlfriend had broken up with him, but from the deep, painful wounds that Ford had, something had been said or done. Not that it should matter to her. Ford had said he'd buy her clothes because it was for her job. He wasn't even pretending that he was taking her as a date. Although he was here now. She looked across the narrow aisle. Why? Didn't he trust her to pick out her outfit? She was kind of an expert in clothes. He was facing all these things he didn't want to face just to be with her. It would be dense of her to think there wasn't something there, right? Her heart hoped so. Her brain told her that from past experience, she knew it couldn't be true. Maybe this was his practice for the real thing. An SUV with tinted windows waited for them when they disembarked from the helicopter. Again, Ford took her hand as they hurried toward it. "No limo?" she joked. He wore his eye patch, but no cowboy hat. Dress pants and a white business shirt. Stylish dress shoes. He could sure clean up, but she missed the cowboy look. He seemed to consider her question seriously. "I didn't think either of us were the pretentious type. You want a limo?" She rolled her eyes. "No." Her brow lifted. "A helicopter isn't pretentious?" "I figured I could deal with the pretentiousness for the sake of speed. In hindsight, that seemed like a very masculine way to think. Maybe you preferred the 6-hour drive?" They stopped at the SUV, and he opened her door. "I do not. Thank you for asking." He blinked, then his lips quirked at her cultured, affected tone. "You are most certainly welcome, my darling. Your chariot." He bowed, sweeping his hand in. It was actually a pretty great imitation, but it made her giggle. "Thanks, Patch," she said in her native Midwestern accent, flattening her vowels. "You're welcome, my dumpling," he said with a smirk before closing her door. He got in the other side, and the driver pulled away without instruction. The light, teasing atmosphere was gone. Ford stared out the window, brooding. She fingered her lacy camisole and adjusted the mint green fitted blazer she wore over it. High-waisted tailored trousers and 5-inch stiletto heels completed her outfit. The heels were killers, but she could shop in them all day if she had to. Comfort wasn't something that was a requirement for being a model. If she were going to shop for a killer dress, she didn't want to do it in sweatpants and a ratty t-shirt. The clerks would take her seriously in this outfit. They were going directly to the store. Ford had told her that much after asking her which one she thought would give them the best chance of finding what she was looking for. He didn't even pretend to know anything about women's fashion, noting everything she said. It didn't surprise her then that they pulled up at the shop that had been her top recommendation, Borealis Boutique. His brow had lifted when she said that, but it wasn't just because of the name that she said it was her favorite. The clothes were pricey, but they would have her size, including shoes. They would have some of the lines she'd modeled, and she knew what looked especially good on her tall, straight figure. She wasn't sure what she was expecting from Ford as they shopped. Disinterest? Maybe he'd conduct business on his phone. She'd been with men who'd done both. She'd also been with men who stood looking over her shoulder, trying to tell her what to wear. They walked into Borealis Boutique, and she dismissed the salesgirl straight off, saying they'd let her know if they needed help. Sometimes they could be pushy or stuck up, but whether it was Ford's patch or the glowering look on his face, she backed off immediately. "We'll need a dressing room shortly," Morgan said, then walked to where the business evening attire hung. "Is there something I can help you look for?" Ford asked in a low voice. "If something catches your eye, let me know. Otherwise, I do have a certain look in mind. I need a belt, probably. Otherwise, my lack of curves is too apparent." "There's no lack," he said in the same volume with a slightly hotter edge. "I want a skirt that narrows from the hips." She ignored his statement and the fission of heat that had ignited low in her belly. She didn't bother saying pencil skirt either, figuring he wouldn't know what she was talking about. "Nothing that shows too much chest." She didn't bother saying cleavage because no one had ever accused her of having it. Being skinny sucked sometimes.
Something with no sleeves would be okay.
She flipped through the hangers as she talked.
My arms are a great feature, and I want the skirt to be about knee length, no longer. I want to showcase my legs. I'll definitely be wearing heels.
You're talking about your body like it's a commodity. She didn't even look at him.
It is. The right dress will leverage our advantage, and you'll get more than your cool billion.
That's not why you're going. Her hand stilled on the rack.
Oh, it's not?
She lifted her head, looking into his face. He glowered like a North Dakota thunderstorm. No, he said, his voice low but fierce. What in the frig gave you that idea?
You. Why else would I be going?
Because I want you with me. Because I like not just working with you, but being with you. Because you've worked as hard on this as I have. He ran a hand over his hair. Because this is going to be one of the hardest things I've ever done. Not the business negotiations, but the showing my weakness while I try to bargain from a position of power. I feel like I can do it if you're there beside me.
Oh.
That little voice in her head had been right, and she felt like a fool for not believing it. His voice lowered. A note of insecurity had crept into it. I booked us separate rooms at the hotel tonight, of course. He lifted a hand and ran a finger along the hanger next to where her fingers still rested. What did that have to do with anything? I've been thinking about a lot of things, and I know what we agreed to back in North Dakota, where we're living under the same roof. But I was wondering, could this be less like friend time and more like a date? His Adam's apple jerked up and down, and his eyes stayed glued to his hand. The juxtaposition of confidence and vulnerability in Ford pulled at her heart. With her 5-inch heels, she was almost eye to eye with him. She stepped closer and ran her fingers down his neck, resting her hand on the strong muscle that connected his neck to his shoulder.
That means I'm allowed to do this?
His lips turned up slowly, and he put his hand in the same spot. I get to do everything you get to do. After that, the shopping was fun. Ford gave his opinion but deferred to her fashion sense. They ended up with a dress they both loved that was very much like she described. Sleeveless with a tailored jacket, a wide belt and a pencil skirt, off-white with gold trim. It still took several hours. We can check into the hotel and relax a bit before supper, Ford said as they got into the SUV.
What's the surprise?
He narrowed his eye at her. It's a surprise, he said slowly. His phone buzzed. He moved, then stopped.
It's okay,
she said. Pulling it out and stretching it out, he got a concerned look in his eye. It's Sawyer.
Oh?
Usually we talk over the weekend, but we didn't this past weekend. He swiped and answered, holding the phone slightly away from his ear so she could hear. His other hand slid into hers, and she barely registered when he answered. Sawyer. Hey, man, I saw your bird going over today. Ford's helicopter was a distinct deep green with gray trim. Morgan supposed a discerning eye, used to picking out details in nature, would know whose it was. Yeah. Ford didn't offer details. Sawyer coughed, long and drawn out. When the fit finally ended, he said, Caught a bit of a cold. I probably won't be out, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. He coughed again. That wasn't an emergency hospital run or anything. No. Morgan snorted. You're okay? Sawyer asked. Yes. But you're not home. No. Sawyer coughed, this time longer and deeper than the rest. Ford's face had pinched. Man, you think you ought to get that cough checked out? Sounds like you're hacking up a lung and half your liver. Feels like it too, but I'm not wasting the gas to drive to Rockerton over a little cold.
Doesn't sound like a cold.
Well, if you're okay, I'm going to go. I was missing a cow at feeding time this morning, and I haven't been able to find her yet.
That's odd that you're not out looking for her.
Yeah, my legs just wouldn't move anymore. I needed to take a break. I guess this is how it feels to get old.
Ford's concerned eye met Morgan's. We get back tomorrow evening. I think I'll drive over Friday and see you. Silence on the other end. Then coughing. Then one half-strangled word.
What?
Think I'll drive over the day after tomorrow and see you.
You never drive anywhere.
Ford smiled. I'm in the cities right now.
Morgan kidnapped you. I knew there was something wrong. Blink twice if you need me to come rescue you.
You can't see me, you idiot. Silence. I'm not blinking. Shivers ran up Morgan's spine from the low, husky tone of Ford's voice. Or maybe it was his deep, dimpled smile, the slow one that made her heart sizzle.
Better let this one catch you,
Sawyer finally said. Maybe she'll go slow enough that I can catch her.
Give yourself some credit, man.
Another long coughing fit ensued.
I have to go.
See you Friday. Sawyer just laughed, and they hung up. Chapter 13. Dinner at a private table in an exclusive restaurant looking out over the cities, watching the lights flicker on the river that divided them, was amazing. The waiter had just set creme brulee down in front of each of them and left when Morgan decided she might as well try to get the answers she was most curious about. She waited until Ford scooped out some dessert and put it in his mouth. I was wondering. She played a little with her spoon. She felt amazingly comfortable with Ford, but asking this question made her feel like there were worms in her stomach. Yes? Your girlfriend broke up with you after the accident. His eye fell, and he suddenly found his dessert very interesting as he scraped off another bite. Morgan didn't let his standoffishness derail her. What did she say? His jaw squared, and a vein in his neck popped out. But then he blew out a breath. Not much. I don't want to ruin the best day I've ever had, if you don't want to talk about it. The best? He asked, his brow lifted. That's right, Patch. His straight white teeth flashed, but he quickly sobered. She threw up. Morgan's jaw dropped. Ford laughed at her expression. It wasn't all healed. The nurses were changing the bandages. It was my ear that did it, I think. They shouldn't have left her in there while they were changing the bandages. I'm pretty sure they told her they didn't want her there, but it was hard to tell Shauna what to do. Maybe you're better off without her. No doubt. He set his spoon on the table. She had some good qualities. Oh. Morgan scraped the last of her bowl and tried not to be jealous of a woman Ford had been with a decade ago. What were they? I don't know. He rubbed his nose. She was tall and slim. She had good arms and nice legs. She laughed, tapping his forearm with her hand. Funny. His eye twinkled. But she wasn't quite satisfied. I kind of feel like there's something that she said that really bothered you. Getting thrown up on can be hard on a guy. Oh, she threw up on you? Yep. His smile faded. She really didn't say much. Just, he fiddled with his spoon. Something about me being a freak, how she could never go anywhere with me because it would embarrass her. He ran his finger along the rim of his empty dessert cup. She stood holding her nose as they cleaned up the puke. But when they were done, she came over and leaned into my good ear. She said, I can help you end it with dignity and no pain. Morgan gasped. Her heart broke for him, but she didn't interrupt. I know this wasn't what she was talking about, but I sat up the best I could. I wasn't really supposed to sit up at all, but I wanted to be dignified. I said, I don't need your help to end it. It's over between us. He shook his head and pulled his hand away from the table. Of course, she said the usual lines about how you can't break up with me because I'm breaking up with you and whatever. He shrugged. But that just kind of convinced me that women wouldn't be interested, which was good. I had a lot of time to devote to building my business. She reached over and took his hand.
I know a woman who's interested.
He met her gaze. What if there wasn't any of this bling? He waved his hand around. The restaurant, the view, the expensive shopping trip, the helicopter ride. She supposed he meant all of it.
You know, I'm happy just being with you, looking at the stars, finding puppies in the piano, having water fights in the kitchen. The only thing that made today better is you dropping the whole friend charade.
His lips flattened. You don't understand. If you're working for me, in my house, and we're together, people will think that you don't have a choice. If you want to keep your job, you better let me put my deformed face all over you.
Stop.
She squeezed his hand.
Stop. That's not true, and we both know it.
I'm your boss. It's my house. You're supposed to be under my protection. I don't want anyone to say she had to. She couldn't tell him no. He had her just where he wanted her. He took advantage of her. That's not the way it's going to be.
Georgia comes back next week.
Yes?
What then?
I don't know. He pushed back away from the table. It's time for your surprise. Ford took Morgan to the Institute for Astrophysics, where the most powerful telescope in the Midwest was housed. He'd paid for a private session with Dr. Ravel, and although some of the doctor's conversation with Morgan went over his head, they allowed him to listen and look through the telescope as well. Morgan enjoyed the evening, as he knew she would. He'd been fascinated and impressed. He'd enjoyed the look at space, too. It was almost midnight by the time they made it back to their hotel. Morgan's eyes still glowed. You're so beautiful. I loved listening to you talk this evening. There was just something that struck him deep in his heart when she, as beautiful as any woman could ever hope to be, started talking about the 3D stellar of the convective boundary mixing consequences. He didn't have any idea what it meant, but it sounded sexy coming out of her mouth.
That was amazing. So thoughtful. No one has ever even suggested we go to a planetarium, let alone planning something like this out. I would never even have thought of it.
It was worth it to see you smile. She stopped at her door, and he waited while she dug her card out of her clutch. His palms had started to sweat before they'd stepped off the elevator, so he decided to be straight with her. I want to kiss you goodnight, but I don't want you to feel like you have to or you owe me or anything.
I thought I was clear at your house when you friend-zoned me.
Huh? She stepped closer, tilting her head ever so slightly.
I want to kiss you. I wanted to before you took me today. I wanted to before the wind blew your hood down. Pretty much since the evening we watched the light fade and the stars come to life.
I'm not talking about you kissing me. His dimple popped out. I'm talking about me doing the kissing. She tilted her head. A silly little grin hovered on her lips.
Isn't that the same thing?
I don't think so. But I suppose you're the one with all the experience, so in stars and fashion and kissing, you're the expert.
I'm far from an expert. Let's go with you kissing me tonight, then tomorrow I get to kiss you.
I can't believe we're having an argument about who gets to kiss who. She put her hand around his neck and pressed against him.
I think you're stalling.
Might be. His hands settled on her waist. His thumbs ran over her hips. I don't want to leave you, and I'm guessing there's a politeness factor involved in how long a kiss in a hotel hallway can last. Not to mention, we're probably on camera right now, and I'm not interested in making you the evening's entertainment for the staff.
You've got to be kidding.
She balled her hands into fists. "You're not going to kiss me, are you?" She leaned against the door, leaning her head back until it smacked the hard surface and closing her eyes in frustration. He moved closer, the length of his body pressing against hers. She pushed back, lifting her head up until their lips were just a breath apart. "I don't care if they're watching." His hand came up and cupped her cheek. He shifted, and their lips met. His world tilted, and she clung to his shoulders, pressing closer. Kissing Morgan was like flying close to the sun. Shooting stars danced behind his closed eyes, and his soul was pulled to hers with the gravitational force of a black hole. His hand slid up and down her back. He needed air, but didn't want to pull away to gasp for it. A man walked by, and he might not have noticed at all, but the guy cleared his throat. Ford lifted his head an inch, his eyes still mostly closed. "That politeness factor? I think we exceeded it," he said, his voice hoarse. "I don't care," she said, her eyes barely cracked and her voice just as hoarse. "Give me your card. I'll open your door." "I want a goodnight kiss," she said, handing him the card that was clutched in her hand. "I thought that's what that was," he said. Her eyes opened. Passion burned hot in the blue depths, but humor lurked there as well. A deadly combination. One he loved. "That was just the practice goodnight kiss." He laughed. "We'll have to practice again tomorrow." I was afraid you were going to say that." With his arm still around her and her back pressed to the door, he brushed the key against the lock pad and the metal inside clicked. He pulled the handle down and pushed the door open. Her arms fell from his neck and she backed up. "I'll text you when I get to my room. I want to know that everything's okay." He hesitated before adding, "Don't take this wrong, but do me a favor and stay in your room." Her lips curled up slowly. "I might need a snack at 2. "Call me and I'll get it for you." He knew he wasn't supposed to be all caveman-like protective, but she didn't seem to give a flip. He wasn't doing it because he wanted to control her or boss her, but rather because he cared about her safety and wanted to protect her. She seemed to understand. "I won't leave my room without talking to you first." "Thanks." He backed up. "Night, Dumplin'." "Get out of here, Patch." He snorted and backed slowly away until her door closed. They did some sightseeing the next day, holding hands and laughing over little things. Ford noticed the stares and the comments, but he wore his patch and his cowboy hat, and he had Morgan by his side. People noticed him, but they stared at her. By the time they stepped off the helicopter at dusk that evening, there was no doubt in Ford's mind that he'd fallen in love with Morgan. The words to tell her were on the tip of his tongue several times throughout the day, but the shame and the fear that he'd thought he'd broken free from still kept him from saying the words. He didn't want her to feel pressured to say them back either. Maybe she really believed he was worth loving, but the idea was still something he was trying to wrap his head around, that someone as beautiful as Morgan could want to be with him. They watched the stars come out together, but he didn't walk up the stairs with her. When Georgia came back, they'd need to figure out where things were going, but for the next 2 nights, he'd keep his distance. They quit early Friday afternoon, planning to take supper to Sawyer's and spend the evening with him before getting up early the next morning and flying to Chicago for the charity gala. Never at a loss for things to talk about, they spent the time on the drive to Sawyer's holding hands, telling each other their favorite things and sharing childhood stories. "I called Sawyer several times today, but I couldn't get him to answer. I think he has a landline, but no cell service." Ford drove slowly down Sawyer's long drive. The barn came into view. Georgia said the house wasn't much more than a shack. Ford twisted his head, trying to see where the fencing was and if Sawyer was out with the cattle. "You've never been here?" Morgan asked. "No. When I was a kid, Mr. McEachran lived here, and we were out a couple of times to help him during haying and branding, but that was 15 years ago.
It was in bad shape then. I think Georgia said the house collapsed from snow the year before they sold it, and Sawyer was living in what had been a detached garage.
Sounds cold.
Sawyer's stubborn.
The condition of the buildings probably made it cheaper to buy.
Yeah, that's what he said. He wouldn't be farming at all if he had to pay for a place that was decent. Old weathered boards and a bowed roof made up the only other building except the barn. It sat next to a mixed-up pile of lumber and glass that must have been the house at one time. Sawyer's old pickup was parked in front of the shack. He must be inside. He'd take his pickup to run the fence line or throw hay in the field. The wind whipped across the fields. Ford pressed his cowboy hat down tighter and walked around to open Morgan's door. That wind has a chill to it. Morgan shivered.
I heard we might be getting snow next week.
I heard the same thing. First week in November isn't unusual for a good storm. Ford put his arm around Morgan and carried the hot dish in the other. They lowered their heads against the wind. He thought it was odd that Sawyer wasn't out to greet them and help carry the food in. Icy fingers of fear dug into Ford's spine. They got to the door and Ford pounded on it. They stood, hunched against the wind, and waited. He pounded again. No answer. Gripping the knob, he twisted it, and it turned easily in his hand. Let me go in first. Maybe the feeling was a fluke, and Sawyer was taking a bath in the kitchen or something. He cracked the door. Holy frig! Shoving it open, he rushed inside, throwing the casserole on the table and continuing on to where Sawyer lay, stretched out and face down on the floor next to the stove. Blood pooled on the floor by his ear. The door slammed closed, then Morgan knelt beside him as he touched Sawyer's neck, looking for a pulse. He's burning up, Ford said shortly. Sawyer groaned, rolling his head on the floor, then trying to push up. The cattle, he said in a raspy voice that sounded like he'd been coughing non-stop since they'd gotten off the phone with him Wednesday night. Don't worry about the cattle, brother. Ford felt around Sawyer's head, looking for the source of the blood.
I bet he passed out from the fever or sickness and hit his head on that.
Morgan pointed to the sharp corner of the plyboard that made up Sawyer's table. Ford took in the room in that quick glance. A small fridge, a sink with a pump handle and one cup and one plate sitting on a stool beside it. No counters. A wood stove. 3 rickety chairs. A partially open door showed that there was a smaller room with a narrow, neatly made bed. One bare light bulb shone dimly over the table. He knew Sawyer was stubborn and trying to make a go out of a little of nothing, but he'd had no idea that reality was so bad. Sawyer pushed himself off the floor, looking up with glazed eyes at Ford and Morgan. He didn't seem to recognize them. My cows. Water. Morgan got up. She walked to the sink and, after looking it over, pulled up and down on the pump handle until water gushed into the sink. She filled up the cup and brought it over. Sawyer had collapsed and would have cracked his head on the floor, but Ford caught him, losing his balance because of his prosthesis and falling forward. Sawyer's head half lay in his lap.
Did he pass out again?
Morgan said, sinking to her knees with the water cup in her hand. Yeah, he probably does need water, but I think he's concerned about his cows. I'm pretty sure he hauled water out to them from a tank in the back of his truck.
Oh, well, he's not going to be doing anything but looking pretty in a casket unless we get him to a hospital and quick.
Morgan twisted the cup in her hand. Sawyer groaned. Ford watched him closely. I don't think I can carry him out myself. I'm going to need him to help a little. Morgan had her phone out.
No service.
He's got service out in the pasture, but not here.
I see.
Morgan set the water on the stove.
Fire's out.
Yeah, it feels cold in here. Sawyer groaned again. Hey, brother, can you get up? Ford put both hands on Sawyer's shoulders and tried to spin him.
Do you want me to take your SUV out until I have service and can call an ambulance?
It'll be faster if we can get him out and drive to meet them, calling on the way.
Okay.
Morgan rolled up her sleeves. If we can get him upright, I can get an arm over my shoulder and you get one over yours.
Ford's lips tightened. He didn't like that idea. Morgan shouldn't be lifting that much weight, but Sawyer was going to die if they didn't do something. Okay. They were able to roll him to his back and lift him to a sitting position. Ford desperately hoped that they weren't wrong and that Sawyer didn't have a back or neck injury. He was well aware that they were breaking the most basic of first responder rules by moving a patient who may have that type of injury, but he felt they had no choice. They each put an arm around their necks. On the count of 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. They heaved up, Sawyer hanging like dead weight between them. Ford put his arm around Sawyer's waist to take some more of his weight. He wasn't nearly as heavy as his over 6-foot frame should be. Ford could feel his ribs in stark relief through his t-shirt and flannel. Sawyer moved, his feet jerking, then firming beneath him. Hey, brother, if you could help us by walking a little, that'd be great. Gotta feed my cows, Sawyer said in a voice that sounded as raw as a freshly scraped carrot. They need water. You need a doctor. Cows first. I'll feed and water your cows. Promise. I promise. Sawyer put one foot in front of the other, and they managed to get him through the door and out to the SUV. They got him on the seat, folding his legs up and shutting the door. He's going to go without a seatbelt. Ford put a hand on Morgan's arm. Can you take him? If you call the ambulance, they'll meet you. They might even send life flight from the cities if you explain how bad he is. Morgan nodded, her eyes clouded with worry. What about you? I promised I'd take care of his crazy cows. I know it doesn't seem right not to go with him for a bunch of animals, but this is all he has in the world. He needs... Morgan put her hand on his chest. You don't need to explain it to me. I grew up in this state where they grow 'em crazy. Ford almost laughed. You're amazing. I meant, are you coming in with Sawyer's pickup, or should I come back and get you? With there being no service, it should only take me an hour or 2 to feed and water. Come back for me, unless you end up taking him the whole way to Rockerton. If you don't turn up, I'll call you when I leave the farm in his pickup. Okay. Take care. She hopped in his vehicle and started it, going back down the driveway much faster than when they'd arrived. Ford had never expected to do ranching work again. He'd thought those days were over after his accident, but he'd grown up around cattle and crops. Getting the cows fed and watered might be a major job, especially if he had to haul the water, but he could do it. An hour later, he had the tank on Sawyer's pickup filled when headlights came down the drive. Surely Morgan wouldn't be back already. Fear shook his insides. If they felt he was bad enough they needed to life flight him, he must be pretty bad indeed. But after squinting at the lights, he was pretty sure they were from a newer model pickup, coming pretty fast. He hopped down out of the bed of Sawyer's truck, taking the landing on his good leg. By the time he had the hose drained and rolled up, the pickup had come to a stop. Both doors opened. That you, Ford? Someone called. Yeah. He stopped and faced the 2 men walking toward him. The one who had spoken sounded a lot like Sawyer. He was shorter and broader. At least it looked like it in the glow from the headlights. Palmer? He asked, thinking it was Sawyer's brother. Yes. Your brother's with me. Ty. He hadn't realized how anxious he was about the cattle until relief washed over him. His brother and Palmer would help him with the cattle. I assume Morgan called you? Yes, and our wives are on the way to the hospital. The ambulance was out on another call, and it wasn't trauma. They didn't want to tie up the helicopter on a Friday night, so Morgan's driving the whole way to Rockerton. Palmer reached him, holding out a hand. Grateful for the dark that hit his face, Ford cringed inside as he grasped that hand with his 3 fingers. He hated shaking hands. It put his deformity forward first thing. But Palmer didn't hesitate, and he didn't weaken his grip like most people did when they saw he only had half a hand, like he wasn't as strong since he didn't have his fingers. Morgan said Sawyer passed out, but every once in a while he'd groan, cough, and ask about his cows. She was really nervous that he'd try to get out of the vehicle while it was moving. Ty, tall and confident, held his hand out next. Hey, bro. Ford shook it, shoving back his concern over Morgan. She was tough. She'd get Sawyer to the hospital. It didn't mitigate the fact that he wanted to protect her and do it for her. He adjusted his hat and did what North Dakotans did every year as the cold fall wind whipped across the flat land. Told himself it wasn't that cold and it was going to get colder, so he might as well suck it up. I have the water tank filled up. Don't suppose you have a spotlight in your truck. I don't know what field the cows are in, and I don't know how many there's supposed to be. 62 cows, 59 with fall calves, and a bull. I helped him with banding a few weeks ago. Palmer turned. And I have a spotlight in my toolbox. Give me a minute. Hold up. We could throw a round bale on the back of your truck and save some time if we take the water and feed out together. Ford wasn't sure he was feeding round bales, but it made sense to think he was. If he'd been working alone all summer, he might not have even put up any small bales. Baling hay into small bales wasn't a one-man job. Good idea, Ty said. Palmer nodded. Ford shoved a hand in his pocket, thinking he'd check Sawyer's truck for some work gloves when he got in. You have any idea where they're at? This is my first time on his place. I don't even know where his property lines are. No, I don't know where the cows are, but I know his fence lines. You can follow me. I'll drive and give the spotlight to Ty. We'll find him. The cows weren't too hard to find, huddled in the corner of the fence, mooing and bawling, demanding their water and feed. It was a little harder for Ford to screw the hose on to connect his water tank to the trough. Not really because of the missing fingers, but more because he wasn't used to working in the cold and his fingers were stiff and painful. After they'd fed and watered the cattle, they stood on the back of the pickup with a spotlight, counting to make sure they were all there. They came up with 3 different numbers the first time. None of them came up with 62 cows. After counting a couple more times, they all agreed the calves and the bull were there, but they were missing a cow. 2 hours later, they found the missing cow just in time to watch her finish pushing her baby out into the world. They made sure it was alive and that the mama was going to take care of it. They put the tools and tank away and parked Sawyer's truck, and Palmer drove to the hospital in Rockerton, taking Ford and Ty with him. It wasn't quite 3 a.m. when they finally made it into the foyer of the hospital. Visiting hours were long since over, and the ladies met them down front. Morgan walked straight to him and wrapped her arms around him. He pulled her tight, feeling like they'd been separated for days rather than a few hours. How is he? Ford asked after a minute of just hugging her. Stable. He has double pneumonia, and they think it spread to his blood. They've started him on antibiotics, and his prognosis is good, considering. He put his cheek next to hers and closed his eye as relief swept through him, not realizing until that point how worried about his friend he'd been. Ames and I are supposed to be in L.A. tomorrow at noon for a meeting about the Olympic Training Center that's being built near Sweetwater. We can cancel, but it's been a major ordeal with scheduling, and it will delay construction if we aren't there. Palmer's voice echoed in the high-walled atrium, despite his low tone. It didn't matter since they were the only ones there. All the vinyl-covered seats were empty, as was the information desk. I'm giving a speech at a charity function tomorrow. I'm supposed to be in Pittsburgh in... Ty looked at his phone. 6 hours. His arm held Louise close to his side. He looked down at her, his eyes shining and soft. I can do it without you, if you want to stay here with your brother. She nodded, tucking her head under his chin. Your mom has Tella. Ford watched the sweet display, and the desire to ask Morgan to marry him materialized in his chest. He'd never thought he'd get married, and now it was the one thing he wanted above all others. But now wasn't the time. Morgan and I have something tomorrow evening, but I can feed the cows before I go. If you can get them tomorrow, we'll be back on Sunday and can take it from there. Palmer looked down at Ames for confirmation, and she smiled and nodded. We've got it, Ford said with confidence. They'd need 3 hours for the private plane to fly them to Chicago. It was doable. Morgan must have thought so too, since she didn't argue. They said their goodbyes, and Louise promised to keep them informed of any changes in Sawyer's condition. Ford kept his arm around Morgan as they walked out. I think we'll stay here tonight, head back and feed before dinner time, and fly out in the early afternoon. Will that give you enough time to get ready? He asked.
Yes, and thank you. I'm about dead on my feet and could use a few hours of sleep. It's going to take some skill with the makeup tomorrow to hide the dark circles and bags under my eyes.
How much skill do you have? Maybe you could do something with this. He ran his finger in a circle around his face. She laughed.
You're perfect.
You're beautiful, Ford said, and he wanted her to be his. Chapter 14. It was a day of constant rushing. Sawyer's new calf was fine. Lolly's puppies were all doing well, and Ford and Morgan made it to the charity gala a fashionable 5 minutes late. If Morgan had bags under her eyes, he didn't notice them. She looked stunning to him. At least one of them looked good. The closer they'd gotten to Chicago, the more he felt like this was one of the dumbest things he'd ever done. Soon he would be face to face with his business associates, the people that he had worked with daily and weekly, not just on development projects like the phone prototype he had in his pocket, but in investing in new and faster technology and fine-tuning existing tech to make it more consumer-friendly. He'd made smart investments, and he'd had some help, but this prototype he developed all by himself, and it was the accumulation of years of work and testing. He'd spent a lot of time and money on it, and he'd been depending on it being a nice cash cow for his business. Maybe tonight wasn't the best night to finally expose himself to his associates. Their driver let them off at a side entrance. It wasn't his intention to be photographed as they entered. He could remain unknown for a while longer, although people were already staring at Morgan, then him, before they'd even taken the elevator up to the correct floor and checked their outerwear. Morgan put her hands on his lapels and smoothed them down. "You look amazing," she said. "I love you in a tux." Her regal head tilted. "But I think my favorite look is your cowboy ensemble. The boots and the hat, the jeans and the button-down. Speaks to my roots and makes my toes curl." He showed his dimple, grateful that even with her great beauty, she'd taken the time to help bolster his courage. He knew she didn't really mean he actually looked good. "Maybe we can spend some time on the roof, looking at the stars tonight after the meeting." "We have 2 hours of gala to get through, then eating. Then you're meeting the potential buyers in the back room for your presentation." "That's right. Then I have a beautiful woman who will look at the night sky with me." He offered her his arm, and she took it with her long, slender fingers and a camera-worthy smile. They swept through the door and into the bright lights of the room. People mingled and made small talk while looking at the auction items. He dreaded this part because people's reactions when they saw him were almost always negative, but Morgan saw a few people she knew and gracefully included him in her conversations. As they moved through the room, with its glittering lights and richly dressed people, he loosened up some, despite hearing some comments about his appearance, and kept his eye open for men he'd recognize as the people he'd worked with, and for Spencer in particular. A tall blonde, almost as tall as Morgan, swept by in a deep purple gown with a plunging neckline and a hip-high slit. Large diamonds hung around her neck and in her hair. A large stone gleamed on the left hand that she seemed to hold up just so people would see. Ford happened to glimpse her just as her eyes were sweeping past. Their gazes met. Hers widened. A shaft of recognition pierced through him, although her name didn't come to him right away. His stomach coiled like a snake on defense. Maybe Morgan felt the change in him because her head turned gracefully to him before scanning the crowd. Ford had moved his eye on, keeping his expression inscrutable, although the woman had not been able to contain her shocked and horrified expression at his patch and scarred face. "Sarwith," Morgan whispered, like the name should mean something to him. It didn't. "Who's that?" he asked, giving a casual glance over the crowd again, sweeping past the woman in purple who Morgan had called Sarwith, and realizing Spencer, the man who insisted he come and sell his picture in exchange for the meeting, was with her. Their heads were tilted together, and Sarwith whispered furiously in his ear. Something pinged in his brain. Familiar.
She's the girl who demanded I never work again if I didn't wear her see-through blouse. A huge name in the fashion industry. Not as a designer, but as a facilitator. Maybe the biggest.
I'm sorry you have to see her tonight, Ford said, trying to think of why she seemed familiar to him. Then the woman inclined her head and narrowed her eyes, and that look that had been burned in his brain shot to the surface. Sarwith isn't her real name.
No, I'm sure it's a stage name,
Morgan agreed. That's Shauna.
The Shauna?
Yeah, and she's with Spencer. Morgan didn't even bother to look. She gasped.
You've been set up.
It seems that way.
It's not too late to leave.
Her brows had lowered, and she'd moved closer to him. Was she even aware that she did it? He appreciated the fact that she was all in for him. They're walking this way. He wanted to turn and run. I'm done hiding, he said instead.
This means he's probably not going to buy your prototype.
I think you're right about that, too. Morgan straightened beside him.
That's okay. There are other potential buyers.
He appreciated Morgan's optimism, but Spencer had the deepest pockets of all the potential investors, and he would have been the best choice. My fiancé tells me that you are the mysterious and genius Ford Hansen. Spencer's cultured voice held a hint of humor as he held his hand out to Ford. Ford cringed inside, but took Spencer's hand in his maimed one with a firm grip and nodded. She is correct, and this is my girlfriend, Morgan Nelson. He and Morgan hadn't exactly talked about what the status was of their relationship, but Morgan gave him a glowing smile before it turned more reserved, and she allowed Spencer to take her hand. Ah, yes, a strategic move to show up tonight with a beautiful woman on your arm. He bent over Morgan's hand, kissing her fingers. And this is my fiancée, but you already know her, don't you, Ford? Spencer's smile didn't seem overly evil, but Shauna's eyes glared at Morgan. Shauna held her hand out for Ford, but Ford didn't do the bending and finger-kissing thing, so he just grabbed it and shook it. He was rewarded with an irritated flash before Shauna smoothed her features out once again. We knew each other once, a long time ago, he acknowledged. Morgan took his arm. He put his hand over hers. Whatever happened tonight, it felt good to know that she stood beside him. Shauna's regal face gave a small smile. It was kind of you to offer to sell the rights to a photograph of your face. Her voice dipped down. Considering how private you are. But, she waved her arm, people are curious and freaky things sell. The sweet smile on her face was at odds with her words. Her eyes traveled down his body and back up. You're so brave. Morgan's fingers tightened on his arm. You're still going to give us your presentation later. I heard you hardly ever go out. Maybe this will be too stressful for you? Spencer's face showed polite concern. I'll be fine. He'd been up at 4 that morning to drive to Sawyer's, checking on the cows, fixing a hole in the fence, and untangling one of the older calves that had gotten caught up in another section of the fencing. It had felt good to be back outside, working with his hands. Even better, Morgan had been beside him. If they could do that, he could handle a little presentation. You brought the prototype with you. I've been using it for the past 6 months. Morgan has one too. Oh. Spencer glanced at Shauna. Maybe his secretary hadn't relayed the information that he and Morgan had given her, or maybe Shauna intercepted it. Regardless, Ford assumed Shauna would still not allow him to make an offer, although why she was bitter toward him he had no idea. She was the one who had decided she didn't want him. More people came over to be introduced, and Ford eventually felt more in his element as people asked about his business, his plans, and his prototype. It was a charity gala, yes, but he wasn't the only one conducting business. The whispers and stares faded into the background.
Morgan excused herself to use the ladies' room. He felt adrift and alone as she walked away. It was harder to focus on the conversations, and he was much more aware of his deformities without her. It seemed to take her a long time to get back. He missed having her by his side. It was funny that he'd spent so much time alone and never felt like he was missing anything, but since she'd come into his life, he felt incomplete without her. The dining area opened, and the crowd started moving in that direction. Ford crossed the large hall, going toward the sign that said restroom, when a woman's voice caught his attention.
He paid her to come with him. That's the only explanation.
I agree, another woman with a deeper voice said. It has to be for money. What else would someone so beautiful be doing with something as ugly as that? Ford didn't need to hear any more to know who they were talking about. Who else? There wasn't a man in the room uglier than him. No woman more beautiful than Morgan. And he'd made her stand by his side all that time. No wonder she escaped to the restroom and didn't come back. He moved again, changing direction, heading toward the balcony. It was chilly outside and windy, but he welcomed the chill and the bits of slushy rain that drizzled down. This wasn't the first time this evening that he'd felt like running away. But it was the first time that he'd considered not taking Morgan with him. He was sure she wasn't after his money. He also believed she liked him. It wouldn't be hard for him to believe that she didn't want to be embarrassed of him, that in a place like Sweetwater, she could be happy. But when they got out around the people that she used to know, saw the pitying looks or, worse, the shocked expressions, it couldn't be fun for her to be on his arm. More like torture. He didn't want to do that to her. To save her from himself, he could spend the dinner hour out here on the balcony. He could do the presentation himself. He figured those ladies had it a little wrong. Morgan wasn't being paid to be with him, and she wasn't after his money. But who wouldn't be embarrassed to be with someone who looked the way he did? The logic was there, but his heart rebelled against it. A little part of him pushed to seek Morgan out and make sure he'd come to the right conclusion. She'd been honest with him from the start. He could trust her not to lie to him tonight. He'd just flat out ask if she were embarrassed and ashamed of him. If she were, he'd let her go. Or he'd go. Reaching that decision, he opened the French doors and strode back inside. Morgan had known they were going to be stared at, that they would draw attention. After all, everywhere they went in Minneapolis, people had watched them. She wanted to look her best, which is why she excused herself to go touch up her makeup and make sure her hair survived the Chicago winds as they'd walked in. But she wished she'd stayed with Ford. At least 9 people had stopped her on the way to the restroom and either asked how much Ford was paying her to be with him tonight or asked how much his net worth was, like they couldn't imagine she'd be with him if he weren't filthy rich. A couple of industry people had stopped her too, asking why she wasn't working. They'd apparently not heard that she'd been blacklisted and dumped by her agent, and she'd not even gone there. It didn't matter now anyway, as she had no intention of going back to work as a model. Although she'd make a firm decision after she found out what Ford's plans were. He'd introduced her as his girlfriend, and that made her heart sing. But the future of their relationship and the future of her working with him was uncertain. Ford had hinted that he needed to sell his prototype, and soon. If he didn't, maybe they'd both be out of work. People were migrating toward the ballroom where the dining tables were set up. She looked around the large hall. Surely Ford wouldn't have gone in without her. Of course, he wouldn't have, but she didn't see him anywhere. She started walking toward the far corner of the room where a cluster of people stood. Ford was too tall to not be noticed, but she couldn't think of where else he'd be unless she missed him in the restroom. Someone grabbed her arm before she had a chance to change direction. Morgan turned and saw 2 young ladies and a middle-aged woman. They had the knack of looking down their noses at her, even though none of them came close to her height. Her heart sank. More grilling on why she was with Ford, no doubt. She'd had enough of that. But she wouldn't be rude and stood through a blast of cold air as someone opened a door somewhere and the older woman opened her mouth.
"We know that freakish guy you're with is paying you."
She took hold of the girl on her left.
"My oldest daughter would be willing to work for him. Not for something like this, of course, but something more low-key, where people wouldn't see her. Maybe a vacation on his yacht, or his private Italian island. That type of thing."
The woman had lowered her voice to a conspiratorial tone.
"I'm not cheap, though," the girl said. "I want to know how much you charge. Is it by the hour or by the day? And he, of course, would provide clothes and food."
Morgan had been shocked into silence when the woman first started talking. She wasn't even asking, but had just assumed.
"What's his name, anyway? He must be new money."
The woman laughed a little.
"Oh my, where are my manners? I'm Shelby Castanley." She held out her hand.
Anger burned and boiled inside of Morgan's chest, but she put on her nicest smile and took the woman's hand. Her aunt and uncle wouldn't have cause to be ashamed of her because she'd flipped out and punched someone in the mouth.
"If you want to work for Ford, you'll need to talk to him."
She adjusted the charm bracelet she wore on her wrist. It didn't really go with her outfit, but she hadn't cared.
"He's a hard-working, kind, caring, compassionate man. But I suppose your daughter is welcome to offer to sell herself if she wants. I do think, though, that she will need to find a less virtuous man than Ford."
She lowered her head and leaned forward as though she were telling a secret.
"I'm with him tonight because I love him."
All three of their mouths were open. Morgan did not allow herself the luxury of a laugh.
"Do you happen to know where he is? He seems to have run off and left me."
A hand touched her waist and slid around her back. A deep voice rumbled in her ear. "I'm right here, Dumpling."
"Patch."
She turned. Knowing Ford was a modest man, she almost held back, but out of the corner of her eye, she could see the women still staring, and she couldn't resist. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her body to his. Their lips touched, and she forgot about the women who wanted to rent their bodies to her boyfriend. The meeting went like they figured it would, with Spencer and Shauna being the ringleaders. Ford put on a brilliant presentation, if Morgan did say so herself, but in the end, there were no offers. "They need some time to think about it. Relax," Ford had assured her, but she was almost sure, although she couldn't prove it, that Ford was being blacklisted in the IT world because of being with Morgan.
"Shauna's involvement couldn't have been a coincidence."
Morgan leaned her head back and looked at the stars overhead. It was late, almost 3, but they'd both wanted to go home, so they'd taken the private jet Ford had rented just as soon as the meeting was over. Now they stood in the solarium. They'd wanted to check on Lolly, who was thrilled to see them. Ford held her, petting her head. Morgan stood with her arms around her waist, discouraged. Ford would have been better off without her tonight. The ring of his phone startled them both. Tucking Lolly in one arm, Ford answered, "Hello?" Morgan couldn't hear what the person on the other line was saying, but she said a silent prayer for Sawyer and hoped it wasn't anyone in the family with bad news. "No," Ford said. "I have the specs in my desk upstairs. If you can wait a minute, I'll get them." He started to hand Lolly to her.
"Just tell me what you need. I'll grab it,"
she offered. She was restless anyway, and 100 trips up the stairs would probably not be enough to help her sleep tonight. "There's a printed paper in the right-hand side of my desk, second or third drawer down." Morgan nodded and jogged in her bare feet, she'd taken her heels off as soon as they arrived home, up the stairs and to Ford's office. Flipping on the light, she padded over to his desk, opening the second drawer first. If she hadn't seen one exactly like it, she probably wouldn't have noticed. But after spending an afternoon with Elaine, Morgan recognized the letter right away. She didn't need to read the whole thing. She saw the word married and the word billion. That was enough. If Ford got married, he'd receive $1 billion. He didn't need a buyer. She'd marry him. Even without the money, she'd marry him. Unless he didn't want her.
Opening the third drawer, she found the specs he needed and grabbed them, heading back down. She didn't pay attention while he ended his call, took a picture of the specs, and texted it. She walked over and sat down beside the box of puppies.
An interested buyer?
Yeah. He's not going to give me what I wanted, but it'll be a good chunk of change. Ford came over and knelt awkwardly beside her, setting Lolly in the box.
$1 billion?
He glanced at her, his brow lowered. No, maybe half that. She didn't say anything for a while, taking a finger and stroking the puppies' heads. Finally, she figured she'd just be honest with him.
I saw your letter.
His serious gaze studied her face. She could almost see his gears turning, then clicking when he realized what she was saying. He looked down at his hands. I didn't worry too much about it. I'm not exactly in danger of being overrun by women eager to marry me.
Me,
she said softly. Her heart pounded fast and loud. His breath hitched. She could almost feel the tension rolling off his body. You know, tonight I heard a lot of people saying the same thing, that I must have been paying you to be with me, because no one as beautiful as you would be with someone who looked like me. It got to the point where I'd started to believe it, that you'd left me and gone to the restroom because you couldn't take it anymore, couldn't stand to be embarrassed by me anymore. You were gone a while, and that's all the time it took me to start believing what those people were saying. I actually went out on the balcony and thought about leaving. He took a breath, then his finger landed on the puppy's head beside hers. But there was a part of me that whole time that wouldn't believe that. Didn't want to, couldn't. I don't know. I was coming out to ask you, just flat out ask, when I heard what you were saying to those women. He turned his eye toward her. I assumed they had decided that I was paying you to be with me, like everyone else. I guess one of them was willing to make the same sacrifice if the pay was good enough.
Oh, Ford.
Her heart broke for the proud man beside her. She wished she could make all the nasty words go away, that she could protect him from people like that woman and her daughters. Ford was honorable and everything good, but probably for the rest of his life, he would deal with this.
Maybe being with me will make your life worse,
she said softly. Never, he growled.
Ford, just suppose you had that $1 billion. Could you produce the prototype yourself?
He pressed his lips together and stared off into the distance. A deep sigh came from his body, and he finally turned to her. I've never done anything like that before. But yes, I think I could. He lifted a shoulder. Owning your own business is often about taking calculated risks. The more dangerous the risk, the better the chance of profit.
You've done pretty well for yourself.
When I started, I took lots of risks because I really didn't care. I've started to care more as the years have gone by.
I think you can do it.
I'm not sure I want to.
Why not?
I guess it was yesterday morning now, when I was working on Sawyer's spread. I realized I kind of missed it.
You want to be a rancher again?
Maybe. She laughed.
Maybe?
He gave her a sideways look. She raised her brows at him. He waited a minute, then said softly, I heard you say you loved me tonight. I don't know whether you meant it or whether you were just saying it for those ladies' sake.
I meant it.
His lips quirked. He took her hand and held it in his. I realized, maybe since the night you showed me Jupiter in the telescope, maybe before, that despite how beautiful you are, I love you. Your intelligence, your fire, your kindness and determination. I'm not sure what you're doing with me or how long you're going to stay, but I love you.
How long do you want me to stay?
Forever.
What does this have to do with ranching?
I don't want to be a rancher if you can't be happy with a rancher.
Ford,
Yeah?
will you marry me?
He laughed. Isn't that my line?
I'm completely serious. Will you marry me?
He seemed to realize it was a legit marriage proposal, and she wanted a legit answer. I'd be honored to marry you.
I don't care what we do. Business, ranching, whatever. I don't care. As long as I'm with you.
She leaned toward him, sitting beside her on the floor.
Since I was the one to propose, I get to be the one to kiss you, right?
I thought we agreed kissing was a two-participant activity. Her lips brushed his.
Can we argue about that later?
Epilogue. Monday morning, Georgia Hanson was driving west after landing in Fargo on a red-eye. Her European trip had been fun, but she'd missed her home and was happy to be back. She'd just passed the sign for the Rockerton exit, which meant she was only 2 hours from home, when her phone rang. She answered using the hands-free.
Ford?
Hey, little sis. You didn't text me when your plane landed.
It was early and I didn't want to wake you. Didn't you tell me yesterday that you thought you had a buyer for your prototype?
Yeah, unexpected. He wasn't even on the list of potential buyers, but yeah.
So you're heading to Las Vegas tomorrow?
Georgia tapped the steering wheel. Ford sounded different, happier, like his bitterness was gone. They texted a lot, but she hadn't talked to him but a couple of times, and not in the last 2 weeks, now that she thought about it. It didn't exactly make her feel better that she left for 3 weeks and he was better for it. We're, leaving now. Morgan and I figured we might as well get married while we're there.
What?
She hit the rumble strips on the right and swerved back into her lane. I'll explain everything to you later, but I wanted to ask you a favor.
What?
She wasn't feeling overly generous. What had been going on while she'd been away? Maybe her leaving had been a good thing? She could hardly believe Ford was getting married. And he sounded happy. Sawyer's in the hospital in Rockerton. George's heart came to a screeching halt in her chest. He's supposed to be doing better, but it's going to be a while before they let him out. Would you mind stopping and checking on him? Just see how he's doing? He's not answering his phone, and I hate to leave without talking to him. We might get tied up in Vegas for a while. Normally, Georgia might have snorted at that, but she was trying to focus on driving and keeping her scattered insides from going crazy. Sawyer in the hospital? Sawyer? How? What? Georgia? Ford asked, a hint of worry in his voice.
I'm hitting the Rockerton exit right now. What's wrong with him?
Pneumonia. Complications. He's going to be out of commission for a while.
Okay, I'll stop.
He gave her the room number.
Ford?
Yeah?
Congratulations on your wedding.
He laughed. Ford laughed. And right then, she knew it was a love match. She couldn't wait for the details. But worry for Sawyer soon outweighed all other feelings as she hung up and drove to the hospital. He'd been her brother's best friend through everything Ford had gone through. A rock for her brother. And her lifelong crush. Of course, he didn't know the little sister of his best friend was a woman. It wasn't exactly his fault, either, since most people mistook her for a 12-year-old. She'd stopped growing in about 3rd grade and apparently had a baby face as well. Some women were short and curvy, which wasn't bad. But Georgia belonged to the cursed group of women who were short and straight. So she'd crushed on him from afar, which hadn't been too bad. At least he wasn't a ladies' man. He didn't have girlfriends. So there was that. But he was married to his ranch. After parking as close as she could, she hurried through the hospital, finding the right floor where all the nurses seemed rushed and busy. She reached his room where the door was partially opened. Taking a breath, schooling her features, She patted her hair, which was a hopeless cause. It was wild and curly and would never be tamed, and pushed the door open, stepping in. The first bed held an older gentleman with a bandage on his chest and arm, and who watched her with interest. The other bed was empty. Maybe that would have been okay. She might have thought she had the wrong room, but she was pretty sure the IV bag wasn't supposed to have a bloody plastic dummy needle still attached to it and be dripping on the ground. Bright red blood stained the sheets, and a blood pressure cuff lay thrown on them, still attached to the blood pressure monitor. Velcro straps were attached to both side panels on the bed, like whoever had been in the bed had had his arms restrained.
He used his teeth to take 'em off.
Georgia looked at the old man who'd spoken.
You saw him?
He asked me to help, but I couldn't.
He held up his bandaged arm and pointed to the thick bandage on his leg.
I can't even go to the bathroom by myself.
Ah, yes. That last tube that lay curled around on the balled-up sheets must have been a catheter tube. A bag of yellow liquid was attached to the side of the bed, under the Velcro restraints.
How long has he been gone?
You almost had to have passed him.
Georgia closed her eyes. Should she call Ford?
I'd say forget it if you're thinking you can get him back in here. They've had him tied up for 2 days. He's not the kind of man that can lay around.
But he's sick. He needs to be here.
He'll either live or die, but he's not going to do it in the hospital. You his sister?
No.
He'd be a good man, but you're not going to boss him.
And well, she knew it. She wouldn't mind Sawyer being her man, but it wasn't something that was likely to happen. Sawyer called her kiddo, like she was 7 instead of 27.
Did he say what he was planning?
Jailbreak.
Nothing long-term?
Figure he'll walk home.
It's 2 hours away by car.
They took his clothes, so he's in bare feet and a hospital gown. Those gowns don't cover much, and I got a good look at his backside as he walked out. Quite a sight.
Georgia put her hand up. That was enough. She didn't need to hear more about that particular part of his anatomy. It filled out a pair of jeans pretty darn good, and she had enough trouble not staring at it when it was covered properly.
Got it, she said. I'm looking for a barefoot, half-naked, bleeding man. One that's more stubborn than any mule.
Good description.
Thanks for your help.
I'd have gone with him, but I can't walk.
Georgia shook her head and walked out.
Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.